shopping.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Karatuba jodiri chukuma duku tuba jodiri ndimmawo egu mawego. Karatuba jodiri chukuma duku tuba jodiri ndimmawo egu mawego. Obodo jisike nubo serona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Befere.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies.
Okay now.
To person between my pen.
I see.
I see what I don't really forget, man.
Okay.
Papa, you look at me. I'm not getting Mama Musi, I want me to go. I can now move the lumber. Oh, where would he get? I got you to put it on.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkò. Bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Àkànbí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀.
So there it is. What did you make of that old boy rap that we've introduced? So what a welcome. That's the sort of welcome we want, both from the old boy rap and from the Ayo super chat. So what better way to start a session? So well done, Ayo. Tell me if you like that old boy rap. I don't even know the name of the band. I just came across it. So if you like it, and if we're not copyright struck on it, then it will be part of our introductory mix. So I just love it. The very, very, you don't get more British than those people. You don't get more American than rap music. So that's the confluence of two cultures coming together. So the confluence of our two cultures coming together. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So yes, let's start it off with the greeting. We always start it off with the greeting. And then with the greeting, subsequently comes an apology. Extremely late start for reasons that was beyond my control. So I had to, I had to start this late because I had to start this late. So apologies for that. I know that the start time is a bit skittish. It is not for me playing African time. It's for matters beyond my control, often instances. But here we are, nevertheless. So we're having a session of sorts. The news cycle is not giving plentiful, so there's not a bounty to be harvested within the news cycle. So there'll be somewhat of a carryover from the narratives of yesterday. So that will be somewhat the session. It'll be somewhat like a bring your own. If a panel turns up, then we'll invite them to make contributions in terms of talking points. So that's how we do it. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? We go again. Of course, we go again. We always go. So we go again. The usual protocol, click on like. So as I'm inviting you to do it, then please do it. Been a moment since we actually hit 100 likes. Perhaps we could today. So and if you're listening to me on Watchback, by the way, if you're joining us on Watchback, still click on like. It still applies. It's as golden as though you were clicking on it in a live stream. So click on like and then click on subscribe as well. If you're not already subscribed, then please click on that as well. Click on like, click on subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join us on the screen. We're forever in search of new talent. So you'll be that new talent of the day. Come have your debut on the platform. So click on this hyperlink right here that says StreamYard. First line item in the comment section. Click on that. Come into the studio, engage us in conversation. So do that. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links in your share the links all over your social media. I keep asking people to do that. I've not yet had an instance of somebody actually doing that. Share the links as I'm inviting you to do it. Do it even if it's the first time you're doing it. Share the links in your WhatsApp spaces, your Facebook spaces, those spaces you go to, or on WhatsApp, on Facebook, on Instagram, wherever it is, whichever social media space that you mooch around in, share the links there. So share the links near and wide so that the platform can expand. Like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join us. Then also follow the example set by Ayo here. The $ at the bottom of the screen, we have the anticipation of 5 super chats per stream. I wasn't even going to say that, but I just kicked it off now because I've started so late and we don't have sufficient enough news. I don't even know the direction that the stream might well go. So I feel a bit reticent to push people towards super chatting, but Ayo has kicked it off, so we might as well go with it. So we have the anticipation of 5 minimum super chats per stream. So Ayo kicks it off. So you then complement the remaining 4. So it's 4 individual rather than 4 instances. So one individual can super chat 50 times, but that still counts as one. So we need 4 different individual super chatting. We need 5 different individual super chatting. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, super chat the stream. So all of that. So all the funky things, do all those, and you'll be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. warmth. So you'll be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. So let's just launch into it. Let's launch into what we do have. Like I said, it's going to be oh, actually, let me bring this up. This seems to be how. Hold on, let me make this. Oh, all right. This seems to be how we have been doing it over the last few streams. So we continue with that. So yes, like I said, there's not an abundance of news, so we will go with what we do have. So we go with what we do have. What seems to be dominating the news cycle is this now still the very dark man expose on Dangote, or not on Dangote, the very dark man's expose on Bobrisky's excursion to the prisons, or lack thereof, because what seems to be imagined is that he never really spent a day in jail. So everybody is a panic now. So everybody panic stricken within the structures. So everybody's panic stricken within the structures, and the people that he stands accused are threatening legal suits. Breaking: Falana denies Bobrisky's presidential pardon claim. So this was one of the things that came out. Femi Falana very much implicated in that. There's going to be lawsuits headed in the direction of very dark man. There's absolutely no question about that. Senior Advocate of Nigeria, SAN, Femi Falana, has denied being asked by cross-dresser Idris Okuneye, aka Bobrisky, to help facilitate a presidential pardon for him while the latter served a jail term. Falana made this clarification in a letter from his legal team, Falana and Falana's chambers, and signed by Taiwo E. Olawande Esquire, dated September the 25th, 2024. Earlier, an audio conversation was aired by media influencer Martin Vincent Ote, aka Very Dark Man. Maybe I need an aka too, although one man went to more is an aka, isn't it? It's not my real. Can you imagine if that was my baptismal name? That was the name that my parents actually gave me. One man went to more. So of course, that's what that's an acronym as well of some sort, isn't it? Oh, okay. Hold on. Okay, from the top again. Breaking Femi Falana denies Bobrisky's presidential pardon claim. Senior Advocate of Nigeria, SAN, Femi Falana, has denied being asked by cross-dresser Idris Okuneye, aka Bobrisky, to help facilitate a presidential pardon for him while the latter served a jail term. Falana made the clarification in a letter from his legal team, Falana and Falana's chambers, and signed by Taiwo E. Olanwale Esquire, dated September the 25th, 2024. Earlier, an audio conversation was aired by media influencer Martin Vincent Otse, aka Very Dark Man, where Bobrisky could be heard telling a friend that he had reached out to Femi Falana and Son Fowles to help him secure a presidential pardon. Very Dark Man, while speaking on his Twitter handle on Tuesday, expressed disappointment at Falana, who he claimed spoke to Bobrisky in order to divert justice. The influencer held that Bobrisky had offered 10 million naira in order for Falana to help him secure the said presidential pardon. So this is where the storyline starts to fall apart. I don't think the entry point to Femi Falana could ever be 10 million naira. This is a multi-billionaire who has been extremely wealthy for endless decades. I don't even think the entry point to his son Fowles could ever. The entry point to you and I is not 10 million naira. Perhaps Falana may be vastly wealthier than both of us. But so that is where the story starts to fall apart, and that is where this guy almost certainly will get himself into trouble. The influencer held that Bobrisky had offered 10 million naira in order for Falana to help him secure the said presidential pardon. In its reaction, Falana chambers In its reaction, Falana of Chambers assert that these allegations aim to smear the good name of Femi Falana and his son. The legal team proceeded to issue a 24-hour ultimatum to Very Dark Man to pull down those comments made and make a public apology accordingly. We are the counsel to Mr. Femi Falana S.A.N., hereinafter referred to as our client, on whose behalf we write this letter regarding your publication and dissemination of defamatory statements against him. Your publication of September the 25th, 2024, on your Instagram page captioned in everything and everyone that is mentioned here, I will be disappointed if truly false and his father and his I can't read anymore. I could read once upon a time, but I can't read anymore. Let me take from top again because I didn't quite like how that sounded. Senior Advocate of Nigeria S.A.N. Femi Falana has denied being asked by cross-dresser Idris Okuneye, aka Bobrisky, to facilitate a presidential pardon for him while the latter served a jail term. Falana makes the clarification in a letter from his legal team, Falana and Falana's Chambers, and signed by Taiwo E. Olawande Esquire, dated September the 25th, 2024. Earlier, an audio conversation was aired by media influencer Martin Otse, aka Very Dark Man, where Bobrisky could be heard telling a friend that he had reached out to Femi Falana and son, Fowles, to help him secure a presidential pardon. Very Dark Man, while speaking on his Twitter handle on Tuesday, expressed disappointment at Falana, who he claims spoke to Bobrisky in order to divert justice. The influencer held that Bobrisky had offered 10 million naira in order for Falana to help him secure the said presidential pardon. In its reaction, Falana Chambers assert that these allegations aim to smear the good name of Femi Falana and son. The legal team proceeded to issue a 24-hour ultimatum to Very Dark Man to pull down those comments made and make a public apology accordingly. We are the counsel to Mr. Femi Falana S.A.N., hereinafter referred to as our client, on whose behalf we write this letter regarding your publication and dissemination of defamatory statements against him. Your publication of September the 25th, 2024, on your Instagram page captioned, in everything and everyone that is mentioned here, I will be disappointed if truly Fowles and his father are involved in this whole Bobrisky issue. Refers. In publishing the statement on several online platforms, you informed your large viewership that Mr. Falana spoke to Bobrisky in order to divert justice. Your publication, so now, this is a very, very qualified statement being made right here. So they are not denying that a conversation actually took place between Femi Falana and Bobrisky. They are actually querying the conclusions that he came to, that the intent was to divert justice. So that's a qualified statement right there. Your publication contained multiple allegations, and that you did not expect Mr. Femi Falana, who was a lawyer to the late Fela Anikulapo Kuti, whom everyone respects, to engage in something like this. Your publication further alleged that Mr. Falana S.A.N. wanted to get a presidential pardon for Bobrisky for the sum of 10 million naira. As if that was not enough, you proceeded to state as follows. I don't even believe that Femi Falana will bring himself down to this level. The whole Femi Falana would engage himself with something like this. The man started the pardon and he said he wanted to send it to the Minister of Justice in Abuja, who will send it to the president to approve it. but you know Nigeria with corruption. Femi Falana collected 10 million naira in order to wipe his name off the record. These are people I respected. These are people I look up to. It is obvious that Nigeria will not go anywhere soon. So this guy is going to pay a price for this. I'm pretty certain. You know, it's all very well. Fighting Femi, fighting Bobrisky rather, and Yabo Ojo and all of those low rent people, but you know, you cross the line and then you get smacked down. The direct meaning of the imputation and or innuendo contained in the false, misleading, and defamatory statements is that 1. Mr. Femi Falana is deceitful and that his motivation for fighting against injustice and corruption in Nigeria and the entire Africa is a ruse. So they are bringing out all the big guns. And number 2, Mr. Femi Falana spoke to Bobrisky to divert justice with a view to perverting justice for financial gains and material benefits. Number 3, Mr. Femi Falana solicited a brief from Bobrisky and thereby contravenes the legal practitioner's rules of professional conduct. So apparently, I didn't even know that was a practice. Maybe if Ogben is available, come and explain that. I didn't know that. I thought lawyers were allowed to seek out briefs. Let me read that again. Maybe Mr. Femi Falana solicited a brief from Bobrisky. To solicit is to go and seek something, and a brief is somewhat like an assignment. Or a commission. So what this is saying is that it contravenes the legal practitioner's rule of professional conduct, and I suspect it may not. But what do I know? Number 4, Mr. Femi Falana has participated in a device that constitutes subterfuge in concert with others who you also characterized as corrupt. Number 5, Mr. Falana's fight against injustice is inconsistent with his publicly acclaimed and validated record of competence, honesty, and integrity. Number 6, Mr. Falana, who is a senior advocate of Nigeria, has engaged in conduct that is incompatible with his professional role and duty as a legal practitioner in Nigeria. The entire publication was vacuous, wicked, and reckless. The entire publication was a vacuous, wicked, and reckless ploy to impugn the reputation of our clients and lower him in the estimation of right-thinking members of the public. We wish to state without any fear of contradiction that our client has never in his life spoken to Bobrisky on his alleged pardon or on any matter whatsoever, the letter wrote. Son to Femi Falana, Falani Falana, aka Fowls, has also come out to refute these claims, explaining that the only conversation he held with Bobrisky was when the latter begged for 3 million naira to help secure a VIP section in Ikoyi prison. So there it is right there. I think that guy is always been on the precipice of crossing a line, and I think that line now fully crossed. Pardon me. Fowls demands an apology from Very Dark Man. So on and on it goes. Falani Falana, also known as Fowls, has reached out to the well-known social media commentator and activist. What is it an activist for? I'm not aware that. I thought this guy was just some homosexual guy that makes noise on social media. I didn't know that Very Dark Man was an activist or anything. Falani Falana, also known as Fowls, has reached out to the well-known social media commentator and activist Martins Vincent Otse, also known as Very Dark Man, to request the retraction of a defamatory statement made against him in a widely circulated social media broadcast. In a letter released by his legal team, Falz distanced himself from the ongoing controversy involving Idris Okuneye, aka Bobrisky. The letter further revealed that Bobrisky reached out to Falz in a distress call on the 4th of May 2024 to beg for financial assistance to pay some officials to be permitted to stay at the VIP section of the correctional center, which Falz declined. It further stated that the viral video featuring very dark man poses. It further stated that the viral video featuring very dark man poses a significant threat to Falz's image as a human rights activist. The notice specified that the video must be removed from all platforms within the next 24 hours to avoid potential legal action in the form of a lawsuit. So I think it's a lack of understanding of how social media works for them to be asking him to take it down within 24 hours. If it takes it down or not, it doesn't really matter. It's already out there. I have a copy. You have a copy. We've all downloaded it. I downloaded it and I played it on the stream yesterday. So it's in my studio now. So if Very Dark Man takes it down, it adds or removes nothing. What they should be asking for is a public apology. Certainly not taking that. How can they? It's out there already. That's just the thing. It further stated that the viral video featuring Very Dark Man poses a significant threat to Falz's image as a human rights activist. The notice specified that the video must be removed from all platforms within the next 24 hours to avoid potential legal action in the form of a lawsuit. Your publication of September the 25th, 2024 on your Instagram page are captioned in everything and everyone that is mentioned here. I will be disappointed if truly Falz and his father are involved in this whole Bobrisky issue has been drawn to our notice, wherein you made some defamatory statements against our client. To set the record straight, our client never at any point initiated a conversation with Mr. Idris Okuneye. Our client has documentary evidence that Mr. Idris was in fact the one who initiated a call. Specifically, on the 4th of May 2024, Mr. Idris Okuneye, aka Bobrisky, contacted our client requesting a phone conversation with him. Our client graciously obliged, having knowledge of the Naira abuse charges leveled against him and genuinely believing he might require legal advice. Mr. Okuneye Idris, aka Bobrisky, called shortly after, but instead of soliciting legal advice, stated that he was in distress and needed the financial assistance of about 3 million naira, which he claimed he needed to pay some officials to permit him to stay in the VIP section of the correctional institution. Our client, in the same conversation, advised him that there was no need to pay the officials of the correctional center any money. However, Mr. Idris Okuneye, aka Bobrisky, stated that his lawyers had messed up his case by asking him to plead guilty to the charge filed against him. Mr. Okuneye insisted on his request for the money, which our client continuously disapproved. The direct meaning, imputation, purport, and innuendo of the false, misleading, and different. So it goes on and on. I'm not going to label any of that much more, but that's our Bobrisky. That's Falz and his dad then are on the war footing against Bobrisky. So Falz and his father on a war footing against Bobrisky. Tinubu won't intervene. Tinubu won't intervene in Dangote and NNPC fuel price feud. So that's the presidency right there. So a lot of people felt he should step in, but it looks as though that might well not be the case. So it looks as though it's free floating this one as well. Tinubu won't intervene in Dangote NNPC fuel price feud. that's coming out of the presidency. The presidency on Wednesday said President Bola Tinubu will not intervene in the ongoing fuel price controversy between Dangote Refinery and the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, NNPCL. Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Mr. Bayo Ononuga, disclosed this whilst briefing State House correspondents at the Presidential Villa, Abuja. According to the presidential aide, both entities operate independently in a deregulated market. He said under the Petroleum Industry Act, NNPC functions autonomously despite government ownership. Ononuga said, the PMS, Premium Motor Spirit Field, the PMS regime has been deregulated. Dangote is a private company. NNPCL, should not forget, it is a limited liability company. Whatever controversy both of them are having is their problem. They are operating. Even if you go by the term of the Petroleum Industry Act, NNPC is on its own, even though it is owned by the federal government, the state and local governments and everything, but it is operating as a limited liability company. You can see what the private market has said, that I think they find the NNPC and Dangote price too much for them. They will resolve to import fuel because they clear the market at the end of the day. It is the consumer who benefits if there is a price war. If NNPC fuel is too much, the public market can go to the market and bring in their fuel and sell at the price that they think is very reasonable and profitable for them. So my answer is that as far as this is concerned, the government is not dabbling into this controversy. Dangote, as a private company, is working on its own. NNPC as a limited liability company, and NNPC is a limited liability company, and it has the right to fix the price of its own, and so on. Ononuga said instead of intervening, the government plans to promote alternative energy solutions like compressed natural gas CNG, offering a cheaper option for consumers and subsidizing conversion costs for vehicles. So that seems to be, I don't quite know how to interpret that. He noted that the price difference is significant, with CNG costing about 230 naira per liter equivalent compared to PMS at around 850 naira per liter. According to him, the government aims to have about 1 million vehicles running on CNG and plans to subsidize the conversion cost for private vehicle owners. I don't quite know. What essentially this means is that they are not going to intervene in Dangote versus NNPC. So they are not going to intervene. They are not going to subsidize. So that's out. So Dangote and NNPC can battle it out. Dangote can sell to NNPC at whatever price he feels comfortable selling to them at, and NNPC can sell onto the public at whichever price they are comfortable selling to the public at. So that's that. So that's their business, is what the government is saying. But they are also still holding that space of people being able to import petroleum. So if the market is too expensive and people can import petrol to undercut that market, then let that price war take place. But their obligation to the public, what they are explaining, is this CNG project. So they are intended to convert vehicular movements as far as they can to that CNG space. So if they get 1 million vehicles on CNG, that's 1 million vehicles of petroleum, which puts pressure even more on the price point. And that ultimately drives that price point down in a more feasible and a more permanent way. So I think that somewhat is the plan, but what do I know? Breaking presidency speaks on moves to reduce fuel price amidst NNPC local refinery dispute. So I think that's pretty much what we just covered there. Bobrisky, Falana gives Very Dark Man 24 hours ultimatum to retract defamatory statement. I think we already covered that. Right. So this one now is a process completing. Senate confirms Kekere Ekun as second female CGN. So there's no surprises there. So it's just the rubber stamping of a position that was already set. So that's Kekere Ekun affirmed now. ADGA to suspend Governor Soludo over anti-party activity. So there are one golden star. What quiet is the reason? Maybe let's have a look at this one. Okay, it's not too long, so let's just the National Working Committee of the All Progressive Grand Alliance (ABGA) is set to suspend the governor of Anambra State, Chukwuma Soludo, along with others. The party is accusing them of anti-party activities. Whilst addressing the media at the Federal High Court in Abuja on Wednesday, the party's national chairman, Chief Edozie Njoku accused Soludo of obstructing every effort by the Supreme Court recognized NWC to restore harmony within the party. So it looks like there is no political party that is not in disarray. APC in disarray, NMPC in disarray, APC in disarray, PDP in disarray, Labour Party at the point of implosion, and ABGA, of course, not that far behind. So there's no harmony. I think maybe AAC, Leonard Zinwa is flogging there behind there. The National Working Committee of the All Progressive Grand Alliance (ABGA) is set to suspend the governor of Anambra State, Chukwuma Soludo, along with others. The party is accusing them of anti-party activities. Whilst addressing the media at the Federal High Court in Abuja on Wednesday, the party's national chairman, Chief Edozie Njoku, accused Soludo of obstructing every effort by the Supreme Court recognized NWC to restore harmony within the party. Njoku announced Thursday, 29 September 2024, as the date the NWC will release the names of party members, including Soludo, who will be suspended for their involvement in anti-party activities. He indicated that Soludo will not get an automatic ticket for a second term as governor, saying anyone aspiring to become a governor of the state. So if Soludo doesn't get an automatic ticket, it will simply cross to APC and win with even a bigger margin. That's the, even if he gets an automatic ticket, if he wins the second time, it's still crossing to APC. So Ludo belongs in APC. It's as simple as that. That is his political instinct. You know, it's not a regional man, it's a national man. And ABGA very much a regional party. He indicated that Soludo will not get an automatic ticket for a second term as governor, saying anyone aspiring to become governor of the state must participate in the primary process, which he assured will be fair and transparent. If you notice, the whole NWC are here, and a group of people are being suspended from the party. As you know, I have been preaching peace because it is not in the interest of the party for us to start suspending elected officers, to start suspending a governor, to start suspending House of Assembly members, to start suspending the senator from Abia. They are pushing us far to the limit, and they are believing that the governor of Anambra State is bigger than the party. No one is bigger than the party. You will remember what the chairman of the BOT said, Board of Trustees said, that we, the NWC, must take actions so that we don't look like toothless bulldogs. So I'm not quite sure even what the backstory is to all this. If anybody knows, please bring us up to speed. Who pays attention to ABGA except people in Anambra and the East? This is a political party, and ABGA is here to stay. We have 80% agreement on those people who are going to be suspended from the party. One of those people is the governor, and I am saying we are going to just suspend the only governor we have. But if the only governor we have is pretending or playing to the gallery, making these innocent people go in and commit anti-party activities, we must nip this in the bud. So I don't quite know. I'm not quite sure even if that was what they read. They're not born them well. The only thing that has ever come out of ABGA is Charles Soludo. It offers nothing else outside of that. So the only thing to ever come out of ABGA, Charles Soludo, it offers nothing else out of that. What else do we have? All right, we have this as the last one. President Tinubu to reshuffle cabinet accuses ministers of not engaging media enough to announce their achievements. So it's the same narrative actually for the Buhari administration. I have a clip on this, but let me give you the readout anyway. And by the way, this is going to happen before the October the 1st, which is what? Within next 6 days, it should happen. President Bola Tinubu is set to reshuffle his cabinet, signaling imminent changes in the leadership of key ministries. During a press briefing at the State House in Abuja on Wednesday, Bayo Ononuga, the special advisor to the president on information and strategy, disclosed the president's concerns about the communication gap between ministries and the public. Ononuga stated that whilst significant progress has been made across various sectors, many Nigerians remain unaware of such due to a lack of media engagement. The president has directed ministers to be more proactive in publishing the activities and achievements of their ministries. He stressed, Ononuga said, he stressed that the reshuffle will help reposition the government to better serve Nigerians, whilst urging ministers not to shy away from media interaction. The president has expressed his desire to reshuffle his cabinet, and he will do it. I don't know whether he wants to do it before October the 1st, and he will surely do it. That is what I will say, but he has not given us any timeline, Ononuga said. Speaking on the performance of the present administration, Ononuga said, the president has given an order to all ministers at the last Federal Executive Council meeting to go out there and speak about the activities of his administration. Some of them have been media shy, television shy, radio shy, and he wants them to overcome all that and go out there and speak about what they have been doing. So, does it still offer more? All right. All right. Let me actually play you a clip of Ononuga saying all this. So let me play you a clip of Ononuga saying all this. So I've got just about 2 clips to play you. So I'll play you Ononuga, and then I'll play you a clip of the Oba of Benin telling us that the Yorubas are superior to the Benin.
Audio Jungle.
As a cabinet reshuffle, let me tell you, I don't have any timeline. The president has expressed his desire to reshuffle his cabinet, and he will do it. I don't know whether he wants to do it before October 1, but he will surely do it. So that's what I will say. He has not given us any timeline when he wants to do it, but he will do it. He has expressed his plan. He wants to do it. He wants to reshuffle. Then as to the third fund problem, well, I don't know whether third fund has been doing a lot of work. helping universities, not just even education, college education or polytechnics and so on, but doing a lot of work. Well, government must have looked at the money accruing to it, and must have felt that maybe if you take away 30% of whatever comes to it, it will also help the students who go to all those schools. Because that's what the whole idea is all about. The idea of NEFON is to make sure that all our children, wherever they may be, are able to go to school, even if their parents are poor. So, and therefore cannot just be building assembly halls or laboratories without making sure that even the students who are going to use the facilities are able to use them with loans from NEFON. So that may be the logic of government. That well, let's TEFON also fund NEFON. The NEFON money will not only come from TEFON. There will also be budgetary allocation from the federal government to TEFON, to NEFON all the time. So this one is supplementary. It's not only the money that NEFON will use. So I think, does that answer your questions?
Can I add some? Yeah. Yes. I also like to add some things to what Mr. Bayo Ononuga has said. We also need to realize that the president's decision to reshuffle is also based on empirical evidence. You know, he has said it when he was doing the retreat for the ministers that it was going to, they were going to have periodic reviews, and the decisions that are extracted from those reviews will be used to make that final decision. I know he's gotten a couple of reports, and as Mr. Ononuga said, when he's ready to do that, I believe he will. There was another thing that was also mentioned in terms of funding for NEFON. Don't forget that recently in the president's speech during the protests, he also ensured that some monies gotten from illegal activities were moved to also fund NEFON. And he did that and used it to fund both NEFON and Credit Corps. Also, there's something else that this government has done. All universities before used to give a portion of the IGR. They used to remit it to the federal government. That has been stopped. So all IGR that universities get, because you mentioned universities and how they can fund themselves.
All right. I only really wanted them to mention the cabinet reshuffle, which they did. The other thing that I picked up from that, you could see that there were two people speaking for the government there. So that's the battle for Ajuri Ngalale's position playing out in public glare right there. So that's Bayo Ononuga, old school and somewhat hung dog in his look, and the young upstart right beside him, a bit more polished, a bit more pizzazz. So that's they're essentially auditioning for that Ajuri Ngalale storyline. So let me play you this as well. This is really just to document this space, this never-ending saga between the Benins and the Yorubas. Who came first, the chicken or the egg? The Oba resolves it. Hear this.
Historians all agree that Oduduwa sent his son Oromia at the request of elders of Benin to return with them as ruler of their realm. Oromia's stay in Benin may have been short, but before he left, a child was born to him who was later crowned Oba, and as is known today, as Eweka I. Oromia's time in Benin, however short-lived, he was an Oba, and so he was the first Oba after the Ogiso dynasty came to an end. He established Obaship in Benin. By implication, therefore, the listing of past Obas should therefore begin from Oromia, as it is listed in the Gariwa's book. Short history of Benin, actually making my revered father 39th Oba that reigned in Benin, if the listing is counted from and should be counted from Oromia. I therefore stand before you today as the 40th Oba of Benin. a direct descendant of Oromiya, the son of Oduduwa.
All right. That video somewhat is a bit of a throwback, as a lot of people are already pointing out. But nevertheless, it affirms and reaffirms then that the Benins, they're an offshoot of the Yoruba people. So they are like the spawn of our loins. The spawn of our loins, the Benin people, are the spawn of our Yoruba loins. So the spawn of Yoruba loins. So the studio needs populating. I'll send the link again. If you want the conversation, please hop on. Let me send the link actually. So I'll send the link now if you do want the spawn. Yeah, that should get them going. The spawn of our loins, the Benins. So Omowani, they are children, the Benin people, the children of the Yorubas. So that's the link to the studio. If you want to jump on. The Kegite music, then the conversation.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Hobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikoko Niruagwete, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friend. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friend. So joining us, gas them up. So always a delight to have gas here. Baba is in the house. A real treat to have Baba. Ajan of course, steady as a rock, and Thomas right there. So that's the list so far. Anybody that wants to hop on. Let's kick it off with gas them up. So gas, I suspect you've come to defend the Benins.
Yeah, of course. That's exactly what I came. I'm not even going to stay too long. I just had to, because I knew you were going to do that once I saw the title. And, Nigeria is a country, but before I go into that, shout out to everybody on the panel. Shout out to all the people listening. Shout out to one man, my, AKA Johnny. So shout out to you, one man.
Shout out to you. He's muted himself now. I think he's been interrupted by
No. I thought you were going to respond. What's like?
No.
You know why I call you Johnny? I call you Johnny because you said your name was John in one of the live shows. So I said that's your new name. So if anyone hears me refer to one man as Johnny or Bros Johnny or Bros G, that's why I'm calling him.
Johnny be good. I know that. So, yeah,
Johnny be good. Johnny just calm. Johnny just rough.
Yeah,
that's Johnny.
Yeah. So there it is. So there it is. From Johnny to gas them up. Then the spawn of our loins. The Oba has spoken. The Edos. Not that anybody needed the Oba to speak. We always knew that.
I will listen. Like I said, I just wanted to give a quick, again, my research, my history lesson on this. I've written articles about this during my time in grad school. So the thing is this: first, there's no such thing as a unified Yoruba. It never existed. The closest you saw was the quote unquote Oyo Empire, and that was on the Alafin side. So you had, of course, the Alafin. But in terms of the historical place for Yoruba people, it would be Ilefe. But ironically, it's not only for Yoruba people because Oduduwa is the father of all mankind. So that would include all people, not just Yoruba people. But let me get to the whole crux of it. So the Oba Tokpe, right, as he rightly said, Iweka, and forgive me if I mispronounce it, I'm not Benin, and I don't have a dog in the fight. But there was a
you
shift.
never seem to have a dog in any fight. You're always not having a dog in the fight.
Yeah, I don't like to have a dog in the fight because when you start having dogs in the fight,
rabies. You get rabies.
Yeah. Not only that, you put yourself in a situation where, excuse me, I just had to say something. You put yourself in a situation where you get muddled and you get muddy. Fela had that song Rufo fight, right? So then you can't tell the difference. So I try to stay above the fray and just try to stick to the facts. So the point is that if you look at the history of that region or that area that they're calling Benin today, or Edo as they call it themselves, the Oba, that dynasty being called the Oba, there's a shift from the Ogiso to the Oba. And that shift was not a shift that happened pleasantly. Now, the information is scarce. My opinion, I won't put it out there because it's conjecture, but it didn't happen in a decent way. And you can see the massive migrations that happened, so much so that they had to build the wall of Benin, the moat, to actually keep people in, because the Ishan left, Robos left, Isoko left, Ishakiri left. So many people, there was massive migration out of Benin because of that loss of Ogiso. There's a great book you can read called The Entrepreneur as Culture Hero by Belasco. And there's another article, I'm forgetting the title, I'll check my email, but that talks about the rise of Olokun. And that actually really let me realize that there was a shift when the Ogiso was removed. And so those people who were still in support of the Ogiso were obviously vexed. So now, in order to establish the legitimacy, in order to be able to rule, the current Oba, right, the dynasty, had to get an ancient stafford of authority in order to soothe the people so that he could continue ruling. And that's why he had to go to the Oni of Ife in order to get staffs of authority to come back. And the proof of what I'm saying is that the Benin Royal Court calls the Oni of Ife Ogene Ri Uhe. I don't know if it's pronounced Uhe or Uhi, however, the Benin people will figure that out. But that's what they call the Oni of Ife. And so it's not a coincidence that in the Isoko and Urobo language, and that's why I've always told Africans we were not Christians or monotheists, the alleged word that they use for God is Ogena, right? But it's actually reflective of the Oni of Ife, not the, Christian Greco-Roman God that they brought to us with missionaries. So I'm saying all that to say that the Oba dynasty is, in many, for all intents and purposes, they had to take on the Oba title, which is largely from the Ife side of things. They had to take on those frameworks in order for them to rule. And so there is credibility to the story that there was a Yoruba, who was sent to try and create peace amongst those people who were beefing over the loss of the Ogiso. And that person found it very difficult to create that peace. So, you hear the Ile Binu, that's where you get the word Bini, because it's a land of vexation. Yeah, it probably was, because the people who are like, no, we want the Ogiso back, because the new concentration of forces with the Oba brought about severe social and economic change. There used to be the old system in which taxation was geroncratic, or however you pronounce it. Basically, it was the elder-based system, and they had more autonomy. But with this new concentration of power within the Oba system, there was falling out. And so the proof of that is the massive wave of migrations of different groups that left. So, like I said, Ishan left, the Isoko left, Urobo left, Ishakiri left, right? 4 massive groups. And that's why they had to build the Benin moat. Actually, not to keep invaders out. It was actually to stop people from leaving, because people were just pissed. So the Oba dynasty is intrinsically linked with Ife. And they are not, as what one man is trying to push, spawns of Yoruba people, because Yoruba people didn't exist at that time. Ogun, or what we call Ogun State, Ondo, they were all different. Then you had the people in Benin Republic. You had the people in Togo that spoke Yoruba. They were not under one unified pan-Yoruba, confederation. As a matter of fact, like I always say on this platform, the largest enslavers of Yoruba people were other Yoruba people. Largest enslavers of so-called Igbo people were other Igbo people with the Arochukwu, right? So we never had one identity. As a matter of fact, the people who brought that conception of a unified identity were actually the quote-unquote founding fathers, the Zeeks, the Awolowas, and the Balewas, and all those guys. They're the ones with their newspapers, because now they use ethnicity as a rallying cry to create votes in their eastern regions and blah, blah, blah. So, and their western region and all this other stuff that they were doing. But that's my whole push on the history. If you want, I'm very accessible. Cast them up at gmail.com. I know people might disagree. We can have a great conversation. I can send you all the research that was done on it from credible sources.
We've actually had a lot of conversations around this, and we've not really yet come to a conclusion. In fact, some of the biggest conversations we had on this platform had been which came first, the Benins or the Yorubas. All of the history, tells us that the Yorubas progenited the Benins.
There was no Yoruba.
But the Benins, because they are emotion-led, they recall from the idea that they are spawns of the Yorubas.
No, I don't. I think you're Kaizo. I guess you guys went to that same MI6 school of trolling, but you have this way of framing things that, of course, will agitate people. Again, there was no Yoruba identity during that time in the 1600s, 1500s. Now, you had Ife, you had inklings of the Oyo, trying to arrange themselves, but there was no unified Yoruba identity. So to say that Yoruba created or spawned, that doesn't make sense. If that's the case, then technically the Edo identity comes first in terms of a nation state, right? With Benin or the Benin Oba coming before what you would call a Yoruba identity, if that's the case. Now, if you're saying that the Benin royal family and the Benin royal state had to use the staffs of authority from Ile-Ife, 100%. And they had to, because there was issues after the removal or the fall or the transition from Ogiso to what we're calling Oba with Iweka the First. That's all I wanted to put out, like I said. So anyone, if you want to have a serious conversation, no trolling, I'm very accessible. Gas them up at gmail.com. We can have a great conversation. I wanted to run through
All
other
right.
topics.
You're always pumping out your email address. It looks as though if you don't have a friend, I'll be your friend. You don't have to beg for friends. If you don't have a friend,
Here's the funny part. Here's the funny part. You know, one man.
I'll be your friend. Don't worry.
That's true. You are a great friend of me. But I'll tell you the funny part. And I'm sure Kaz was told you, I have a channel. I just don't care about YouTube. You know, we had a great thriving channel. I just don't care about it. I'm busy, literally.
I'm going to speak to you offline. Actually, I want to be opening up the platform to esoteric ideas and or even psychedelic musings. So maybe I'll speak to you about that. You can be hosting some sessions as a standalone. Let me take you. Let me take you to the other. Let me take you to the other topics. Are you following the narrative of Very Dark Man, the expose around the Bobrisky excursion to the prisons or lack thereof, the people implicated, and threats of legal suits?
Yes, I am definitely following it. Very Dark Man is very entertaining.
How did it
don't have
suddenly
a dog
blow up? You know,
fight.
I wasn't even aware of this guy a year ago, and suddenly some rather funny looking fella is suddenly now the number one trending on Nigeria social media space. But sorry, carry on.
Yeah, no, listen, he's an interesting character. I'm always skeptical. I like whistleblowers, right? But I'm always skeptical of they're all in the same cliques, right? They're all in their estates in Lekki phase 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 99, and in their estates in Abuja and Kwarimpa and Maitama. They're all in their cliques. They all know their BS about themselves. It's like a sick, useless mixture of Game of Thrones meets Spartacus with African accents. That's how I look at these people. But I'm happy he's exposing them for whatever reason. That's a good thing. It is not surprising that the Bob Risky person was able to skirt authority. I'm not surprised at all. All I can say is, once again, this just shows that in Nigeria, if what's that the song? If the poor man steal money, we show him on crime fighters. If he steals Maggie, we show him on crime fighters. But with the rich man, he steals that African China song. Rich man steals, no one sees him on crime fighters, right? So it just shows once again that these are the things that are going on in Nigeria. And until we can change that, until no one is above the law, until the Nigerian state,
it's not peculiar to Nigeria though. The law manifests differently on the rich and the poor, universally, globally.
No, that's standard. But what I'm saying is, how can I put it? The key difference.
Yes. Good evening, Waman. Good evening. Yeah, Waman. Why don't we start from here? Do you think, and gas demo as well, you can, yes, you can put it to your question as well. Do you think high profile case like Bob Risky will not spend time in jail? Somebody will whiz him out of the jail. How popular Bob Risky was? Do you think even the claim of the guy can be even correct? Why don't we start from there? Yeah, thank you.
Well, here's again, like I said, I tend not to. Maybe one man can have an answer for you. My whole position is, whether or not he did, we know that there are many instances of people who are in top positions who should be in prison, members of the last, let's say, 3 administrations of the Nigerian government, in terms of a simple audit of funds and lack of accountability for said funds, right? They should all be imprisoned. But we know that's not going to happen. When we look at a country like the United States, as wealthy as Harvey Weinstein was, as connected as he was, going to, different places, handshake, wink, winks, funny looking groups that he was a part of. He's still allegedly, as far as we can tell, he's still in prison. R. Kelly, the same. And Sean P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, Love, whatever he wants to call himself, Combs, is also going to find himself in the same situation. You look at China, Jack Ma, multi-billionaire. The Chinese Communist Party says you're not bigger than us. He had to run to Japan. He's looking sad.
But that's a political move, though.
I know. So what I'm saying is we have to get past explaining away the fact that we don't have a strong Nigerian state, that there is no Jagaban. The state is the Jagaban. There is no cabal. The state is the cabal. And the state is there to function so that all Nigerians can benefit as best as possible. Now, are we going to say that every Nigerian is going to be treated equally? Of course not.
No. Every country has a deep state now. What we are calling the cabal, what we call in the cabal, what we call a cabal in Nigeria, they call them the deep state in America. They call them the elite there's a super class at the topmost of every societal structure that somewhat functions outside of the law.
One man, we're not disagreeing. The difference, and I don't know why you just don't connect it. The difference is your deep state, whatever you want to call them, doesn't function for the purpose of commerce, law, and order for the general flow of things in Nigeria. Whereas the deep state in the United States or in Russia or in China or in South Korea or in Vietnam, I mean, the list goes on and on and on. They take an approach to where, listen, we are going to still make decisions that are 10-year, 5-year, 15-year projections for the betterment and overall purpose and movement and capacity of our locality. The Nigerian deep state does not do that. They seem to not care. And I hope one day you stop making excuses for them and at least hold them to task to say,
I'm not holding excuses for them. I'm speaking to the reality as it obtains. The deep state doesn't operate for the general well-being of any society. They operate for control and power.
But you just had him explain to you what a deep state.
But I am disagreeing with him on his explanation that the deep state in America is not there for the general well-being of Americans. They are there to keep them in abeyance, to keep them in.
That's the thing. You don't get it. That's what he's trying to explain to you. They understand that they need the system to continue as it is, but so that they can continue making their money and continue having that fame and fortune or whatever they desire. They know that the opposite of what is the reality today would mean a total loss of income, fortune, or whatever you want to call it. If America is to become like Nigeria, whereby the whole institutions don't function like they are functioning right now, you think all these Elon Musk, all of them will exist? Maybe they will exist in a different way, but you can't afford to have the kind of you understand the stability that is in America here. People that benefit from it, the billionaires that benefit from stability. I mean, okay, look at it. If they were to have the kind of situation we have in Nigeria, I bet you a lot of the Americans billionaires will take out their money out to other places where they can get the kind of stability whereby you can manufacture things. You don't have to worry that somebody's coming to kill you in your house. You don't have to worry that you have to drive at night. You cannot drive at night. I mean, you see, that's the thing you're not getting, what man. So the
no, I do get it. I think you may not be getting what I am saying. I'm saying the deep state, like you've just described it, they keep your society functioning in order for them to continue to enjoy the privilege and power and oversight so that they can function outside of that society. they keep it in abeyance with an established structure. So that's that. But that is the same thing in Nigeria as well. But it is rudimentary and crude because of the phase of evolution that we're in. It's still the same set of dynamics, but one manifests in a smooth and well-fashioned manner, and the other one manifests in a crude and rudimentary manner for reasons of the phase of evolution that we're in. Yes.
I beg you. You like this your English evolution manifestation.
No.
Come on, woman. Don't give us all these don't sell us all this BS you always like to hear. Like, you know what I mean? I get you. I understand.
You understand because you know I'm right now. I'm always, when am I ever not right? I'm always right.
Parallel. Everybody wants to make money, right? That's the idea. But the way they are, the Nigerian leaders, the political leaders, and the elites, the way they reason, it's not how they reason here. If America is to have the kind of problem, America will not be a war power. And you know what that means?
If Donald Trump, if Donald Trump was average Joe, would he long have been in prison by now?
Well, that's the thing I want you to understand. In every society, you know, let me say this. I know our friend Gazdemov. You see, this yesterday when you asked him to comment on this guy's, the very dark man. I think the guy. I think it's chasing. Let me use your word. It's chasing clouds. It's chasing that clicks and everything. He wants to be recognized. He wants to be known. I think that's what it is for him, because everybody now wants to be having the content online. But if you look at it critically, I sat down and I listened to it this morning, and I listened and I heard it. See, the thing is this: in some societies, in many societies, there are some people. I mean, if you are sent to jail, you can opt for another form of kind of a way you can serve your jail term. Maybe the way they did it was not right, but my point is this: is that if he said, "Okay, I don't want to," can you give me put me on a house arrest? I can afford it. Yeah, they do it here in America. Some people do it. Some very rich men, they can do that. They can. I mean, during the plea bargain, they can make it like, okay, I won't go to maximum security prisons. I won't go to any penitentiary. Can't even take them to some of this where you have all this hardcore criminals. I don't want to go there, and they can just put them on the different. I mean, there are some prisons here. They're like hotels here in America. There are some prisons like that. They are like hotel. You can opt for that. So the point is this: is that I understand she can. I mean, he or she can opt for that if it's allowed. And then the other thing he was talking about as a lawyer. You have the right to guarantee your client that, okay, I can get you out of this. There are ways. If he knows the law, no more way. If you know the law, you know the way. Or because for the matter he said, hey, I'm going to get you off the book. I'm going to get you pardon, some kind of pardon. If he knows how to do it, why not? See, the thing is, we need to understand something, that not everything that we have to see from the prism of it's wrong. As long as for me, it's within the ambit of a law, or some kind of a law. Why not? Sure. But the only thing I see is that he paid, that they have some of his criminal charges dropped. That is the only way I know that is criminal. Cannot do that. So if he or she is found wanting for money laundering, why not?
My brother, listen. Look, let's look at it like this. The guy who ran the biggest crypto scam, Sam Bankman-Fried, unless they, appeal his case, he is going to federal prison, not Club Fed. He's not going to a minimum security. He's going to a maximum security federal prison. His girlfriend, they just sentenced her to 2 years. They seized $11 billion, I believe, in assets that she has to forfeit. There was a guy, Martin Shkreli. I won't say how I'm connected with him, but he also served prison time for offenses against the SEC. So we're seeing this, that even people with money have to, pay the tune when the piper plays. My point is this, because I know there are other topics and I don't want to take too much time. This is all I'm saying. As I've said before, if you look at the history of the United States, if you know, for example, New York City, if you know Chicago, you would know there were people like Boss Tweed, who makes Tinubu, IBB, and these guys look like choir boys. Boss Tweed is the one who made the quote, "You can always hire one half of the poor to beat the hell out of the other half of the poor." And he had literally like Aso Rock, he had what he had, they had Tammany Hall in New York City. And there was a lot of corruption. They would allow the robber barons, the Carnegies, the Vanderbilts, the Rockefellers to build railways, have, total save. You look at people like Al Capone, the Valentine's Day Massacre, just rampant killing in the United States. During that time of America's industrial rise, it was a terrible place to stay. Same thing with the UK. You read Upton Sinclair's The Jungle. You read Oliver Twist by Charles Dickens. You read some of his other work describing Victorian England at the time. These are places where women were throwing their babies in the garbage can, throwing their babies overboard. The water under London Bridge was filthy. It was just a mess, a complete S-hole, right? S-H-I-T-H-O-L-E.
Where are we going?
I'm almost there. My point is that in order to transition from the S-hole that they experienced, there was a concentration in state power. For example, you look at after the crash in the Great Depression, where they allowed free market economics to run wild.
Don't lose us in Americanism. Don't lose on it. Bring it back to Very Dark Man. Yeah.
Yes, the counter narrative, that the counterweight was someone from your neck of the woods, one man, John Maynard Keynes. Now, Keynes was a British economist who advocated...
No. Don't take us into deep waters. Just, we're having a light conversation. Don't take us into deep waters. Just
okay. So my point is that back to Very Dark Man. It is a problem that people like Bob. First off, it's against the law for the activities that Bob Risky is doing in Nigeria. Allegedly, we have laws against that. They raided some guys in the north. They raided some boys in Asaba for doing what Bob Risky is doing. Poor ones. They raided them. I remember 2 years ago I was in Nigeria. I saw it on the TV. They raided them, and the police arrested them. And I'm pretty sure they're still sitting in the guard room today, right? So the point is
not an offense in Nigeria.
Well, again, allegedly, there have been statements that this person has done more than cross-dress. I don't know. I don't care. As a matter of fact, I'll say something controversial. I wish all of the men were like Bob Risky so they can leave the women to me, because I want more women. I need more. Bring them all. I'll take them all, and I support them. Be like Bob Risky. Leave the women to me. But with that said, one man, let's go on to the next topic, because I don't want to stay on Very Dark Man. I want to go quickly when other people are waiting.
All right. And that's the attitude to take, by the way, to go very quickly so that other people can come on board. Tinubu now set to reshuffle his cabinet. That to happen now before October the 1st. So it's a departure from what we had under Buhari, where being a minister seemed to be a job for life.
Well, you're still showing Bob Risky. You're not showing the Tinubu quote. You haven't switched it on the screen.
Yeah, carry on anyway.
Okay. Yeah, listen, look, I mean, I hope, I'm over here in New York, right? The Nigerian, elite, they're all at the UN, you go to Nigeria House, consulate, you'll see them there, they're all there. I hope, listen, I don't agree with his economic policies, but if reshuffling his cabinet is going to bring much needed change, then I don't want his failure, but I hope he's not pig-headed to the point that he doesn't see alternative opinions. Free market policies that he's a fan of don't necessarily work to develop a country. And I think he's running into that, where it's like, they told me my Lebanese bosses told me, Shagari told me, if you do this and follow Milton Friedman, this will be great. Nigeria will improve. And now he's running into like, it's not happening. And, so now it's like, well, let me reshuffle my cabinet. Maybe they're not celebrating the fact that Now you can buy tomatoes for 7,000 naira. No one's celebrating that. So I don't want his failure, but I just hope he understands that whether you change 1,000 ministers, at the end of the day, in the long run, we're all dead. And, he needs to fix the economic policies in Nigeria. The shock and awe tactics are not working. Next line.
I'm not sure that I agree with you. A lot of people, including myself, would argue that the economic thrust of so that's somebody applauding you right there. That's there. So good to see you there. So come into the studio there if you have a moment. A lot of people will argue that the economic thrust of the Tinubu administration is the only action plan that rescues the country, but the administration of it is where it falters. So there's that argument. And just on so many prisms, you're saying free market enterprise is not for development. A lot of people will argue that it is. It's the only model that guarantees something that that automates itself, works seamlessly without needing excessive lubrication. So a lot of people will argue that. And it's
They
something.
can, and the problem is when you start to give them a history lesson, you'll do and say, "Don't go too deep," right? Like my women tell me, they say, "Oh, don't go too deep," right? No, I'm just joking. The point is,
There's no woman that has ever said.
how do you know? Have you been spying on me? How do you know,
Just,
one man?
anybody that feels the need to make that boast is trying
One
to
man, it was a joke. You've
is
made
trying to
jokes about your
compensate for.
performance with Doopsy before. You've made jokes like that. Come on.
No, carry on.
Come
It's
on,
banter.
one man.
No, carry on.
No, but look, listen, whether or not a person agrees with free markets now, the fact of the matter is, if you know the history of the free markets, you'll know that free markets were planned. Planning was not. And I'm not saying socialism or Soviet style planned economies. I'm just simply saying that it's interesting that in the very UK that you're residing in, they're not even practicing free market economics. Sweden, Denmark, the OECD countries, the Nordic countries are not practicing free market economics. In the United States, they don't even practice free market economics. You can't have a free market and have a central bank. You can't have a central bank and say you're a proponent of the free markets. It's just, these are things that are just fallacies. You can't have too big to fail where you're bailing out banks that the market has told you should collapse, and then you bail them out. That's not free market.
I think you have been literal, because if you can't have free market, if you want to take that, if you can't, you can take it to the extreme and say you can't have free market and have a government, because you don't need a government in a free market. So it's somewhat of a hybrid, isn't it? It's somewhat.
You can't say that. What do you mean you don't need a government in a free? That's impossible. How do you enforce property rights? That's what I'm trying to say.
There you are. So if you want to take it to the furthest of extremes, you can just put models in place and things run automatedly. So automation is the end point of free marketism. Yeah.
What you're proposing is part of this, engineer God rational system of like Descartes. They've been proven wrong, one man. No disrespect. Ideologically, they've been proven wrong. But I don't, like you said, we're going to go into the weeds. You believe in it, I don't, and I guess we'll agree to disagree. What's the next one? Because I know other people like Baba are patiently waiting to and rational mind are patiently waiting.
All right, I think we may well have done the rounds. The last one will be the Abga looking to suspend Soludo, who is their only governor. I'm not quite sure how invested you are in Southeastern politics.
Well, again, I don't have a dog in any of these fights, whether it's even in my state. My whole thing is, if he's suspended, what is that going to do for the people of his state? Is that really going to help the people of his state? Do they really care with the current, situation in Nigeria? So, look, listen, I'm hoping we get to a point in Nigeria where we're not, how can I say it? I'm hoping we get to a point in Nigeria to where we're not caught up with ideologues. We're not caught up with cults of personality. Who cares if Saludo's suspended? Are the roads working? Can the kids go to school? Are the public schools at the same standard as the private schools? Are the hospitals worthy of being called a hospital? You know, at 3 o'clock in the morning in Nigeria, heaven forbid, if anyone had an emergency, can you safely get on the roads and get to a hospital in a timely manner, regardless of your economic status? Is that possible? That's what we should be worried about. When we get caught up in these cults of personalities, that's what I'm saying. That's why our deep state is failing, because we don't have an idea that the nation, the state, is stronger than the individual. And realistically, that's why when we travel abroad, we get treated like dirt. That's why they don't respect us when we travel abroad. That's why they say, oh, this country hosted African leaders. Because we don't understand the power that if you create a strong central government of Nigeria, if you create a strong Nigeria for all of us, when we step abroad, we're powerful. But if it's only one big man and three LIAs in each region and all this other nonsense, and everyone has to kiss his butt, yes, sir, hey, kiss sir, and we laugh at his jokes that aren't funny, and we watch him dance, how is that going to help us? So I'm sure other people are going to come on and have a better opinion as to why this is bad for the East and this, and they might tell you have to make their case. I don't know. I just want a strong Nigeria that's working for all. So thank you guys for having me. I just really wanted to drop that history on the Benin Yoruba divide, and don't let one man, use his troll skills to tell you that the Yoruba are the testicles that or the loins that sired Benin.
All right. All right. Thank you. So that's Gastemop, of course, the mighty man himself. So thank you, Gastemop. We've gone from Gastemop to Baba. And just to correct something about Gastemop said there, I did not say that the Edo people are the spawn of Yoruba loins. It was the Oba of Benin that told us that. But Baba, you're up next. So Baba, that Edo thing, just a bit of a side dish. You can speak to it however you like. Very Dark Man Central. Tinubu intent on reshuffling is actually telling us that the minister is frustrated somewhat that the ministers are not communicating as much as they should in order to highlight what the government has been doing. So a lot of things in the news cycle. What exactly piqued your interest, Baba?
Yeah, hello, woman, and
Good to see you.
the co-panelists, people of the comment section. Our able listener watchers, I hope you've clicked the like button. You know it's very important for us to stay up every day for you. If you haven't done so, please do so right away. Gas them up. I hope you have your day in court. Over 1 hour. I think you will not have cause to harangue one man anymore. That it doesn't give you space. And you did well. You held your audience in the comment section captive for that 1 hour. That's good. I will talk on the very dark man issue, which is the burning one at the moment. Well, the world with this social media thing is becoming lighter and lighter and every time, and to the extent that they've redefined everything as we know it, the concept of life itself. Everybody is a celebrity. And to get to that status of being a celebrity, you have to malign people, you have to poke your fingers, your grubby, dirty fingers into other people, disparage people, and things like that. But for this very dark man, I think is done it to the wrong person, which is Falana. Whether we like it or not, Falana is an institution in our country. He is an institution, even if I don't want to call him a colossus, because he is last man standing. of the giants. He stood upon their shoulder when they were alive. The Akaba Shorons, the Gani Fahimis, the Dr. Agudas, Bekor and some Kuti, Anikulapo Kuti, and all the rest. He was with them. They are all gone now. So that's why I call him last man standing. And you want to smear that kind of man with rubbish like this? What was he thinking? What was he thinking? And I trust Falana is not going to allow this to write. He's not going to allow it because he went very too far. Because there are many things, I mean, I have to say at times here, but I have to hold back because not all facts can be proved or proven. But they are facts for those who are discerning. And as I was saying yesterday, what Fall said for Larry, that's the son of Falana, is very correct and on point. You see, when they pick up their phone, they talk amongst themselves. These people who live on social media, they talk anyhow. They self-importantly, they try to play to the gallery and elevate themselves to position they don't even know where it is. Telling people I was putting an hotel or an apartment and all that kind of rubbish. He solicited exactly the way Folari said, because to stay in where I call the special class in Kirikiri prison, you have to pay money if your status does not permit, because you have to your tax payment through your tax clearance have to determine whether you are qualified for that place. He wanted 3 million. And Folari discouraged him that, no, you don't do that. Coming from that kind of family, you don't do that. That is very wrong. Only for him to come later and turn the whole thing around that about a pardon or no pardon. Who pardons somebody that is still serving? Is that the law? Is that the direction? Ogbeni will come and tell us that at what point do you seek for a pardon? And for 10 million, he said he took 10 million from him. Somebody who had to beg for money. Somebody who rented an apartment in Chevron Estate and celebrate and threw a housewarming party. That's how they are. They have nothing. Absent social media, who knows us?
I think his account was actually suspended.
How much does he have in that account? Absent social media. Absent social media. Who are these people? Who are these people? You open your mouth and start blowing smoke. He was in Kirikiri prisons. Yes, they put him in special class, not because he is worthy of that status. I know he must have paid some money, but because of his sexuality could not be determined. And in the yard, he faced a lot of harassment. This idiot grew, let me use one RM colloquium. This idiot grew beards in that yard. People visited him. Like I said yesterday, the Full Gospel ministry people, the prison ministry of Full Gospel Businessmen Fellowship International, they still visit every Sunday. I called, I checked, and they confirmed. Because at times they do foray into the living area quarters to maybe seek for converts. If you're a special class prisoner, in Kirikiri particularly, you are entitled to a lot of perks. The phones they use is illegal, but it is still the officers that brings it in for them. So he was communicating whilst there doesn't mean that he was in an apartment outside.
But the emerging controversy now is the Falanas coming out to say, one, I think that very dark man may well be in trouble, saying that he paid Falana.
He's in big trouble.
Yes, because I don't think 10 million naira will even get Falana out of bed. Never mind.
Do you know the money this man has made? Do you know his properties in Abuja and in Lagos? 10 million for Falana. He will prove that the account he paid that money into. He is going to prove it. Let him come and prove it. Who gave him the account details or coordinates into which he paid? Did he even have 10 million that period? When he was saying he was borrowing money to even pay EFCC because they blocked his account. They picked the wrong person to cash cruise. They picked the wrong person.
Actually, the person that might well be in trouble will be very dark man, because all Bobrisky needs to do is to say that he wasn't party to that audio. He didn't release it.
That's what he's claiming at the moment.
Yes. So if he denies it, then it's down to very dark man to prove all of these things that is alleging against all of these powerful people.
Yeah. Because it's not nice. You have to weigh things. When you have that kind of things in your hand, you have to look. Is this correct? Is this right? Who is Falana? Who is false? You weigh it. You think. You don't just throw things in the open, because if you direct that kind of rubbish to the wrong person, that person is going to come after you. And Falana is coming after them with everything that is worth. He did not painstakingly build his reputation for these people to come and destroy. Over the years, he has his scars to show for it. He has always fought on the side of the people. And to some extent, I say,
yeah. But what he said was that that clip that we had was Idris' voice. When he said, I paid fouls, told him that they could get him a pardon of some sort, and he had to pay some money. So the point is this, is that I think there is a way that, but you see, the old story it sounds convoluted too, because if you were living in a house that, like he said, or she said, living in a house, they allowed her, the controller general allowed her to stay in the house somewhere in BTC or Lekki, and then you're still asking for pardon. I don't get it, because if you served your time, well, why do you need pardon? So that's why I'm just looking at the whole.
No. The pardon will be during the prison sentence phase, and then also the pardon clears his name, was what he was saying in that clip.
I mean, if you do the time, I mean, you don't clear. You pay the price. You pay the price of whatever crime they say you do. So why do you need pardon? That's my question. Since you've been sentenced.
No. Yes, he was sentenced and in prison, and that was when all of these things happened, not after he came out. So in that clip, he was recounting to a friend what his experiences were during that period.
Oh, okay. So because I'm trying to put a timeline or trying to put everything in perspective.
I know. You thought it was after prison that it was.
I thought it was after prison, yeah.
So, well, it's very easy. If you paid to somebody, you paid into an account in this age and time, money is traceable easily. Money is traceable. Money doesn't get lost.
He didn't use his account, and that's what he said. He didn't use it. I said he used somebody's because they froze his account. he can't use no access to his account. So somebody from America, some people within Nigeria, he mentioned one Baba Sale or whatever I call it, or the person, my daddy. I mean,
He
paid some money.
mentioned an amount.
So
If
he
you
mentioned
pay,
amount.
said you pay me, they check all my account. He mentioned a figure, 10 million. At what point did 10 million enter his account?
No names were mentioned though. The only name that was mentioned was a nickname. He said Lexi or something. He said he got that money to pay people off, but he didn't say who he paid off or who he got the money from.
So it's going to be very difficult to trace.
To trace, yes.
Yeah, because
it's not going to be difficult because Falana will present all his accounts.
I mean, those people that he said he paid.
No, he didn't pay to Falana now. He didn't pay to Falana. He got money from people and paid off government officials.
So what are those? So what are those people who paid?
But no, didn't he say he paid false 10 million to get the pardon?
No, not the person's own account. His account or account has been frozen. So
I think Baba is correct though, because I listened to the recording some hours ago a second time to be sure. So the train of thought along that 8 minutes time stamp was that he said the recording was saying where Bob was saying you know Files now, his father is the son, and that he was asking for that don't worry, this is how the pardon will be like, and that he was asking for 10 million. So if you follow that train of thought, Bob was suggesting that the Falana was
actually he was soliciting that money from the person on the other side of the phone.
Exactly.
Is it what playing the clip again?
No, it's not what I'm coming.
Let's listen to it. I mean, let's listen to it so we can.
Okay, yes, you can listen. You can listen to the boy around the. You see it around the 8-minute mark. You would see that
I
he made
think it's
mention
only about
of that.
6 minutes. It's not 8 minutes, but let's listen.
Yes, all right. In respect to Bobrisky, what I'm about to post now, a lot of names will be mentioned. These are people that I also respect, and I believe a lot of Nigerians respect them as well. I am very, very disappointed in the agencies that are involved in this. And I believe that this call recording that I'm about to play, even Bobrisky will not expect it. That is what is crazy. But all the people that will be mentioned, I don't care. You understand? I don't care. And from today, no longer respect for all of you. As you can see, it is a call. Listen.
You know, I'm a very big influencer. I have over 5 million followers on my Instagram. So, my Facebook. And they're paying me on my Facebook every month. So I'm okay. So they were like, all those money cannot still make me buy a house of 450 million naira in Pinok, and where I'm staying in Chevron, blah 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 blah. The shah put the money laundry shah. They charged me to court. So when they charged me to court, we had to beg them that okay, if they want to remove the money laundering, how much would they collect? They said we should go and bring 15 million that they will remove the money laundering. I talked to my friend. I called my friend, because I can't use my account. I wanted to send money from my account, but he said I'm still under investigation. I cannot withdraw from my account. So I now called a few of my friends. Polanco, Elele.
Mm-hmm.
That Polanco, yeah, is my very good friend. So I called him. I told him. I was like, no, I can't want to send the whole. I can't want to send the whole. He now I gave him my brother's account. He now sent 8 million naira. He can't only send the same year.
Yeah.
I was even shocked that he can send that kind of amount of money. He said, Omogidini Oshomopega, a very nice person. So I called Demola in New York. Is my friend too. Mm-hmm. Demola sent 1 million naira because I had to call the people I'm close to, people I trust. Demola sent me 1 million. Yeah, Demola sent me 1 million naira immediately. Transferred 1 million naira to my account. Then I called other few people because I can't start making call because I don't know who set me up. So let me not start calling the wrong people. Do you understand?
Sure.
So I called the people I trust. So the money shall complete 15 million I paid. They now remove money laundering. They now took me to court for spraying of money.
Okay.
And I know that the whole thing started from when they gave me best female dress. You saw that video, Abi? That they gave me best female dress.
Yes,
That's
yes,
when the
yes,
whole
I
thing
did.
yeah, yeah, that's when the whole thing started from, jealousy, everything.
Envy.
So we shall got to court. I shall told them that I'm guilty, that maybe court will even pity me or say, oh yeah, pay fine
I know.
or community service. Sadly, the court sentenced me. So, I was on my way to the prison. Then my godfather called me and said, you will not enter that prison, don't worry. Let me make arrangements for an apartment close to the prison. That is going to call the controller in that's overall in Nigeria, in Abuja, and I will talk to them. They shall talk before I come back, they now took me to one apartment that I must not come out till I finish my sentence.
That's so
That
fast.
the
We thank
Oga
God for
said they should
that.
come out. The Oga said they should come and keep me here. That I mustn't um, I mustn't go like enter data, but nobody should know that I'm not there.
Yes.
You know. So they said the guy will collect money. They wanted to give them 7 million naira. I had to call Elele again because there's nobody for me to call. Elele um give me 2 million, the balance of 2 million. So now I'm supposed to come out in what's it called? Ending of July next month,
Okay.
29th. Bad guy. His father is a son. So first reach out to me. His father spoke to me. His father said we can apply for pardon.
Okay.
That pardon the president, because it's
Mm-hmm.
federal, that my case is federal. That's so that the federal can actually pardon me. That's the president, that
Mm-hmm.
he can do it. That if they pardon me, I can even leave here by next week. Do you understand? I don't have to wait till like ending of next month.
Okay.
Okay, so the man started the pardon. He said he wants to send it to the Minister of Justice in Abuja. So Minister of Justice will now send it to President to approve it. But Nigeria now, Nigeria with the corruption and everything, they take it fast to him. That the man, the lawyer said they will collect 10 million naira for
Jesus.
him to, yes, that pardon will clear my name off the record.
Of the record, which is not bad.
Yes, that which exactly. So, there's nobody to call because, like, I have friends, so, but, you don't know who set you up, and
That's
they've not
true.
opened my.
So you see, one man, like I was saying, that if you follow the train of thought, it already supposes that it was within the context of Falana
He said
and
Falana
his son.
called him, reach
Yeah,
out to me. Can you
yes.
imagine Falana called him?
So then, Baba, what I can see here is that there's no there's no consistency in what Bob Brisky is even saying. It seems to me that Bob is soliciting for money from the caller himself.
Exactly, person he called.
Yes, so he was trying to look for a ground to which to request for money.
And
Now, this
mentioning
is
like Falana, it's like, oh, what that 10 million really?
yeah.
Okay, I'm going to give you, I'm going to drop it.
So like you were saying, because I listened to the show yesterday and I heard what how you started, and which is very very correct. I feel I'm sorry that I'm taking something. I feel that this issue is like you said, is a issue that has to do with trending and social media and the rest. And VDM has the way he came in. You can't really say this person is an activist. You can't say he's a commentator. You can't say he's a social media personality. They just come in. I mean, I think it's part of their generation, And for years we've seen people like this before. It's not the first time we've seen something like this. I mean, look at the case of the El Sabots of this world. the Kemi lawyers, they just come, the gist lovers, Tunde Not, we have and Daddy Freeze. There was a time Daddy Freeze was always on the news for everything wrong. So it's a way of generating controversy to generate traction. Then from traction, they can have money from their Facebook and their feedback. And that was where he missed it, because he should have, before you begin to name names, at least you have he claims he knows Shehu Kuti, and Shehu Kuti is the son of Fela.
Let's not drag this in. It's a private conversation. He's having a private conversation.
Yes, I'm going somewhere. I'm going somewhere with that. That's what I'm saying. That's even the reason why he should not have even put it out there.
He didn't put anything out there. Somebody he dropped into our conversation, his conversation. That's what happened. I don't think she did it. Okay, everybody hear me what I said or no? I don't think that's what happened. Somebody hijacked that conversation from somewhere.
He has to be the second party in that conversation now.
So yeah,
regarding it surreptitiously,
set down maybe that one. So now, as if you release that thing, let's not do this. Just go on. I don't know.
But the way you interrupted, I don't even know. Okay, anyway, what I'm going to is that it was even wrong from the onset for him to run that kind of commentary, because if you look at the way after the ending of that recording, if you hear what VDM was saying and insinuating, now the main problem is that what he was insinuating, he might have been saying things like, if this is true, I'm trying to look for a way not to hold himself accountable for what he's going to say. But then the damage has already been done, because he tied Femi Falana and his son to the 10 million naira that was requested. That alone has already caused the damage. And Femi Falana and his son, I think it was Fal's lawyers that were the first to release and say and ask for an apology. And one man, I heard you when you were saying that when they asked for that you should take down the this thing, that the damage that has been done. I think it's part of the remedial action that should be taken. Even in the US, they still ask people to retract a publication. It's part of a way of showing that you are apologizing and you are taking a recourse for an action that you took. You understand? So I feel that is necessary, and it's a way of showing apology. Because you see, this current set of this generation, have you noticed something about this? His fans, they call themselves the Rattel. I still don't see a difference between the way they operate and the way the obedience operate as well. Because yesterday, when some people were saying, why is it that the VDM does not even confirm these things before Falana? Is it true or not before he posts this kind of damaging information? There were people from his fans that were silencing people, bullying them, and telling them to shut up, telling that VDM is fighting for the rights of Nigerians. So that is becoming a problem. And if you notice something about his trend, he doesn't really have a pattern of loyalty. Today he can attack Obi Governor. Tomorrow he can attack EFCC. Then next tomorrow he can attack police. He's all just doing it. You begin to wonder, what is his motive? What is his objective? Is it just to cause a disruption in the system? So I think that is, and I think at some point somebody has to come and somebody has to use that as a kind of scapegoat to kind of bring normalcy back into the social media space.
Yeah, thank you. Let me continue.
Baba, let me say this. One man.
Yeah.
We always talk. I hope you are not recording me when we talk.
It's such a thing. I'll tell you that I have been recorded in a private conversation,
Wow.
and it had consequences which I didn't like. You just don't know what the intentions of people are. It's
one man, this is what is trending now. People record people, they will keep it for a future fight or something. People are doing it. I've so many recordings that have scattered family, if you are talking in a private conversation, you can be open to somebody, just talk anyhow, and you don't know that the other party is recording you. So people have to be people have to be very careful who you talk to and how to talk to people. People are
Mr.
doing
Thomas,
it
Mr.
very, very
Thomas, you are
well
raising
now.
a very important point, because that's another point that I feel maybe Ogbeni at some point should come in, and also if you can give us a legal background on it.
No, you don't
Because
even have. You don't need Ogbeni. First, if I call you, if you must record me, you have to tell me that, Baba, I want to record this conversation. That is legal. When I give my consent, it becomes legal. When you record me,
That's the law in this country as well.
yeah, when you record me without my consent, it's an offense, big offense.
And it's also not legally tenable. You cannot present it as an evidence.
Woman, can I
That's
say
why you
something?
can't use it. You
Baba,
dare
can
not
I say,
expose it.
But
Baba,
you
I want
can
to say
use it.
something. You see,
Hold
so
on. You
the
can
reason
use
I'm
it
asking that
hold on now. Okay.
the reason I'm asking about Ogbeni's take on that is because it even varies from region to region. For example, in the United States, there are some states that are one-party states. Like a state where I stay now, you can initiate a recording, and the other party, you don't need to request consent from the other party for that recording. Meanwhile, in another state, is a two-party state. You need to request and say, can I record you? Now, and before you do, and I don't know what operates in Nigeria, but I feel that a recording where you don't take somebody's consent, where you don't request somebody's consent, should not be something that is tenable in court, because it is apart from the fact that it is disrespectful. It is very, very hurtful. It shows. I mean, this is a vulnerable moment. You don't even know anybody's recording. Now we have good things like maybe there's some. I know of some phones that once the other party hits the record button, your phone or the phone application will inform you that you are being recorded. So you can either end the call and you can continue. But in a situation where you have somebody that's even recording with a second device, that is very difficult to now track. So it's a really serious thing. But I want to believe that in our courts in Nigeria, I want to believe that such kind of recording that is not with consent should not be tenable in the law court.
All right. Let's get back to Baba. But Baba, in that recording, he said categorically that his godfather said he wasn't going to spend a day in prison, and they subsequently rented him an apartment. So that clears that up. He wasn't put in any VIP.
Story.
Oh, no, that was what he said. So you can't.
That's what he said. I'm telling you authoritatively that a story.
You can't say story now. That he's talking about his own experience.
Oh, look, go to the site, Full Gospel Businessman Fellowship. Those who go there.
No, Baba, nobody is disputing that there are VIP sections within prisons. But what he is telling you is that he did not set a foot in that prison.
And I'm telling you, the people saw him. He grew beards. He has hospital records there. People visited him in the hospital. The day he was to be discharged, they made a mistake in the date. He was sent back to the yard and later discharged, I think 48 hours later. He was trying to solicit funds, made himself self-important. Look, you don't know how these people operate on whatever this social media thing. They do all manners of things. They raise money. They talk about what they are not. I don't know how to. It's just that all I know is that he is in big trouble. He has a big mouth, and that big mouth is going to bury him. And the person who released that tape he doesn't know what he's doing. You see, most of these people, they call them Gen Z, Gen X. They don't know anything. They don't even know where we are coming from. They think everything is light. They don't know implication of what you do.
Baba, do you think that?
Hold on. Let Baba go on for a moment so we can move the conversation on.
Yeah. They don't know what they are doing. Maybe if you will have done it with a lawyer like the other one now is also thinking it's important. That's a BBO guy. What's his name now? He only was involved with
Festus Keyamo.
No, not Keyamo. Those are old hands now. This new one. There is this one who's talking about end bad government who was involved and things like that. All these people are traders. All these people are traders. They know how to chop themselves. But this one is an interesting one because I know Falana.
You
And
know,
the wife.
I would like this guy to face consequences just to mark a
Look,
caution in
relax,
that space.
woman.
Yeah, yeah.
Relax, woman. You will see fireworks. You don't build your reputation
Baba, are you
painstakingly
talking about
over the
Yemen?
years
Baba, are you talking
and
about
fight on the
Yemen?
side of the poor, only for one of them to come and want to destroy everything you've built through rain, sunshine, blood, tears. And people talk about 10 million. What's 10 million? How many dollars is that? Less than $6,000 for a Falana, whose wife also is a son.
No, Baba, I must obey. I mean, money is money. If you're a lawyer,
Money, no. There
hold
are
on
some
now.
money.
Let's not no. If you want to argue point, let us argue point about certain things. But like, if you are saying you're a lawyer and you want me to use your service and you are charging me for 10 million, don't tell me 10 million is a small money. It's not a small money.
To Femi Falana, it is. Femi Falana, it's a billion naira lawyer.
No, don't say it's a
Have you hired a son before, RN? To knock the let me tell you, to knock any can I finish?
Hold on, Baba.
Any son in Nigeria to knock their door.
Sorry, Baba. Even junior, even senior lawyers in Falana chambers, 10 million naira is too small for them. Even because he has a large chambers, even the more senior lawyers there, you won't even get to get a handshake for 10 million. 10 million naira is not
don't
money.
say all these things. I don't believe all these things you're saying. I mean, maybe
10 million naira is not money.
Forget it. Well, you can say it's not money. Yeah,
it's not money now. At that level of function, it's not money.
Everybody, no. Come on, let's not do this. I mean, everybody has every lawyer has what they charge. If I have, depending on the case or how you see me, if you see me as somebody who cannot afford certain amount of money and you feel like, okay, I want to help you, okay, give me 10 million naira. Yeah, every case is. I mean, most lawyers, they will charge you based on how they perceive your income. Lawyers, they do that here. When they see that you're not somebody who makes a lot of money, they look at it. I mean, some lawyers will ask you,
It's Falana we are talking about.
No, let's forget this Falana, son or no son.
People have status. People have chips on their shoulders.
Well, I understand people have chip, they have status because, like you said, he's a son. But if that's what he said he wants, well, what are we talking about here? So don't say because it's $1 billion
Calm
lawyer.
Down. Don't worry. He will prove it. Because Falana, I know, will not look in his chambers. There are, apart from the madam, who is also a senior advocate of Nigeria, there are other 2 senior advocates that grew up within the ranks. To become a senior advocate, I don't have to say much, but it doesn't come cheap, apart from practicing at least minimum 10 years and winning cases in Supreme Court. So they can talk all the nonsense in their comment section here, cranky head of people under 30 years. I don't give it them. But I know that they will be punished and punished severely. That's my take on that.
All right, Baba.
Can I quickly say what I wanted to say then? Because I think it will tie into what you wanted to say too.
No, I wanted to move away from that topic because I thought we were over-laboring it. But make that final
statement. Sheun didn't pay a penny. Falana fought that case as Fela's friend.
You're backing them in the comment section now. Make that statement. Hold on, Baba. Make that statement ASAP and then we move on.
Yes, I feel that because Deji Adeyanju has responded, and I think is the one representing at the moment, because VDM might change tomorrow, but I think is the one representing VDM, and I think there's been some conversations going in the background because VDM has the last video he made, he came out and made a kind of backhanded apology. It's not really I can't call that an apology because he didn't say sorry, but he was trying to patronize Femi Falana, calling him his uncle, calling him his father in activism and the rest. So I feel that there's been some movements in the background to try and correct him. I just see him more like a young man. I know he's Gen Z, and I feel that there's something that has to do with his upbringing in terms of the parental side.
Where's it from? Where's it from? Is it from the Middle Belt? It's from Plateau.
He's from Edo State. He's
Edo. Oh God, that explains everything, isn't it? Sapele water.
So back because that's where I feel that we've not really discussed about in this platform. You see, there's and I know you guys will agree with me. This is one of the epidemic epidemic of single parent raised households. I believe that
Don't go there. Don't go there. They will descend on you. Leave single women alone.
I know. I'm ready. But you see, and actually, anybody that wants to really look at what I'm saying, they should look at it from the results and see, do they want something that will be better for them? Do they want something that will be useful, economically in terms of social utility for them? I mean, if you want something that will bring about benefit, then you are looking at something that's tied to traditional value systems. And VDM himself has said it in the past that his father was not really there. I mean, he was raised primarily by his mother. So you see in the way he composes himself, the tenacity, in which that drives some of his narratives. While they may be useful, there are things that show that there's a void that he is trying to fill. The way he talks, the way he acts, the way he reasons, the way he analyzes.
Are you psychoanalyzing him now? Are you qualified?
I know. I'm coming. I'm going to carry back.
One man. Hold on a minute.
Hold on a minute. No. Hold on.
No, one man. Hold on a minute. No. This guy is talking about VDM. It is going for his personality. One man, please hold on for 1 minute.
Have I abused him? I've not abused him now. So why are you saying I'm going after his personality?
No. Hold on. Everybody hold on. He's interjecting Baba. So you're now coming to interject. Let him land, and then you come in, and then Baba, I'll give you one more topic, and then we go on to Ajan Lekoko.
I don't want to interject him, but I want to correct him. He should stop.
Stop. What has he done?
What have I done?
He's going to VDM personal. He's going to his personality. What is a single parent has to do with the voice note and whatever? If there is a voice note, hold on, one man. Let me just land. Yeah. If there is a voice note and they call Falana, cause whatever they want to do, the actual thing that they need to do is to pick up both of them, VDM and Bobrisky. To me, I feel Bobrisky, if Bobrisky is just making all those things up, they will just running up and down. We don't just take what somebody said, a convicted criminal, and take it to start judging a person of such character like Falana. To me, it's a simple matter. Bobrisky had a big mouth, and he will pay for a big mouth. In America, so you have a big mouth.
Thank you.
I don't know why people just running, start calling, this, that. It's the Bobrisky's problem, and he will solve it.
Hold on, Bob, but there's no basis to pick up Bobrisky.
That's the basis. Bobrisky has the voice.
Now. Oh God.
Okay.
People are hold on. People have to leave slots for people to. So if somebody wants to say something, let them say it, and then you come after it. There's no basis to pick up Bobrisky because Bobrisky did not release the tape one, and he has distanced himself from the tape too. So what would be the basis of it? Unless they get a voice expert to assert that.
One man, forget all that distance. This is nobody's playing with nobody here. That's Bobrisky voice, two-way conversation. His number, that is his voice, not just his WhatsApp number, not like it's just a audio tape played. This is his record screen WhatsApp number. His picture is there, everything. Hold on, please. Guys, if they want to do anything, the police will pick up both of them, investigate them. They're the third party to it that released it. And the person that released it, the person that Bobrisky was owing money that he finally paid. Not that they just got it from a thin air. So what are we not talking about? Bobrisky is supposed to go back and they're supposed to scrutinize him. If they find me wanting, then go to jail again for indicting people for reckless talk. We know people has big mouth. People show off. People like to say things that is not there. I don't know why we're talking about these things. Since I've been hearing these things, only the people that want to make a more out of hand take these things that far. Is Bobrisky and VDM so problem? Mostly Bobrisky. I mean, Bobrisky, I call her name or he or she.
All right.
I don't
Okay.
know why
Please,
this guy
Wama,
now left
can I
there
finish
and
my
went to his
train of thought?
PDN's father's mother. Is raped
All
by a
right.
single father. What's that mean? What does that mean, my dear
No.
friend?
That's his opinion, and it's entitled
No,
to
no,
it.
no, no. You don't go to
No,
the
hold
international,
on.
it's international this thing now.
My brother, it is my
One place.
opinion.
Man,
It's still
calm
my
down, my
opinion.
brother.
Nobody should
Don't be
overdo
gaslighting
it.
people like that.
It's still my opinion.
Please.
And number one, the opinion
Let me
itself
moderate.
is
Yeah.
not. The opinion itself is not an isolated opinion. I started by saying that number one, that information that came through VDM himself, and then number two, it's something that is available out there. Then number three, it has been a trend. This is not the first time VDM has had a run-in with other personalities in Nigeria. So there's a trend already. And then number four, the EFCC has already even demanded and invited him and Bobrisky. So that is already in the works. And so they will interview the two of them.
The prison authorities have initiated an investigation as well.
So what he's asking for,
yes, yeah.
Yeah. So what you're asking for that you want, they have already, law enforcement has already started working on that. So we're and then don't forget that
a lot of people are querying that the EFCC should not be investigating itself; that it should be independently done.
Yes,
that's correct. Anyway, I think I agree with that. ICPC can do that.
Since they are a party to the case itself, then it should be independently done. And but the idea is that none of us here would have, as big as Bobrisky's mouth is, as big as that, that argument might be, none of us here would have been aware of that recording if had VDM not put it out there. So there's no way we can, absolve him from that responsibility, which is why I went into what I said, because it's part of what we're talking about here. The Gen Z generation, they are the ones that seem to want to talk to elders and without thinking of the consequences. We've had a lot of revolutionary figures in the past in the world, but there are ways to go about things that you do. You can't just wake up one morning and look at a personality like Falana and then talk to him and then talk anyhow about him. They now come back and now start finding a way to apologize. Why didn't you, if you had taken the right approach, if you had done your investigation, if you had, you have the ear of Seun Kuti. If you had called him, I heard something, can you confirm from Fars? His Fars is also a friend to him. You could have called him and said, is this so? Then you couldn't have damage, but the damage is already done. People that have been looking for a way to smear Falana, we know he has his own enemies in the nation. They've been able, now they can able to say, this is what this person is doing, and they can run with that. So I feel that this generation, they are more reactionary. They act first before they think, and social media has not helped matters. So there's a way that, there at some point there is a need for a kind of normalcy. And what I was trying to say before was this, that I feel
but you've repeated yourself many times on this thing.
I'm just tired, one man. If I interject now, you say I'm disturbing the show. Why can't you just let this guy just be saying? I don't want to use the word like he woke me from my sleep. What's this guy saying? What's he saying? Who's this guy saying?
All right. Even Baba had the floor, but ASAP.
What? Even Baba, I'm angry for Baba to even let this guy to start to talk this long. What's he saying? Who's this guy, Seth? You just come and meet elders beyond me saying all this kind of nonsense.
Do you have any problem with me?
I have problem what you are saying. I have problem what you are saying, my man.
No. I don't.
Okay, let's give it a wrap. Let's call it a wrap. You understand?
I want it to remain convivial. I don't want it to go in the direction.
Yeah,
but if you stay focused on the point, this thing now, why is it just talking, gaslighting?
I feel that Falana will not take this matter to that extent. I feel they are already talking to him, and I feel that he would.
I disagree, because its reputation, which is its number one stock in trade, has been publicly impugned. Or I think that guy has to make a public retraction and an apology. But Baba,
sorry, one man. It's not the same Sheku that came out that said he gave VDN the permission to go ahead and say anything. See, he was the first to listen to the tape.
Yes, I saw him on Instagram.
So what are this guy saying here? Like he's talking to people that only that have smartphone. You say Femi, Kuti, you are talking about
world peace. When I heard Sheun say that, I wept internally. wept internally in the
Papa, it's
sense
not what
that
we're supposed to be talking. That's what we're talking. This when I had everything is going, I said this is just a bunch of. We should not, because it's a simple matter they are making. It's not. This not make sense. If two of them is found wanting, two of them will be going for him, both the VTN and the Bobrisky. VTN should caution itself, because sometimes you mind how you jump out. If sometimes you have, as I said, just say my mom used to tell me, when you react so bad when you are right, you become wrong. You have to caution yourself when you are reacting.
What piece? Sorry. What you said now, is it not what I just said that he?
No, I don't need what you said. You just insulting the poor guy. Personality. Take your to the stage. This is my friend. I don't want to hear you. Baba,
Please, I don't like the way you just
see. Please, Baba, don't scatter my my character of thoughts. I beg, Baba, listen. This matter, like I said before. Oh my God! Now,
except you have an issue with me at all. I
don't have issue with you. I have issue the way you present. The young man's personality. My father was in see for 40 years. I didn't see my father.
Hello. I did not say
hold on.
Hold on. No, I was talking.
My brother.
You give me a time to. You give me a chance to respond.
Hold on. I've not finished. What are you responding for? What I have not finished for? My father was in London for 40 years. He just moved back to Nigeria 2010 here. I'm in my 50s. So like 10 years. I was like 10 when my father finally stayed back in London. I didn't come back home. My last born that is 40s, like it was 0 age. My father came home pregnant. My mother left. That does not make us stupid.
Oh, okay.
Vivian's father did not die. They separated. Hold on.
Hold on.
Let me land. They separated. It's not what you jump into. So we know single parents they have issues, but not just all. Don't just use that to gaslight the issue. That does not correlate with what is going on right now. If Vivian has a big mouth, it's his problem. You have people that have double parents, even grandfather, they still have bad characters. What will you say by that?
All right.
So just take it easy. If you want to stick with the issue, Baba, talk to this guy now.
Calm down. You see, the thing is, the weak in the society and the poor, they are the losers in all of this. I can't see Falana coming out now to advocate for this class or classes of people. That's what he's been doing all his life. And look at where that has gotten him. I know the hoopla this has caused with some section of the society, the youths, simply because Falana did not lead in the End Bad Government protest. So they've been waiting for this opportunity. No, they don't think. They just one side, one track, they just follow it.
Is this not a conspiracy theory you're trying to bring up here now?
Well, I may be wrong, but I just put that out because that's where I suspect. Because if you were not born when most of them, you will have heard of a Falana, what he has done for this society. When it was so dangerous to do it, other people ran away into exile. Falana stayed. Falana stayed. You don't know, all others have died. Femi died, Beko died, and several others. But he stayed alive. He was in Itaoko. You know Itaoko? Colonial jail built inside Ekpe Peninsula. They used boat, canoe to get to the place.
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
Sorry, Baba, I'd like us to move on from this topic. I think we're over-laboring it somewhat now. So round off your thoughts and then we'll move on.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I see is the weak and the poor in the society, those who really need help, particularly civil matter help and things like that, are the loser, because I don't see Falana coming out again with his full chest to fight on the side of the oppressed. He will not do it. Even people like me will advise against it. He should leave them alone. Face his legal work, go into retirement. Whatever happens to them, happens to them. Because I don't like smearing people, particularly with falsehood. That's it. He has paid his dues. So let me go to the other topic. I think I would like to talk about the new deregulation that's happened in the PMS section of the oil industry. Well, I don't know what the president meant by they are not going to get themselves involved in the price war that's going to emerge very soon. Fine. If you are not going to be involved in the price war, anticipated price war, I hope also you are not going to sell Forex to the independent marketers. Because if you are selling Forex to them, you're still part of the confusion in that industry, in that space. But if you are not going to sell, let them source for their Forex privately, bring in their products and compete with Dangote. But they are just dreaming because you can't compete with somebody who owns a factory. He's producing. He will undersell you and drive you out of the market. If you don't get bankrupt in the process. Because it's a deal. How do you want to compete with Dangote? Because now they are saying, oh, Dangote's product is too expensive. They can get it in cheaper. The Dangote is saying, oh, ours is 15% even cheaper than what the importers will do. We are not even talking about the quality now. We're talking about pricing. So the war is good for the masses. And I like it that the government is leaving them to their own devices and concentrate on the CNG thing, which will help tremendously to reduce the price of transport in our country. If they can get it right and have... Yes?
So what do you think, if I understand, because I wasn't here when one man read the article. So if we're to understand, going by what one man said, people allowing NNPC and Dangote to butt head, and these people continue butting head, who's going to suffer it? And Tinubu cannot make a decisive decision here, being the president and being the Minister of Petroleum. So what are we talking about here? Where is the leadership? The leadership here by this same man you people promote here, like I said, is some kind of genius.
Now you sabi whether you won't slam him or not. We are talking about issues now. What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, the consumers are the winners. When there is a price war, they are not going to escalate it upwards. Dangote come and sell for maybe 500, and they can come and say, okay, ours is 497. Naturally, people want to go there. Dangote will look again and say, no, come buy mine at 400. So let them kill themselves. But all I'm saying is that the marketers are just being delusional. Because Dangote has a well that is not going to get dry. He has a factory. The refinery is there. He can outbid them. And he can become vexed and say, okay, I leave you to the Nigerian market vagaries. I'm going to export. Look at me, look at the sea. I'm going to export all my cargo. So let them fight that fight. But all I'm saying is that the government, if they are not going to get involved, they should not sell Forex to the independent marketers. Because now that we are selling to Dangote in Naira, we are short of Forex. So that little Forex that we need should not be given to those independent marketers to import. They can import on their own, source for their Forex, bring them in and let them start selling to the public. And Dangote also will undersell them, but they can't beat Dangote. That I'm sure of. So the masses are the better for it. So government at least can concentrate on providing CNG facility for the private and the government buses, so that the transportation will become cheap and there will be less pressure on the fuel. So in all of this now, we will know exactly how much fuel we are using every day in our country. Because as of now, even that 6 billion they say we are owing to the independent marketers, the part of the thing they use is 60, 63, 68 million liters a day. When at the beginning of removal of fuel subsidy, the whole thing dropped to about 33 million. So when did they rise again to the old practice of the Buhari era? We don't even know. Upon that, now they say we are owing 6 billion. I don't know who's going to pay that. So good, that one man. I think there is one more topic I can't remember. Okay, the ministers. Well, it's an idea that is overdue for
Baba,
practice.
only give that a minute, just because of other people.
Yeah,
so
okay.
Give it 1
I
minute.
think Tinubu should, like yesterday, the ministers should have been changed. But then the ministers not emanate, disseminating information. I think I still put that at the doorstep of the chief of staff, because it's like the engine room of the government. Any minister that is not performing as a chief of staff, you are supposed to correct them, except maybe because all of them lack initiative. The way I look at them is not even the fault of the ministers. It's like somebody has warned them that before you do anything, you must take permission from this caller. And that permission not coming, they all keep quiet, because none of them is selling their product, which is their ministry. The only person I see that's making an effort in that direction is Keyamo in the aviation ministry. And he was a success at it, or is a success at it. But the others are just dormant. So that's my take. Thank you, one man. I yield.
All right, Bilan. Excellent. Thank you, Baba. So thank you, Baba. Let's go on from Baba. Let's go to Ajale Koko if it's ready. Rational Mind if it's not. But gentlemen, let's try and speed it up so that we can get to the voices a bit quicker. Ajale Koko, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Let me start with Bobrisky. You see, a lot of people will go to prison on this defamation of character that they think they can just carry out online against somebody. So Bobrisky, I think he will soon go back to jail again, soon go back to prison. And I want to assure you guys that he will deny that statement that he made in that video when they charge him, or let me say they carry a lawsuit against him. He will deny it. And particularly, I don't know why some people, like yesterday, when Ogbeni was insinuating that Falana, you can't trust all this, our lawyer, all this human rights, they do some shady deals and stuff like that. I think I came out against him saying, you cannot conclude. You are sounding conclusive already on this video. So
hello? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but I think it dropped. Maybe.
Yes, I think it's driving, so maybe it's gone through some.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can now. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. So, yesterday when Ogbeni was insinuating that Falana is not that clean, we should. When he was expressing disappointment at Falana that it took 10 million, according to what she was saying. I said, Benny, you can't conclude like this. You just heard one side. You've not heard the other side. and you are sounding conclusive that Falana has already committed an offense. So, yeah, I don't know why we want to believe or stand by what an ex-convict is saying. In this country where I live, once you are an ex-convict, I mean, your integrity will not be trusted again. Your integrity will not be trusted again. So, and look, he might be having some kind of bipolar issue, because when you listen to everything he said, he was you can see inconsistency in from one point to the other. I call so, can you give me money? I don't want to get that money by myself. I don't want
Ajalo
to.
all was Baju. That tape was all Baju. She was just making mouth for the opposition person. I don't know who she was talking to. She was just making mouth, and that man to put her in jail. That's how I
Yeah,
did. Sorry.
yeah. I called somebody in America. He said, "Oh, he just released 2 million to me, this and that." Look, because I don't know who is trying to set me up. I don't want to use my own money. You see, I think it's preparing herself to go back to prison again. Femi Falana is a son. He's a constitutional lawyer. He's a man of good character. He's a man that has built a good reputation, one of the best that we have. I'm not saying that he's perfect. I'm not saying that he cannot do wrong. But for Femi Falana to go low, to say, "Oh, come and give me, I will go and meet the president, so that they can pardon you," this thing. All right. Where they met, where he made the payment, all those documents and everything that he used, the account he paid to, everything will be asked for. So, look, you will see her very soon begging online again. So I just think that she have some kind of bipolar issue, and her mouth, these people that run their mouth online all the time, running all sort of rubbish.
Like us, you mean we gather here every day to talk rubbish to Ajale Koko. So no,
No, we come here to discuss issue concerning our nation, politically, economically, and other issues that concern our. We have different opinion on that issue, so our own is different. But all these show people that run their personal, podcasts, showing off. They have billions. They do this. They do that. So many times, because of attracting people to their platform, they will just run some untruthful things on their platform, and easily they will get in trouble. So I think she was. I don't know what is going to happen, because I know that he's going to get in trouble with this. He's already in trouble already. EFCC is going to invade because he accused so many people. He mentioned He mentioned EFCC. He mentioned Falana. He mentioned some other people. So he's going to. He has so many battle to fight at the same time. At the same time, can he win those battles? It's going to be difficult for him. So I believe that Femi Falana will want to show to Nigerians that he is not a corrupt Nigerian. He is a man that has built a reputation for it, and a professional.
Ajale Koko, we're losing you. I think we may have lost you even.
Can you hear me, one man?
Yeah, we can now. Carry on.
You can't hear me, one man?
We can now.
Yeah, I think Falana wants to show.
Yeah.
Okay, he want to show to Nigerian that everything that she said or he said in that video is a lie. I believe he will come out with something, maybe before the week runs out, and and she will come to beg to apologize.
You know, Ajale Koko, in many ways, I see Bobrisky as a victim in all this. To all intents and purposes, it was gisting with his friend. Maybe it was chatting shit. But who amongst us is not talking nonsense when they're talking?
Yes,
you
right.
know it was being recorded and it didn't put the thing out. So I can't see, why everybody is weighing so heavily down on him. He didn't put anything public. He was just talking nonsense with a friend who he did not know was recording him to make money.
One man. The person he was talking with is the person she's Abi, he or she here, but I don't know to classify Bobrisky. It's the same person he was owing. The person put it out. Now he has paid now. The person wants to get his money back, and you warned him. Very back man came and warned him, and he was still making out, and they just put that one out, and he rushed back to pay the money. Now he's distancing himself and says he's a victim. How is he a victim? When he was back doing that one, that same guy was calling the guy.
But it was a private conversation.
Hold on. At the same private conversation, he was blackmailing the guy. Said the guy engaged in LGBT movement. The guy was smooching him. Guy, all that blackmailing the guy. He didn't see that as a bad thing too. I see this matter is just a childish matter. It's just a child.
What one man is saying is what I agree with, in the sense that Bobrisky, all the things you're saying were private conversation.
Okay, hold on, my brother. I don't know your name. I think you are the ASAP. I think you are the ASAP. And you don't. I think you don't understand my English very well. I said this person that put it out is the person Bobrisky is owing money, and he blackmailed the guy, and the guy need to retrieve his money, and the guy released the tape, the commercial they have. So it's between him, Bobrisky, the guy that owed the tape, and a very dark man. I don't know where we just busy ourselves about this thing. This is a case the police is looking into.
Is this the second time you would interject me? You've spoken.
You are interjecting me. You are correcting me, and I tell you should not correct me, and you don't know you are picking offense.
Yeah, no, I don't want us to go in that direction. Just let's keep it friendly. Coming
can I finish my thread?
Yeah.
So I feel that like you said, Bobrisky is not, and then if you notice it, the lawyers, when they were going to send their notices, they didn't send the notice to Bobrisky. They sent it straight to VDM. I mean, that means they don't see VDM, they don't see Bobrisky as the respondent. If unlike what World Peace is suggesting, because if what World Peace is suggesting is the truth, then they would have sent the letters straight to Bobrisky. But in this, that's why we're saying there's no way the world would have known about all this recording if VDM did not put it out there. Yes, Bobrisky at some point we have to answer to the things he said, but the main person who put it out there and ran a commentary on it was VDM, and he is the one that is the respondent on those notices, not Bobrisky. So I agree with you.
All right, back to Dan Coco. Yes, it's just an innocent standard by, in all of this about Bobrisky. I cannot see how they can drag.
Oh man, you are doing Yorubalism, nepotism, tribalism. holism and whataboutism.
How did I come into this? Where did that one come from? Where did that one come from?
How did tribalism enter this matter now?
How did that
What is how did they take analyze issues? How did tribalism enter this matter now? Okay, is one piece Edo from Edo?
No, it's Japanese whiskey. It's Japanese whiskey.
But it's from Edo, right?
It's been drinking that.
What is? Are you from Edo?
You're from Edo. Everybody knows that. It's a
okay, and VDM is from Edo. We don't see the tribalism when you talk.
Okay. I
All
didn't
right.
even
I know why
you better don't say anything against Edo when everyone is around.
Why is this guy attacking me? What have I said now?
Wama is doing Yorubanism. That's a new language on me.
I just the one that say, why this guy they attack me? What did I talk? Say, what did I talk way bad now? I never even talk anything. Now it makes sense. It makes sense now.
One man. See, there's no need speaking on. Actually, I don't say she not speak on the matter, but is between VDM, Bobrisky, and the guy that gave the VDM the tape. And again, I did. For me, I'm very disappointed why fast, because truth to be told, I have not seen any letter from Falana Chamber, so that would not be pulling the guys. Probably is that there, but I have not seen.
I saw it. They say it's
okay.
It's out there. We read
out
it
there.
out there.
Okay, all right. But the one I first saw is that fast giving VDM to apologize. There's one thing I learned in Japan: when you try to defend so badly, means you are wrong or complicit. Because if you are not involved, you don't bother yourself. Because who has this problem? Actually, is Bobrisky. He alleged he caught 3 people. He didn't just say one person, and he tied it was a leading conversation. He said he went to prison, and his godfather called. We are yet to find out who's the godfather that said that he will not go to jail, and they rented an apartment for him. You see where he's going. He indicted the godfather, the prison director. Then he now went and called it. Then Faz's friend called him, and I said, okay, that's where that link it to Falana. So you see that I just look at it and say, well, this girl or guy is just having a big man, and this man to put into trouble. And I look at when I saw this guy talking about it, where that man, I said, this guy to activism. Well, this part of activism, you will go to jail because you believe in the truth. Your passion for what you like will always take you to prison, and the truth will always keep you going, hope, and you will stay there for a long time. You come back, but with time, you keep adjusting to it. Falana did the same thing during Buhari and Abacha time. Falana keep going to prison. Falana was writing articles in Concord and Guardian, and those days he would put it out. They stole this money. He didn't put caveat. They will arrest him again the next day. So he's supposed to understand activism. But what I expected is for them to they would have ignored this is childish talk, psycho talk. They would have picked up Bobrisky to come and say true or not. Because Bobrisky is an ex-convict. Bobrisky have to go to all reasonable doubt to prove himself that he's not the one or is the one.
All right, thank you. Back to Ajani Koko. I disagree with what you said, but I want to keep the structure of the stream. Back to Ajani Koko.
So, one man, I think I want to agree with you that Bobrisky is a victim in this, because he was just like Whoopi said, that he was talking to somebody that he owed some money, and he was just talking gibberish and nonsense.
I saw Dun.
Show your pomposity, all this lie, this false life that they live in Nigeria. All those people, they call themselves, what do they call them? Is it superstar or celebrity?
Influencers is the
influencers and stuff. Yes. All this false life they live in, So that was what she was doing, and she just, and unknown to her or to him, rather, that somebody on the other hand was recording her or him, and now VDM bust everything to open, and he was acting crazy online, talking, I'm not going to hide anybody's name. I don't care whoever that is going to be a victim in this, whoever that is going to run into problem can run into problem. And it was just part of those stupidity that they do online when they are running their personal platform. So many people, VDM will get in trouble, Bobrisky will get in trouble, and maybe some other people will get in trouble, but it's because Femi Falana, you want to charge it to the mud, constitutional lawyer, they will tell you that they know the law better than anybody. So I'm expecting Bobrisky very soon to come out and apologize and beg for forgiveness, and I think that is what
I would like to see that
going
very
to
dark man. I would like to see that very dark man punished, because it's getting a bit. There was a time he was dragging it with Iyabo Ojo. Then there was a time he was fighting it out with Tonto Dike, and then he's just hopping from one big name to another, trying to, clout off their name. So I think they should pull him up short, and I think this might well be that window.
That guy they call VDM.
Yes, it's a notorious clout chaser.
One man is not.
He's a notorious One Piece brother.
He's just doing what he likes. Just that he will get shaken. He will get shaken by time.
Maybe that.
Mama, you're looking for trouble this night.
Maybe that room that Bobrisky left in Kirikiri. Maybe he needs a new occupant.
VDM will learn with time. He will learn how to put caveats in his words, and he will learn how to choose his words correctly. At least I did to Showore now. Showore did a revolution now. He did 2 or 3 years imprisonment. So you have to understand that's part of activism. Next time he will choose his word carefully and learn how to put caveat in what he's saying. If you have said allegedly or according to this tape, then they will not hold him responsible. I don't see, for me, I'm not seeing any way this will not involve him. He will do small time, or will get a slap in the rig, or will get a serious warning, so that you understand. But I don't see Falana jailing there, because he was once an activist. He did worse than this, so...
But this is not activism, now. This is defamation.
VDM did not defame him. It was Bobrisky that defamed. He spoke.
Bobrisky did not defame him.
Bobrisky, there's something you're not really getting in this thing, though.
I don't understand why he said people feel like he think he can lecture me or make me...
Warpis, hold on. Let me cite an example for you. There's a case currently in the US. It has to do with medical stuff in Georgia State. I'm going to summarize shortly. The doctor was performing some surgery on immigrant women. One of the nurses went to tell ABC News about it. ABC News, instead of them to do their findings, they did small findings. They saw that there was not much evidence. They took that story and ran with it. To cut the long story short, that doctor is suing ABC, not the nurse that broke the news to ABC.
Okay, I got what you said. Like you don't get what I said. I said VDM with time.
All right, guys.
Let me say this one man. Wait now, one man. Let me say this now. Wait, sorry. No, I'm not. It's not fight. I just
hold on. It's getting a bit skittish now. Where it's getting a bit. Make that point, and then
yeah. I just said VDM will learn with time. They learn how to choose his word carefully. Activists always get in trouble because of their truth. I've never supported VDM. I point out the mistake from both side of the game or angle of people involved. I've not at once supported VDM on this. He didn't put his word correctly. He did present his case well, and he will get at least a bit, or I don't know how they take the case. It will involve him too, because he presented the case out. But to say Bobrisky will not involve, if Bobrisky let go in this case, VDM will let go too. If Bobrisky get punished, VDM will get punished too. That's how I see it. And one man, I yield the floor. Thank you.
Okay, let me round up one man on that issue. So, well, I will expect them to come out with apology, Bobrisky to apologize, and I will expect VDM to apologize to Falana so that they can beg for forgiveness. So that
Ajale Kubo, sorry, I have a question for you. One man, I'm very sorry.
I wanted to move away from this topic. You know,
that's all right.
That's all right. Ask the question. Yeah.
Yeah, I will expect them to apologize. They should reach out to Falana, and whatever the lawyer is saying, they should do for the public to correct the good image of Falana that they defame. They should do it, apologize, and reach out to them to see how they can settle it amicably. But on the side of the EFCC, I don't know how Bobrisky and VDM will not get punished because government have responsibility to be transparent in carrying out their function, and they have that responsibility as well. People in charge of government agency to maintain that integrity of that is expected of government agency, transparency and integrity. So now that they have made, they defamed them, they said they collected money, bribe. I think the government will act, and that might land them in problems. So, but out of Falana, they can easily escape that. They can bear for forgiveness, and I will expect Falana to forgive them, and just see them as young boys that are just doing their rascals online, and just treat them like his children. So that's the way I will leave that there, woman. And so on the, what do you call this man? The presidency spokesman. Ononuga, who said that cabinet reshufflement. What did he actually say? One man, please.
No, it said there was going to be a cabinet reshuffle before October the 1st. And it also said that part of the criticisms against the ministers is that they are not communicating at the achievement of their department and by extension the administration enough, which is a criticism that the Buhari administration labored under. They never told us what they did in terms of achievements. But yes, a reshuffle for non-performing ministers.
Well, it's not reshuffle. It's not the issue. It's not what can bring good governance. What can bring good governance is, a good coordination.
Sorry, Jalikoko. Nuga, is he do a good job? Is he communicating with the people? What's going on with Aso Rock and to the people? He should be the first to reshuffle.
No, he communicates daily. He's probably one of the most effective communicators.
Okay.
In that.
I said that because I always hear him when it's something very important.
Do you follow him on Twitter?
I follow him on Twitter, but I've not seen anything special. As in, he come out on something very something that is eye-catching, that which is obvious. But I've not seen communicating like the most common thing, like today, right? That we are putting pressure of rice or beans, or we are planting this or no, I don't hear that. It's just the bigger one, the bigger picture everybody knows. He will come and speak about. That's not the kind of communication now I expect him to talk about. But it's okay. He doesn't reshuffle Tinubu's cabinet. but Jamila supposed to be the first. Onuga supposed to be the second.
All right. What piece? We'll try and get to you fairly quickly, but let Ajan Lekoko land, then we get to Rational Mind, and then ASAP, and then you.
Sorry, I'm going to sleep. I've not slept since yesterday. I just joined.
You're
Yeah,
still
I'm going to
recovering from that heavy beating
yeah,
from the
I'm going to
Edo
sleep.
election.
If I don't sleep now, I cannot catch sleep. It's going to 11 now on my side. But if I wake up, you're still here, I can join you again. All right, the nice one. Okay, I greet you. Okay, Jalikoko. Later.
Okay, well, please. Greet my Peking from you. Okay, so it's not the cabinet reshuffle that can bring good governance. What can bring good governance is a well-coordinated governmental team with well-coordinated team in government and the effective implementation of the policy. So the policy must of the government must be what the team in government must pursue vigorously as a team in order to achieve results. And there must be a way to manage it, to evaluate it at every step that is designed to achieving results. There must be a middle, there must be, short-term goal set for that implementation of that policy, and the long-term goal. Short, medium, and long-term. So and the person that's going to be in the front, to manage that policy is the president. Because when you are coming into that position of presidency, you must have been well prepared for what you want to do in all sectors that drive the management of the state. So in the areas of education, healthcare, security, and welfare of the people. So all these things, the president must be in the lead. He must be, initiate these ideas and lead his team to implement them effectively for governance. So if the president himself, as the leader of the government, fail to lead the team and monitor them well, have a mechanism on how they can be well monitored and achieve results, then it's to fail. So if it's blaming these people, some people cabinet reshuffle and this thing, it's because in the first place he failed to appoint the right people for the right position. If you have appointed competent people that he himself have known for a long time, that can help him drive that policy, and they drive it together to achieve results, he will have achieved a lot of results. He will have achieved a lot of good results for that country. But let's see how many it's going to take out. But I think we treated it here before that all of them they will sack all of them and, bring some back and with some new members of the cabinet. So, but let's see how he's going to do it. Um, if Tinubu fire or maybe take down many of his of his cabinet member, if you take out a lot of them, that will tell you that um, uh, they failed, and himself too.
You know, I don't have the anticipation that he will take. I think he'll probably take out about 2 or 3, but then he'll move quite a few of them round. He'll just change the portfolios.
Oh, move them. Okay. Let's see how he's going to do it. Because if he should take a lot of them down and bring in a new team, I will see that as a failure on his side too, on himself too, for not choosing the right people in the first place. You know, to manage those government position. So, but let's wait. Let's see how he's going to do it. But my own is that he got a big responsibility first before others, and he should be able to bring team of people that can work with him to achieve his policy. He must be in the lead to pursue that policy to achieve result for the good of the people of the country and the country as a whole. So the president must wake up. Um, I mean, some few policy that he has executed have not done good for Nigerian people. Few of them that we can say. Some people will say, oh, it's okay. But to some of us, we don't think it's okay. Like the removal of subsidy, I'll still say it tomorrow. It's not a good thing to remove subsidy. The corruption there is what should have been tackled. Nigerian people shouldn't have been subjected to what they are today. The suffering is too hard. Uh, if we talk to people at home and they're telling you what is happening, particularly the way some people come in, knock on the door of people they don't know. They will just show up at their door and come and beg that I have children at home. I don't have money to feed them. Whatever you have, can you just help me for God's sake? People that just from nowhere, they just show up on your door. They knock on your gate and beg. So it's happening. So I think the president has to do redirection of his policy in such a way that he can show sign to Nigerian people that is ready to start solving the problem and put the interest of the people first. So that's my own take there. One man. Let me leave it for others to speak. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Well done, Ajale Koko. So that's Ajale Koko. So Rational Mind, you're up next. Rational Mind. Rational Mind. Beware of spinners. All right. I think we may not have Rational Mind fully. Let's see if we have ASAP. Yes, if anybody wants to, yes, the floor is yours. Take the floor. Speak to us as you see the politics today. If anybody wants to hop on. And also, please click on the like button. We need the likes going up. It's been a moment since we hit 100 likes, so click on the like button, please. ASAP, good to see you.
Yes, woman. Thank you very much, sir. Good day to everyone hearing us. Please like and share and subscribe. Woman, I greet you again. I greet Baba Ajale Koko that just spoke. I greet everyone and Thomas as well. Baba Australia, I greet you. It's a long time. And Rational Mind as well, I also greet you and all panelists. So I would start from
what of World Peace? You not go great World Peace.
Yeah, you know, yeah, you said
Me
it.
monk. She ninja ti tẹ́lẹ̀ ni.
I don't even know.
I didn't know where that came from.
Honestly,
I think it's been
I was
drinking
like,
some
what?
of that Japanese whiskey.
Àbí ṣó ní mi nínú tẹ́lẹ̀ ni, ṣó ní mi nínú ni.
nígbà tó ti go after VDM yẹn tó ti sọ̀rọ̀ against ẹ̀dọ́ yẹn One Piece ò lè gbà láéláé One Piece.
mi tẹ wá mention Edo, mi mention one man ló bí mi pé where is he from? Èmi wá sọ pé Edo state. Ó ṣáà connect yẹ pé okay Edo VDM let me attack this guy.
Ọba àtọpẹ yìí.
Ọba àtọpẹ yìí.
I you know well I'm not pé mi ní sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́bẹ̀ mọ́ so ẹ jẹ́ fi eré àbẹ̀ yẹn. So I'm not going to say yeah. So I think what concerned me about the economy that really struck me today, which I don't know. I know that one man and Babajale Koko would have seen it and the audience as well, was something about the what's it called? The things that the budget that we have, I think 800 million naira approved tricycles, bow, and the rest. And then I think he bought some cars. I don't know how. I mean, I don't know how true that is, woman.
Carry on. It's not something that I have. Yeah, carry on. Educate us.
Woman, what is really happening? Because I want to believe that the president is doing his best, but I would love to see more in terms of the way he engages and the way the economy is being run. I'm not too pleased with it. So, for example, I think yesterday you were talking about the interest rates, and people were going back and forth with it and the rest, and how it is moving away investors and the rest. I want to believe that people like Yemi Cardoso, I mean, woman, you sold this man on a very, you sold this man to us, and that I thought when initially when you talked about this man's CV last year, I was expecting much from him. So I really feel that if I were to score their performance for this administration, I don't think I would even score it up to 5/10. So that's my main take about the economy, and I expect that maybe.
All right, who replaces them? Who replaces the Tinubu administration? You see, sorry, because I think we cycled this wagon in the past. A lot of people criticize the performance of the government at the moment, but then when you ask what's the better plan, who has a better plan, then people start to struggle. So they'll start to come up with names like Shore. And Shore may have a better plan, but Shore is not likely to be the president easy. So anyway, but carry on. Sorry, yeah, carry on.
Woman, I will not lie. You are very correct. When you immediately ask me that question, I don't have anybody as a replacement, to be honest. So I would not suggest that there should be too much shuffling of the cabinet. Like the person you mentioned as what's it called again? One that we mentioned for Minister of, I think is it the information and the rest. I think they are doing their best. I just feel that
Ononuga.
Ononuga is sorry, Bayo Ononuga. Yeah. I feel that they are doing the best they can do, because who else again do you want to bring into reshuffle? Someone like Yemi Cardoso. So who do you want to bring in? But I just feel that there's no political will to really drive the economy in the direction that they want. So I feel they've not made enough sacrifices. I mean, if you have someone like Akpabio on our Senate, I mean, what else? How much progress can one make in that kind of a situation? But if they can at least have some feelings for the people and make sacrifices where necessary, because people are really suffering. Look at the issue of the Dangote refinery and the NNPC and the rest. I thought they were discussing at some point that there's another refinery. I think who is the person again? I don't know if it's the company, what's it called? Another private company.
BUA.
Yes, BUA. I was thinking, was it Beto or BUA? Yes, BUA. I don't feel that Dangote should be the only refinery that is private that we have. I expect that the government should support and give people like that BUA, so that it will generate a lot of
the
competition.
problem is he is not ready yet. It's a long way away from
completion.
Yeah, from completion.
So because having Dangote alone, I mean, it's not going to, and we've seen it already. And I remember telling people back then that even if you have Dangote running the refinery, we're still back to square one, which is what we're experiencing now. I mean, with the marketers saying to do that, they will buy from. I'm not an expert in that area, so I don't really understand what's going on. But I believe that with my little knowledge of economics, if there's more competition, then there will be more a kind of a free market that will allow prices to be determined by the market itself. So that's what I feel about that.
All right, brilliant. The reshuffling. Are you satisfied with the quality of ministers that we have at the moment? Do you think they are up to the task at hand?
No, I'm not satisfied with.
What man? Are you going to somebody else?
No, I came to you, but you were not there. Then we went to ASAP.
It's okay. It's okay. Just go. Maybe when he's done, then
Yes, you're after him. So I think you may well be the last person unless somebody pops in. Yeah, back to ASAP.
Yes. So, one man, I'm not satisfied with. I'm not satisfied with the ministers that we have, and I feel that we need to really. I can't say they should change them. I don't advocate that they should shuffle them, because who are the ones they're going to shuffle? Who are those that they're going to bring in? They're still the same old. It's still the same. And then even another thing that many of us might not be looking at is the state government themselves, because they are also part of the problem. For example, with the revelation of this flooding in Borno State as well. And I heard, I don't know how true it is, allegedly that there have been donations towards the state, which has gone into government coffers, but we don't see all of those things being implemented. So if you look at that, for example, that is not on a federal level. That's something within the state. So there's is not. I don't think that if we even reshuffle the cabinet, right, that will naturally change the state of things in Nigeria.
All right. Was there anything else that piqued your interest in the news cycle today?
Nothing else apart from those things.
All right, brilliant. Let's go on to Rational Mind, and then we'll cycle the conversation again. So, Rational Mind, you're up next. We're talking about Very Dark Man and the wahala that he has gotten Bobrisky and Falana into. Tinubu says he won't intervene in Dangote NNPC price field. So you wonder then what purpose is serving as a president. The APGA, they are looking to sack Soludo to suspend him from the party, even though Soludo is the only governor that they have, is the only star in the party. The Senate confirms Kekere Ekun as second female CJN, so that rubber stamps complete. President Tinubu set to reshuffle cabinet, are complaining that the ministers not engaging with the media now. So That or anything else that interests you?
First of all, thank you so much.
Oh no, not another dip in and out. Are you there? Knock, knock.
Yeah, one more. I remember
something
something I was going to say. Can I just, while he's away, I'll just quickly say.
I'm still here. I'm still here.
Okay.
You want to say something? You said? All right. Anyway, so for me, Soludo, what I think about Soludo is that you see, Soludo is in a deep mess. He might not get reelected in the next election. The pattern of what we're seeing with APC, in which they're just grabbing every state now. It might happen to Anambra and Abia State, but it might happen too. And if you remember what this guy said, this deputy speaker of the House of Representatives, he said they're going to take over Abia State, and he was saying except in a way he was saying except the governor, the current governor, he came from what's it called, from Labour Party to APC. It might be that something's going to happen in Anambra State. So the thing is this: is the Tinubu is I've said it before here one man that some people don't know they were creating a monster in the person of Tinubu. Tinubu is the person who doesn't tolerate rivalry. Does not tolerate. Everything's about him. It's not about the people. APC is going to win more states. And I know all this preparation is because they know they cannot win in a normal election. So if they can take over many states, and that will be their springboard in rigging the election for 2027 for Tinubu, because Tinubu knows that you never get reelected by Nigerians. Nigerians will never vote for him. So by setting up his machineries in the locality, if APC can take over at least 20-something states, he's guaranteed of the 2027 election. And that's what is playing out already. So, and he needs at least that's a wide appeal. Like, okay, among the Igbos, at least if I can take over Anambra State, already I have Imo State in my pocket. If I can take Abia State and join it to it, then I'm guaranteed of at least those 3 Igbo states, and I could create an illusion, a facade of the election whereby, oh, they voted for me from that area. Because I know that's what some of you were saying here when APC took over in a fraudulent way, they took over Edo State. So my point is that I'm just seeing that playing out. So I think Soludo is seeing the handwriting on the wall. And I think that's the sentence jittering because this is a guy, Tinubu is a monster. That guy's a monster. I mean, you guys don't understand what you guys are up against with Tinubu. I mean, this is a guy who promised when he was not, I think they said that video was when he was not even a president, which I doubt. He was saying that, you want a Edo State, I'll give you a Edo State. As the president of Nigeria, I'll give you, my goodness. That tells you what you need to know. So we were seeing all the shenanigans we're seeing, all the video clips and even some of the reports that we're seeing coming out from Edo State tells you that it's the same pattern. Look at it. They did not win 2 senatorial districts. PDP won 2 senatorial districts, but yet APC won. See that math? So that tells you that this, and it's the same pattern they did for that presidential election. How many states did Tinubu win in the presidential election? But yet they declared him the winner. Even his own state, Lagos, he lost it. But look how they do that mathematics. They gave him some close. You see, it's the same thing they repeated in Edo State. PDP won 2 senatorial districts. APC won only 1, and yet APC won the election. You see that? When I saw that breakdown, I was like, whoa.
RM, can you repeat that again?
What did you say? Can you tell us again? One man, rational mind.
I don't know say you did listen to Aja.
What is senatorial seat in this governor's election? What are you talking about? Let's hear you.
PDP won 2 senatorial districts, Central and the South.
In which state?
In Edo State now. You know win it?
No.
APC
has 2.
They don't count it like that. What they do is they go local government by local government on governor. This is not senatorial. This is not.
Anybody can. Okay, can we go and dig that thing out?
They don't hold on one man.
I understand. I understand what you're saying. I understand. But
You can't base
the
it on
logic.
district when it comes to government.
But I'm not
You have
saying.
to base
Hold on.
it on
Yeah,
local government by local government. Yeah.
I get it. I get it. It's not
Yeah,
like.
the highest number of votes.
But they had. Hold on. They had the highest number of votes in South and the Central. APC only won. Where the magic came from was in that what's it called? From that northern senatorial district. That was where all the magic came from. And the margin they put between them, the gulf between them and what's it called? And PDP was so like.
Where did you see that?
Hold on now. Is that what?
Where did you get that information?
Okay, woman, can you pull up this the analysis that they did on Channels News some days ago at that very day of that election, maybe a day or after that day. Look at that analysis that the guy was doing for one other guy that works in the Channels. He break it down. That was why I saw it. That they won 2 senatorial districts. APC.
You mean Ogunsanwo?
I don't know, maybe Ogunsanwo. I just watched the clip and then that was it. The guy broke it down. They won 2. PDP won 2 senatorial districts. APC
After the election.
Yeah. One man, can you? I don't know. Okay, you just go and look at it. So my point is that if going by what I heard, what I saw in that breakdown, then it tells us that we are up for something in that country. When somebody that does not even have the majority is being declared the winner. When I mean the majority in the sense is that it's 2 senatorial districts where the population is. Look at how they do that. They do that. Wayo. They go and put everything in the north because they know that north, which is from Yoshomogli, they now, in fact, even the turnout there was not even like the one in presidential election, but the turnout was massive in this gubernatorial. That's to tell you that there is a lot of manipulation. You will see some places whereby only 500 people voted.
Under which authority is that guy that you listen to?
Okay,
under which authority?
Can you? I can't do that right now because I'm using my phone and I'm my phone is switched to. I have to switch.
Is that person an INEC official or how?
No, it's an analyst on Channels. That was why he broke it down.
What of if so that guy, that person you are referring to is a PDP man, right?
No, I don't think it's a PDP man. He's an analyst. Just an analyst on Channels. Look for that.
What's the name? What am I looking for?
Just say Edo, breakdown of Edo State election. I think about 2 days ago, or I mean that's either that very day of that election or the day after. That was
on Channels.
On Channels, yeah. On Channels. So that's where I'm going with. So I was like, oh my goodness, look at how they did all this. Look at Tinubu won how many states? Is it 13 states? The closest rival was what's it called? Was Obi in terms of states. Yes, look at how they do that, Magomago. They give these guys a call. You see, let's just leave the whole thing. I know we just know that this is another new normal by APC.
Rational mind. They actually won 10 local government, not what you are saying. No, PDP won.
No, PDP did not want. If they want, how many local government did they have?
They have 18 local governments.
So are we going by local government? Are we going by the size of the area they want?
How do they win? Okay, how do they win?
18 local governments they have totally. 18
now.
Is the local government by local government they collect the result?
That's another thing. They did not collect that's another thing. They did not collect the result in local government. They took it to INEC office. You see, go and listen to this analyst.
That's what I'm saying now. Is local government.
I don't even understand what he's saying because Ekpobolo won 11 out of 18 local governments.
Okay.
11 he won.
Yeah, 11. Yes, 11 out of 18. Yes. That was what APC won.
All right, I'm just going by what.
So where is the breakdown?
I think this is the guy. This is the guy. Yeah, that's the guy.
Yeah, Ogunsanwo.
Can we listen to him? Can we listen to one man so that I can?
Let's see. Tell me if you can hear it.
No, we cannot.
Declared
no,
that only one out of Edo's 3 zones. You heard me clearly. The winner that has been declared only won the majority of votes in Edo North. Edo Central and Edo South was won by the PDP candidate. So this is the first time in Edo's history that the governor will be declared winner, though he won only in one senatorial district. So for those people, they look at it as a sign of the end times. For those in the APC, they say nothing is impossible. But fundamentally, Ayotunde, there are three ways I want us to quickly take a look at this. The first is we all missed it. We said going into this election, it was Edo decides. But based on the realities and what Sheung and all our other correspondents have described this election, it wasn't really Edo decides, it was bribery decides. What we saw was manipulation decides. And some observers are even saying INEC decides.
Do we have these on full authority? I mean,
earlier today, the civil society organizations, especially groups like IAGA, released a message that showed, and they clearly in their message said they are concerned about the transparency of this election. And that tweet was made by IAGA, and we had all the organizations sign up to that message. But beyond that, the other concern is this is the 7th time we're having governorship elections since 1999 in Edo State. The question is, are we making progress with our governorship elections, especially with what we've seen in Edo? And finally, when we still talk about the fundamentals, people talk about the global standard of elections in the world. And if we were to use this, for instance, and we were to just put this as a sign of what the global standard and how transparent elections should be, if this is the global standard, Ayotunde, what will the Nigerian standard look like? And I would like you to take a look at the global standard. And here's what the Nigerian standard looks like. So we see clearly that we are still far. When we conduct our elections, we are so far. The image of what the global standard looks like and how transparent it should be and what the Nigerian standard is quite different, Anthony.
So is there any correlation, Babajide, I mean, as to how the people of Edo State voted, during the last presidential election and this present election, the governorship poll?
Some correlation. We see if we are taking, and if the candidates are taking a look at.
One man, Edo South, wait. Edo South, 52% of the voters' population, Edo South. Edo North, 28%, and 16% for Central. So how can North vote alone for a Bobolo and beat 52% voters in the South? This guy is talking rubbish.
Where are you getting your own figures from?
It didn't back. What he even said.
Where are you getting your figures from?
Back it up with. It didn't back it up.
Hold on.
Check the statistics.
I thought he's going to make reference to.
Hold on now. I gotta go.
Numbers.
Yaga. Can you let me talk? One man did not play from the beginning. From the beginning, there were charts that were thrown out there. He was analyzing those charts. If one man, because I don't know, we don't have all the time for this. I think it's about 9 or 11 minutes total for this analysis that this guy did. He was showing charts. He was showing figures as to what happened. I said maybe INEC has brought up another, but I think it was going by what was on IREP or whatever. I don't know. So, but that's what I'm saying. I'm going by what he said, and then they are going by those charts that he used. So, but except you guys have the different chart or a different final result that came out.
No, the only thing that is 52 North, 28. I mean 52 South, 28 North. That's the population, and 16 Central. That's all. So if you come, we're not talking about. We're talking about. No, that's the simple arithmetic of it. So, because he's saying that Ekpobolo only won in the North, and then failed in the two other. How can 28 be more than?
Yeah, you see, the point is this: I didn't mean one man played it from the beginning. You will see there was a place he showed where the discrepancies come from was in that North, where they had a huge margin above what's it called? Above okay, maybe one man wants to play it. Let me allow him to play it if he wants to play it.
Now, the results of the governorship election, of course, means different.
Let him play it now. What is it?
Why are you playing it?
Oh, come on.
Let him play. Let him play.
All right.
different things to different people. Tonight, Babajide Ogunsawo, founder of Leadership by Data and Channels Television's data analyst, is right here to share more insights about the governorship election in Edo State. Babajide, it's great to have you again.
Good evening, Ayatollah.
All right, so the elections have come and gone. The winner has been announced. But looking at what has played out in this governorship election, Babajide, are you surprised at the results?
There are a lot of ways to look at it. Yes, I'm surprised because for a lot of people, it means two things, just as you've said. There are some people that look at these results and say it signals a sign of the end times. Some look at it and say nothing is impossible. What I mean, Ayotunde, is for the first time, citizens in Edo will have a governor based on this election, the results that have been declared, that's only one out of Edo's 3 zones. You heard me clearly. The winner that has been declared only won the majority of votes in Edo North. Edo Central and Edo South was won by the PDP candidate. So this is the first time in Edo's history that the governor will be declared winner, though he won only in 1 senatorial district. So for those people, they look at it as a sign of the end times. For those in the APC, they say nothing is impossible. But fundamentally, Ayotunde, there are 3 ways I want us to quickly take a look at this. The first is we all missed it. We said going into this election, it was Edo decides. But based on the realities and what Sheung and the other correspondents have described this election, it wasn't really Edo decides, it was bribery decides.
All right, I'm here. So that's it. Yeah.
Oh, that's it. Okay, I don't know, but I think there was a part of it. I don't know, maybe this very one where he was showing charts.
Sorry, one man. Can we just look at the local government? I sent the breakdown to your phone. That's why I joined. Stop watching all this propaganda video. Who is the man? What is he? That we should trust what he's saying. Let's look at the breakdown by
this
local
guy,
government.
all these are obedience now. They just come bold faced here to rubbish.
Látòrí bẹ́ẹ̀dì lọ ti wá tákù rational mind. Ẹni tó ti sùn. Ó gbọ́ rational mind ó dìde.
Platform yóò ní gbàgbà
Oh my God. Àwọn people yìí ara wọn ń balẹ̀ tó bá ti gbọ́ pé wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ sí APC wọn pẹ̀lú gbogbo shenanigans tó ń ṣe.
No, it's about facts, RM. It's about fact and truth. That guy, I mean, he don't truth on the head.
Hold on, Baba. So I've got the what you sent on the screen now. I think Kulata may be busy. Carry on, rest number.
No, you go down there. You'll see the breakdown by local government.
Yeah, no problem. Let him go by. Let him go. So we see.
All right. What are we looking at?
The results by local government. You see each local government who won between APC and PDP.
Oh, all right. So
I see that APC has like 10 or something. PDP. I mean, you can see it's all there.
But you did hear what the guy said? Before you start coming like and
no, it's not what the guy said. It's what data is saying. Data.
Well, no, what data is it? What data is it? What data is it? What data is it?
Wọ́n ní data ní ká tẹ̀lé.
Facts versus opinion. Facts versus
rational mind. The guy was talking a completely different thing. He was taking a narrative and twisting it. He was talking about senatorial
Don't come here and don't give me that something.
Hello, you have been talking since now. Let us talk now. Let us at least contribute.
It's my turn to talk. It's my turn. Right. I want to talk, you talk.
Oti Dasirov. ASP.
If you want to go that way, I'll go that way with you.
If
you want to go that way, I'll go that way with you. Yeah. So I don't want to stifle your voice, but then if you want to say, oh, it's your time to talk, no, it's not your time. It's my own time to talk. Yeah, no, that's the point. So, one man, the thing is this: I understand. I'm going back. I think that very clip you played was the very place where he was doing the chat, and he break it down in Edo North. That was where. So that was where they had the margin, that huge gulf, that huge gap between them. You get what I'm trying to say? So my point is this: from the tabulation they did, PDP won the 2 senatorial districts. Either maybe there are 3 in the central.
That's not true. APC won central. Stop lying.
But you had him. You heard what he said.
And I'm
Who
going
cares about what he said? Who is he? Is he God? The data is in front of you.
I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's God. Farabale already. I mean, Farabale, Baba. I'm not here to.
Boy.
Yeah. Boy, because this guy is just something else. So the point I'm trying to make here is this: is if they want to,
Kulata, Bia sent me a complaint essay about you, and not even a note or an essay. He sent me a complaint essay about you.
Yeah, so my point is this is just I mean I'm yet to see, because I know as when they did that their analysis, they broke it down. I think PDP won huge, massively in the north, but those numbers were manufactured from what I gather. That's my own opinion. They were manufactured, because we've seen so many, even on IREB there, you can pick about more than 20, whereby you will see maybe people that were supposed to vote in that area, maybe there were like 1,000, but at the end of the day, they are accredited maybe 500. APC is winning 500, and then they will now give PDP 200 out of it, and they accredited 500. How did APC won 500 when they accredited 500? So many of those discrepancies like that. That was where they did their magic from that north, because north is a Oshomoles area. And then they did not allow them to collate something at the local government level. They took everything to what was it, their INEC office. So the point is that, you see, we're seeing a pattern here with Tinubu and his APC. They are gradually, we said they've captured the states, they've captured the institutions, and people are not perturbed as to this. You don't even know what this portends for us. So you wonder why people like what's his name? What's this guy you're talking about? Because that was the issue that maybe talk about this. You wonder why people like Soludo has been doing anti-party activities. Probably maybe that's the reason why they sanctioned him. Because no governor now that is in opposition now, that will not be like the fear of APC is the beginning of wisdom. So because they know what APC are capable of doing, they would do it with impunity. They will tell you go to court, because the people in court, we've seen Wike. Look at what the magic Wike is doing. Your 11 lawmakers, they defected, and the judge is saying that I can't see any evidence that they defected. What are we turning that country to? All these politicians, they bastardize all the institutions. Look at it. Wike was saying that he was building a house for judges, when there are many things that common people need to benefit from the state and from the Minister of FCT. You read something some months ago. You built over $22 billion, $22 billion worth of house for a vice president. One that could have been taxpayers' money that could have been deployed into, making the life of the ordinary people living in FCT.
They completed a project.
Whatever they build it. You see. When Gas Demo was saying something to some of us here, some of us didn't get it. We think maybe he was just trying to blow Dogo Turenchi. The point is that you don't run a state. Who was that person that quoted that? I saw that quote recently. Was it Awolowo? Awolowo was quoted on this day. It says that the essence of a state, existence of a state, is not for its own elite. It's for the masses. It's for the people. And Awolowo displayed that, I think, in one of his books that he wrote. I think, what was that, the topic of that title of that book he wrote, that Awolowo wrote? An excerpt was taken from then. Was it this day or maybe this day? It was quoted by the writer. I read that piece some days ago. So my point is that these are the people who understand the essence of governance. Why you are as a governor as an administrator of a state is to work for the people, not for the elite. Look at what Wike is doing. This is another quid pro quo that you're doing already. Because if you are building house, here in this country, all the judges I know in this country and many countries that I've been to, they live on their own. As long as the state pays you, you will go and get your house wherever.
Can I ask you a question?
Don't ask me stupid question. My stupid question. Allow me.
So if a judge gets correct salary and has good benefits, do you think is more or less susceptible to bribe?
You see, Ọlọ́run máa judge gbogbo yín Ọlọ́run máa judge gbogbo yín pẹ̀lú gbogbo wọn òṣì tẹ́ máa àwọn reasoning tẹ́ máa gbá sí ibẹ̀ tẹ́ máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí máa da
Answer my question now.
ẹ máa da àwọn èèyàn lọ́pọlọ rú.
ó mà ṣàwọlé sùn rational mind ipò náà ló máa ṣèdájọ́ wọn ló sọ
Ọlọ́run máa ṣèdájọ́ gbogbo wọn.
lórí kíni.
ọkọ̀ máa ń dá àwọn èèyàn lọ́pọlọ rú ni.
Ọlọ́run ló máa dá láàrin èmi àti àfà lọ́dọ̀ọ̀hún lọ́rọ́.
I mean, what kind of a reason is this? I mean, if somebody wants to be corrupt. I mean, it's a quid pro quo of some sort. If you are bidding homes, you are bidding house for judges.
Okay, why are American judges not susceptible to bribe? They are well paid, they have good benefits, and I'm saying if we do the same for Nigeria, if we do the same for Nigerian judges,
it's actually doing it as an anti-corruption measure.
No. Woman, don't give me that BS.
For reasons that Kulata just said.
Don't give me that BS. Already, do you know they jack their pay up, all the judges in Nigeria? And it's federal judges.
They deserve it now.
So
it's a terrible job.
What is the whole thing about having to build another house for them for?
You have to house a judge so that a judge cannot leave.
Are we now back in the barak era whereby you have to start building barracks?
No, from beginning they've been doing that. Most of them live in Ikoyi. No, it's question of facts. They all live in Ikoyi in those days. To the extent that look, wait, just give me 1 minute of your time, I beg you.
Okay,
even when they sacked them, Muritala that time sacked them. Some of them left their Ikoyi residence and went to live in Mushi. They didn't survive 3 years. They died because they've never lived that kind of life before. So a judge is supposed to be very comfortable, particularly in a country where they do longhand instead of computerization.
What we are seeing, I've said it, woman, go and look at all my old clips. I've been here on this platform. I've analyzed Tinubu to you guys here. Tinubu is this kind of a person that compromises institution. What he did in Lagos. Lagos is just a prototype of what this guy is doing currently right now. He's doing on a larger scale in Nigeria right now. This state capture is insane. I mean, I don't know why people can't see through all this thing that this guy and his criminals are doing. How they are suddenly hijacking and turning everything. Anybody buyable, anybody quid pro quo able, they will do it. This is a form of quid pro quo. You are building homes for judges. For what? Yeah, did you just recently jack up their pay? What is the house you're bidding for them all about again? Well, we know because very soon those state and other elections
but
will become a litigation.
Rational mind. In Nigeria, judges must live in government-owned.
No, they don't have to. They don't have to live. They don't have to live in government property. That is why I say you people are not building.
Hold on.
You don't run a country like that. You don't run a country.
Hold on now. That is the way it is in Nigeria, and that is the way it has been since the colonial days. And so they live in government-owned property, so that they can have, particularly in reserve area like GRA and Ikoyi, so that they will have comfortable. Place of abode, so that for them to carry out their, job effectively and with
security.
With security.
Thank you very much. You see, when I say
and look, let me tell you, I don't see anything wrong in that.
There's a lot of things wrong with that.
Hold on. There is nothing wrong in it.
Okay.
And why I say there's nothing wrong in it is that back in the days, those GRA, those places are well secured area, and you can. It's very, very hard to influence them. You don't even see them at parties. They don't attend party. They don't go to party. You will hardly see judges or justices of Supreme Court in Nigeria attending any occasion or party or something, and it's very hard. So if today we have Nigeria that is a corrupt Nigeria now, and you want to use it to say, oh, the good system that we met that was working, that we bastardized, and that we have to change it. I don't know. We have to change in the American way. I don't know. Sometimes
I'm
it
not.
could
I'm not
work.
saying.
Sometimes
I'm not advocating American way. You see, the thing is this: it's just a matter of you just sit down and look at the system that is being operated, and see the flaws that people can manipulate. I mean, use that flaws. You see, you can make whatever. I mean, after all, this guy that was my is it a rep in my area there in Surulere there, not Korukwe. This guy, this fine boy, Tumashe, I used to do movie before. No, but that's
Desmond Elliott.
Desmond. You know that Desmond Elliott has a house in Ikoyi. He really stays in the Surulere there. So, and you wonder when some
he can't be hanging around with you hoi polloi now.
You see, and he's a rep. He's a rep representing my own constituency there, but he's living there and doesn't live. You see,
how can that be your constituency? You that you are living in US.
That's where I live. That's why I live.
You are from Ondo State. So why is it your constituency? You are from Ondo State. You are living in US.
It's actually from the Ondo State.
You know, boy, Patoski.
It's true now. How can it be your Is it by resident or by birth?
Oh, come
because
on!
You don't live there.
Let's not start this tonight. But my point is this: is that you wonder when councillors they are supposed to be within their own people. If I have to go by what Ajalego will say,
Patoski, I can smell what you are cooking.
You see, the point is.
Have you been drinking? Have you been
drinking?
Look
at this man.
I'm getting and I have fish. You know, I'm living alone here in like a camp, and I have.
Are you using microwave? Are you using microwave?
Is that microwave cooked fish?
Oh my goodness!
Fresh fish with the way do.
Is that not the package that your wife gave you to take to whatever?
We're doing a
look at this guy.
One man.
Yeah, I
wanted to ask you a question. If those judges are not, if they don't give them house, you will be the first to say, look at the judges, look at where they are staying. This Agbado, he can't even, you understand? I know you.
I know you. Nigerians are the platform. I have to take a break from all of you because and most of you live here in developed world here. How many of them do you see there? They put their military in the barracks here, and all their family are all living in barracks. I mean, you see, you people just stop you this colonial mentality that does not help you progress as a country.
No, there are a lot of barracks in America now.
But then, is it the way you people operate it in Nigeria? Is that how they operate it here? You see,
no, rational mind.
What about you?
Oh, sorry.
No, it's you that brought America, so I was just telling you that there are a lot of
I brought it all because I just want to make a point because I don't see any parallel there in the way they do it. It is for us to sit down.
Rational mind. Do you care about the well-being of the judge?
No, don't give me that BS of.
No, it's a question. It's a yes or no thing now.
You see, don't stifle me with this your kind of question.
I'm not stifling you. I'm asking for if you care for the well-being of a judge.
I do care. If you
now, so if you care, do you also care for a judge that is not predisposed to corruption? If he's comfortable, it won't be corrupt.
Listen, dude, don't give me that BS of saying because you beat the house for them, will not be corrupt.
I'm just asking you straight.
Your Tinubu there, despite all the money.
And do you agree that if a judge is given some comfort by salary, by benefits, it won't? Most likely, he won't do his job with integrity.
I don't believe.
Kolata, let him finish. Let him satisfy himself. He wants to enter that realm of Tinubu bashing. So let's give him 3 minutes. Satisfy Are.
So you see, one man. You see. Let me. So that's what I think this guy is looking at. Soludo, he knows the handwriting on the wall that the fear of APC is the beginning of wisdom. So you better go and join them if you cannot beat them, because this time you cannot even beat them, because look at what they are doing already. How look at Imo State election, governor. Look at the Kwara State election. Look at what the magic they did there. People no vote like a fella sing, and they get big numbers. I mean, have you seen that videos of APC thumb printing in Imo State? Have you seen that?
Yeah, I saw it. That was in the local government election, wasn't it?
What are we talking about here? What are we talking about? APC is a demonic party. You people are going to hear them. All of you that comes here and promote APC and Tinubu and a criminal party, you people will hear it. You people have created a monster. You will see. When they take over all the virtually almost 25 states of that country, almost like 30-something state of that country, we know where all of you will know. So my point is this. That is why I think Soludo, no doubt, because he has. Let me not repeat myself many times. I think Soludo knows what is going on. Now let me jump on the very dark man. Very dark man matter for me. I said it yesterday. I don't want to comment on it just because some people were just making some assertions here, or just getting me off. I won't put anything beyond what Falana can do. If Falana is guilty of whatever, let him face the music. But I don't want to believe that Falana would allow his reputation like that and stoop down. We see there's a lot of things like around that. These guys, what's his name? Idris Okuneye. This news about him, and I think there's more to it than what we know. But I don't like I yesterday. I don't want to dignify with any.
What seems to underpin it is not so much naira abuse, but money laundering. That was the original charge.
So, but then I don't know. Yeah, go on, please. Go on.
No. If it was laundering money, then the next logical question is for whom?
Exactly. That's another
question. Know, and then that for whom, it then takes us to this is Godfather that I was talking about on that clip, and then it might start to open up a wider portal.
Exactly, it could be. So there's so much to that story that maybe we know, but then one news is that stories like this, I think this guy should be careful what he breaks. Not because he want the clicks and you want the likes and you want everybody to know you. I think that guy is overdoing things. He needs to just needs to temper it down. I mean, temper things down, and not just because you want to chase clout and you want people to know you as somebody, whatever he's trying to. I don't know. But my point is just that the angle I'm coming from is I've had many people here, including Baba, and our guy from the United States here that was talking. Is it ABC? What's his name? That guy that was speaking here that was almost confronting me. Now, ASAP. So you people have been taking that. I know where all of you are going with all of these things. You want to stifle the media. You want to stifle social media in Nigeria. Of course, I know some people use social media for all this crap without verifying stories, and they want to. But now look at where he was taking it to when I heard him when he was talking. Oh, the obedience is a obedient narrative. What do you consider obedience? She obedient the law. She want to tap. I want to he drop into his conversation. I want to tap line in. I want to record the line in. You see, you people will just come here, everything pin it on obedience, hang it on their neck, so that we can hang them. You see, these things, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to some of us, to me here. I mean, everything is obedient. That is obedient. That's obedient. What look obedient? I don't get it. And then you were making it like, oh, they should start stifling social media. Most of the things most of us discuss here won't even be here if not for social media. You people don't know what you are asking for. If you ask these people to do this thing because of all these things, you are getting so-called evidence, or you are trying to manufacture it. Say, oh, because people are abusing their social media, so therefore we should regulate it. We should stifle people's voice. We shouldn't allow people to. You people very soon. You people, you now saying I will collect.
I didn't hear anybody say that to Rational
In fact, I wanted to can I at least he has mentioned my name now. Can I respond
you were
at some point?
Hold on, you might have the time to respond.
I'm not saying you should not talk. I'm just asking one man, will I be able to respond to
let's Rational Mind come to a conclusion, and then you get a brief response. We go to a Kene who we've not heard from.
Yeah, my point is this: is that I just see this as you people are calling. You're calling for something that is going to backfire on you someday, because you're asking the government, because the people everybody should be given microphone to talk on social media. I believe that yes, maybe not everybody, but the way people are taking it, making it look like the problem is social media. No, the problem is not social media. It's the individuals that are using the social media. And not because of that, I use that as a the government should regulate social media or regulate the media online. Because if people are asking for that, oh my goodness, I bet you will lose your freedom too. You will lose your voice. So let's stop. If you want to criticize somebody that is in the wrong, criticize that person. I don't criticize that medium. Because when you are criticizing the medium, oh no, you're very dark man, he's getting clout, and because all disobedience should not be allowed to use social media. Come on. It is me today. It might be your own turn tomorrow. Woman, I leave it at that.
All right, Brian. Only a micro response, and then we go on to
all right. Yeah. So this is the second time that Rational Mind will be doing this. Rational Mind, please, like Baba was saying, nobody said all of these things you've said. I even wonder where you're getting some of these ideas from. Nobody said we should stifle social media or regulate, like you used the word. What we're saying is that we're talking about the way they can responsibly use social media and that people should be held accountable for their action. If you come out and you say certain things about somebody, you should be able to prove it, or at least even do an investigation and confirm it before you release that to the public. That's what we're saying. We're not saying we should stifle that. Nobody can say that. And
you can prove it. It's put in the slammer.
Yes. And if you make a statement, at least you should be ready to stand by it. I mean, now that Falana has already given them a notice already, let us see whether they will come out and defend it. So that was, by the way. Then on what you were saying about the election in Edo State, and you kept hammering that Edo South. Number one, the way the governorship election is done is by the number of local governments.
I thought we were just responding to where you mentioned you. We have to move.
I know, woman. I'm coming. Okay.
Go on. Just make it brief. Sorry
even from the data that one man showed us there, Edo South has 7 local governments. Edo North has 6. Edo Central has 5. Going by what Rational Mind is saying, that man was saying that the PDP won the largest local government as Edo South. Let's even say they did that. APC won 11 out of 18 local governments. Edo South has 7. Edo North has 6. Edo Central has 5. 6 plus 5 is 11. So even if we're going to even go by that, if PDP wins Edo South, APC still won that election. I don't know why Rational Mind is just sensationalizing this issue and saying it's like APC or APC.
Have you seen what is on IREF?
Rational Mind, please try and
have you seen what is on IREF?
Correctly.
I'm asking you. Have you seen what is on IREF?
Sorry?
Have you seen what is on IREF?
Have you seen it?
I've seen some of them. I've checked them. Some of them.
Some of us have seen.
Anyway, woman, I rest my case.
So, you say what?
We have
what are you
some
talking
of them.
What are you talking about?
I said I've seen some of them.
And so what did you see?
I see APC winning now.
It's all APC. So you didn't see manipulation. You didn't see some of the figures that they were uploading. Or the figures they were cooking up.
There are some changes here, but I saw APC.
See, look at how you trivialize it. There are some changes. You see, there are people in abroadian, they were not brought me by. Emma live a good, better life. But you'll be wanting something less for our people back home. All right? Mofi, we went so long. My judge will go.
All right, brilliant. My judge will go. Okay, thank you. So we go on to Ekene next, but on our way to Ekene, let us flash up what Dupsy will be presenting on Sunday. So Dupsy back on Sunday, and this is what she'll be presenting. Japada, mass migration back to Nigeria. Is it time to go back home? So that's the question. Dupsy to provide the answers on Sunday. I'll send the link into the comment section. So people go bookmark that. As ever, anybody that witnessed Dupsy session last Sunday, they don't really need any more advertising as to what to expect. It's going to be a banging session. Always is a banging session when Dupsy straddles the driver's seat. So that's the question. Japada, mass migration back to Nigeria. Is it time to go back home? So that's the question Dupsy is posing, and the answers will be discussed on Sunday. So go and bookmark that. Let me also use this window to acknowledge the super chatters. That's Ayo right there, of course. Traditionally and always, it's always Ayo. So that's Ayo rattling it off. that is this is Desmond saying hello via super chat. Remember this, it tells us often he's a very clever man. That's George Blueshell right there, George Blueshell, and that is Prince, who's been doing it with some increasing frequency. That's Prince again. So those are those so far. Still more room for anybody that wants to join that space. Super chat, but especially go and bookmark Dux's session. We want Dux's session to continue. I'm actually wanting to put there's a lady called Obodo Onyebo. She does this sort of streaming. So I'm actually trying to position Dux's streams towards that sort of demography, which is non-partisan, is human interest, and then it draws everybody in. So that's the intention with what Duxi is doing, and she's been doing it excellently, and really we want it to grow and explode. So come join Duxi on Sunday as she navigates now this new phenomenon that we're seeing amongst Nigerians. So join Duxi. So join Duxi as I also invite you to join Mike, who takes the driver's seat right now. So I'll bring you in a moment. I'm going to shuffle myself out. So Mike takes the seat. So Mike, Ekene up next. Prince Daddy has been waiting. Patoski is
One man,
Yeah.
let me leave it tomorrow, please. Let me leave it tomorrow. I will not be able to.
Well, you can't handle. Okay. Okay. After you are leave, you can't handle Mike. Mike is too big for. Look at that. It's now gotten personal.
Let him get lost now.
No, don't tell him to get lost. Don't tell him to get lost.
You come with his propaganda and all that. Question is propaganda.
Now. We love him here. Let's hear from you.
Okay, well, Mike, no be say I don't like you, but just that I cannot handle you.
It's just that you don't. It's not that I don't like you. It's just that I don't like you. Look at this guy. Okay, Alpha, which one now? What did they do up this time of the morning?
I just I was having a very big. I slept early here, so I just woke up and decided to jump into the show. These days, very busy schedule here. I even decided to stay away from all this shenanigan politics and Nigerian issue because it's a tiring one. And the way things are going, it's better to leave the government alone and face your front, do your business, and know what you can achieve for yourself. Forget all this.
That's what they want. They want to overwhelm people and get people tired, so that we know what they talk about everything again. Because when you have so many topics to talk about, and where you want to start from, you see,
it's a very big one. We have a lot of issue, but people are not understanding it, especially when I listen in the show, the way we promote criminalities, bad elections, and all that. So I begin to ask myself, why invest in those elections before? In fact, after the last election, I begin to praise Buhari. After Edo election, I begin to praise Buhari. I don't know why in my heart. Because during Buhari, even though I don't know how Buhari came to power, necessarily people supported him to come into power. But at least in our election, he maintained a little bit transparent. And in your state, you can do your election. Win. If you don't win, you go. If you win, you win. Anambra election was easy. Osun states, a lot of them, very transparent in the IRF. Even the last election, you cannot just condemn him because he did his best to leave a little legacy. But at the end of the day, everything pans out to be like this. And now the way they write results in our election, just sit down, write whatever you want to write. Write it for APC, write it for PDP. If you can write, just write. Anybody that win in writing that result, then give him the winner. So, and the confidence they have these days, after Edo, they now come to tell us that we are coming for Anambra State and Ondo State, the same template they use. So it's quite unfortunate, and we just have to take it like that, the rational mind, and we keep patience and know when this is going to end. Is this going to come to an end? Is people going to elect their leaders one day? Because if you tell me that this is the leaders that people want, then you are lying to yourself. They know the truth, but they will not say it because they are party affiliated.
In Anambra, is Labour Party, are they strong in Anambra?
We're not talking about party being strong. We are talking about people electing their leaders.
I'm asking a question.
No, don't ask me. No, I don't want. No, that is not a question. We are talking
Am I
about
enemy
leadership.
number one here? I'm just asking a question. Is Labour Party strong in Anambra?
It doesn't mean whether Labour Party is strong or what. And I don't want to change this topic. You
Because
understand?
if Labour Party, if they do election and they get jam score like Olumide Akpata got jam score, you people should not complain.
Nobody is saying that. Nobody is saying this. Olumide Akpata. I'm saying people electing their leaders. Allow people elect their leaders. Even if it is APC they want to elect, let it be transparent. Let it be what it should be. If they want to elect, because I don't know. You cannot tell me that Edo people just woke up and elected APC in their state. But if that it is, then if that is what Edo people want, then let it be for them. You understand?
It seems to me, Ekene, it seems to me that the only time you can accept an election result is when a party that you presume wins. Because
like Abia State, when the Lagosoti won, he didn't come here to tell us
yes, it's only that's the way it sounds.
It's not about the party that I want that wins. It's about people electing their leaders.
Okay.
You understand? When you see a lot of things that goes on in our election, why do you invest in IREV when you know that you can still write the result? Why? Why do you have to spend such amount of money?
So did they write results in Abia State when I lose election to one? Did they write results? Oh, that one was perfect. No one wrote anything.
But that is not the. I will not continue to say things on that. I will not continue to. The only thing I know is that if when Nigerians are ready, when they are tired, they should take their destiny in their hand. Because if you are waiting for this current administration to do anything differently for you, then you are just wasting your time.
But so who told you they wrote results? That Edo election was very peaceful. They loaded into IREV record time. So I mean, I don't even understand you people. I don't.
Well, that is for you because you just have to see it to suit your narrative. But that is for you.
Those are facts now. They are uploaded into IREV fast.
Because that's what you believe in. Believe in such fact. You understand? So it should be a fact to you.
Wasn't everything loaded into IREV over 90% in a day?
Everything in our election today, because that is what you want. So let it be to you. That
you're lamenting.
What
you're saying is baseless. No fact.
But what I'm lamenting is that after all these things, that is what I'm lamenting. After all this election.
To you, what will mean a transparent election? What will be the process for a if you say an election today, what do you want there? Before
the Abia State election.
Let him just tell us. Maybe screening, thumb printing, scanning. Tell us, what do you think makes a transparent election for you?
Well, the transparent should be, when you invest in IREV, there is a reason for that. So if what you have on ground is not what you have on IREV, what does that tell you? Is that transparent? When you are having something like 500 accredited individuals, at the end of the day, one party got 700, another party got 200, and just nonsense things, and you have the mind to upload it, and a lot of things going on.
Let me tell you.
if
Ekele, what is the job of a party agent in a polling unit?
that is what I will not dwell on, because that is I know that is where you will have to go and defend the job. But no, many of those agents were just there to bring peers and
So, Ekene, uploading to IRF will be one of the route for transparency. But in this case, we have one result in IRF, one result on the ground, right? And they are different. They don't reconcile. That does not mean that the election is not transparent. It just shows that there's discrepancy in the figures. Even in banking, you have 500,000 cash. In your record, you have 200,000 and 50,000. You now begin to reconcile. You cannot do that reconciliation on IRF. You have to sit back with party agent and other people to now begin to check and see where the challenge
when
is.
the sitting governor went to the collation center, is it not because agents were not allowed, PDP agents were not allowed in the
that thing that he did was wrong.
It might be wrong. It might be wrong, but for a sitting governor to leave his position in that at that particular point in time to went to the INEC office or where they are collecting the result for reasons that the agent of PDP in particular are not allowed to enter that premises.
No, it's illegal for him. You know it's illegal for him to be there.
It's an illegal issue for him, but the Nigerians. I know, Baba. I know.
Okay.
Let me.
So,
I know it's illegal, but the situation on ground that time requires that he does that.
But Ekene,
Nothing is legal. If things are legal, why shouldn't they allow PDP agent that's in the same premises?
So why do you think they didn't allow them? Who told you?
So illegality reverts illegality.
Who told you?
They said there was gunshot. They said there was gunshot, and police advised them to take those collation from that local government to the state to complete the collation, so that to avoid
when people are here already promoting peaceful protest, where did the gunshot come from?
That's what they said. They said there was gunshot there.
But you have somebody said here that it's a peaceful process. So if it's a peaceful protest, where did the gunshot come from?
When you say it's peaceful, it does not mean that you will not have isolated cases of maybe.
Okay, it was not. It was peaceful, and then you have to move collection from one place to another, and you count it peaceful. But I am not. They have done what they want to do, and what I'm looking up to is governance, not necessarily who won. But after all these shenanigans, after all this taking power by all means, are you ready to give the people good governance? So, Patoski, I'm not bothered. You might be happy if your party win Edo State, but make sure you pleasure your party to give Edo people what they really want. Be concerned about the citizens, not necessarily your party.
Who do you think win that election? Who do you think won the election?
I don't even know who won, and I don't want to, because even right from the time of the campaign, I say it here that it is possible that APC will win. I said it, and the way I presume it is what came to pass. So, but
were you surprised by the way Labour performed? I mean, they performed terribly, man.
I'm not surprised. If I tell you that I'm surprised with anything that happened in that election, I'll be lying to myself. I'm not surprised at all.
No, we are talking about. Do you believe that that's the number Labour actually scored?
I don't care. I don't know, but I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised with the number they got.
So you knew Labour was going to do bad.
No, I know that there is a very big.
Why do you think that Labour scored so low like that, distant third? So low. Why?
No, I am not surprised that Labour got that number, and I am not surprised that PDP was defeated. So that is my
why?
own.
Why do you think that Labour got so low, so low number?
I wouldn't say anything about it because I was not there when they were electing. Maybe I don't think.
But don't you think people don't believe in Labour anymore? maybe it's by time, maybe because you're a member of Labour Party. In fact,
actually, Mike, Ekene went to Edo State to campaign, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he's the chairman of a part. I think.
Ekene was in Edo State now. So why are you acting nonchalant after this disgraceful result?
No, it's not that I was only campaigning for my. I was only campaigning for my party.
All those people that were shouting Obi, they've gone back to their natural base, which was PDP. They were from PDP.
This is Babaja. If when an election comes, I will still campaign for my. I will still campaign for my party, and if people find it necessary to vote for it, then let them. If they don't find it necessary,
you think you guys have been doing terrible job? Terrible job campaigning. Maybe you guys should go and learn from other people how to,
It's not about doing terrible job. It's not nothing like terrible.
You guys
job.
are declining now. I mean, you went from obedient that was when you even Okada man was winning the election. You went from Okada man winning the election to scoring terribly low in the number one obedient state. You guys are declining, man.
During the 2023 election, I was standing with an APC agent. I told him, my fear is that if Tinubu wins, there is all this IRF, all this so nobody will talk about it again. And
you guys don't want to take responsibility for your declining, your performance. You keep blaming Tinubu. That's why you guys will not progress. You guys should learn how to go and look in the mirror and find out what you are doing wrong. Your party, first of all, you guys right after the election, you guys started fighting.
The at this point in time, there is nothing.
And you guys are still blaming Tinubu for blaming RF when you guys, your party internally is terrible. I mean, it's so dysfunctional.
I mean, I can understand if PDP get bad belly, but Labour Party they got 20,000 votes. Come on, man, that's a shame. In Edo State, that kind of Peter Obi matter on top end.
Kolata, I am not here to say this. If you like, get all the numbers. But my point still remains, give the people what they deserve. If you like, get all the numbers. Give the people governance.
Let me chip in something. That guy, from what information I'm gathering about that guy, I think the same strategy that Fayose used to win Ekiti in 2003 was what the guy used. I'm telling you. Before even he was elected, he was this kind of person, the community that will give them water, that will provide stuff. So it was popular. That was what Fayose did in Ekiti. Before he became governor, he was doing water, doing ball with his money. He had some money. So he was doing all those things. This guy was already popular. So his party came for him. They knew this is the right guy. Let's leverage on his reputation. But Olumide is probably a Lagos guy whose father was a judge and popular family, but in grow up for Warri, maybe they practice for Lagos, that kind of thing. But this guy is on ground. And for the first time, this was saying, look, we don't want somebody from Lagos coming to we want one of our own way, don't they help us? And you will discover that the way the guy talks and relates is just like one of them. It's not different from the people there. So I'm sure the guy actually won.
Okay, you're sure the guy actually won. If the guy wins, no problem.
They must have reached
okay. I'm not.
The guy won.
I will give you an example why Labour Party is declining. For example, you guys have a party, this thing in Lagos, right? You told us you are part of the party, whatever they call them, man. You guys have your, what they call them in Lagos, a ward and things like that. If I ask you who's the chairman of this thing in Lagos, I guarantee you it's probably somebody from Anambra or something like that. It's not going to be one indigenous Lagosian. It's probably the same thing you guys did in Edo, where you had your party, this thing there, and the head of the party stuff is probably from Abia or something like that. You guys probably sideline the Edo people, marginalize them. See, that Obi went there to campaign. What is he doing? He went there playing Igbo music, like in front of crowd, thousands of Edo people. Maybe the way you guys are playing Labour Party politics. Sean Wika said it. He said it became a regional party. Maybe the way you guys are playing it, you don't know how to play politics, man. You have to involve people. You can't be playing that kind of politics.
Okay, no problem. Just teach us politics. But after teaching us politics, teach us governance also. So that is my own point. It's not about politics. Also tell us how to govern. You understand? Because governance is who will give the people good governance is what I'm after. And if the guy can be able to give Edo people good governance, who am I? I don't have anything to say against him. And if Edo people choose him and say this guy is what we want, no problem. That means Edo people don't have to complain. They just have to stay with what they voted for. They don't have any right to complain that things are not going well in their state. So they should expect good governance. And if the guy is able to deliver it, I'm okay with it. You understand? It mustn't be my party. And I used to say it. So if he is the people's choice, then let it know that he's the people's choice and his work is to deliver the people from bad governance. So a lot of things to say, things going wrong, a lot of things. I've not been able to see anything to say about this administration. But coming for the judges that you guys were discussing about, I think the judges deserve better in our country. If really the government is doing it for the interest of the judges and not to manipulate them for an election. So, but they really deserve better because our judges are not well decorated and they don't look what they should look like as judges. So, for me, I don't have any problem with that. But generally, what is happening, the inflation is still going high. The has been increased again. Manufacturers to borrow money. So that is already killing the manufacturing sector, the productive sector of the economy. And so that is my point. Well, that is what I'm looking. I don't know whether Cardoso is tired already. Dollar is going up. The inflation is going up every minute of the day. And nothing had him say this is what we are doing to curb this inflation. Nothing. For the past few months now, the thing has passed 1,700 now, and nothing has been done. You understand? So maybe Baba is approaching to
They
2,000.
just increased the NPR now to
So,
reduce inflation now.
huh?
You didn't listen to his broadcast.
What?
CBN governor, he made a broadcast. He said
What did you
that's
say,
why
Patoski?
they increased NPR so that they can they can cut down on inflation. They are benchmarking inflation. That's why they increased that NPR. The monetary policy rate.
I'm
Inflation
not.
inflation is when you have too much money in circulation. If you listen to his broadcast, I think the
Patoski, do you
money
know as of today we have 107 trillion in circulation
in circulation,
as
that's what I
against
wanted to say.
about 90 last quarter. So the
About
money is coming from somewhere.
300% increase from last year. So that all those money has to be mopped up, and that's you can't continue when you have like over 100 and something trillion in circulation. You can't continue to allow banks to now create more money. That's the point,
They
and
need to
that's what
find
we
out
were
if
trying
there
to
are
say
people
yesterday.
printing some fake money. At least will
No,
be
it's not
Cubana. These guys
printing.
are becoming billionaire overnight.
No,
They
no,
need to
it is
find
not
out,
that they
man.
are printing. Like
Nigeria people, I don't. Nigeria where they print dollar, when they spend of America. Yes, government have to change the currency. Nigeria people don't sleep on
Hey,
so
these guys.
Patoski,
that's
Patoski, how are they mopping up the money
you see,
in the
they've just
economy?
increased. Hold on now. You see, one of the way to really control it is to make sure that banks don't create more money. You already have enough money. You already have so much money in circulation. You have to reduce the capacity of the banks to now create credit, because by creating credit, they are creating more money too. You understand? And more money chasing few goods. So if you are able to benchmark it, no matter how you raise um, NPR, as long as that your NPR is benchmarking inflation, is okay. It's behind your inflation rate.
But
It's
none of this
benchmarking
stuff
inflation.
is working for how many years now? You are this is just jargon they're saying. Is there any change on ground?
But
Are the businesses increasing? We don't care about this stuff, man.
Patoski, you talking textbook economics that works in the West.
No, it's not textbook. Hold on.
Patoski, I don't think they're going to have a solution to this, you know, excess liquidity in the system, because the more we have our, what do you call it, our currency
I didn't hear that.
all over the world, Nigerians in diaspora will continue. They send money home every day, and you know, the more they send money, the more they send money
Good
in,
point. Yeah.
the more money in circulation will increase.
But
So
That's a good point.
You see, let me tell you why we have concern. You see, Nigerian problem are deep seated. They are deep rooted more than we are seeing it. One, this effort that they are making, the difference between they have to use monetary instruments, because that's the real immediate tool that they can use. You see, it takes time for the real sector and every other thing to pick up. You understand? That takes some time before you start production, before you start seeing the effect. But the one that you can quickly see
All
the
this is
effect. Wait now, let me
all this
finish
is
now.
you.
But okay, allow us to talk. Say, I think we
Let
had
me
this
finish
conversation
first
before.
now. Let me
Okay, go ahead.
finish. I refused to speak yesterday because of the way it was so rowdy and everything. You see, the one monetary policies is one that can have a faster effect than this other. For example, I want to control food inflation by making sure there is increase in food supply, all those things. That takes time. But I can
No,
increase my monetary rate.
no, it does not.
It takes
That's wrong.
time before you
No, it
start
does
seeing
not.
the effect.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
You just send the
Okay,
you
wait,
send
that's
the.
what you believe, right?
Let me give you an example now. You just send the military and the security to key areas and have them ensure that they, protect those big swaths of land for food production, the major ones. Food will naturally deflate
And they
over
will grow
immediately, the same day.
they will grow food the same day, and it will
You
produce the
you
same
put them
day.
there 24/7 now. Is that the base? Is that not simple?
That's what
Why
I'm
aren't they
telling
doing
you.
it?
They will
They're not doing
produce
it.
food. Chairman, wait now. I just told you that it takes some time. You are saying no, it doesn't take time. You will send security, the security will guard farmer. Farmer will plant, the water and the food will come up the same day, and they will harvest the same day,
Okay,
and they will channel
don't
distribution the
digress,
same day,
Patoski.
and
Hold
then they
on,
will
don't
put it.
digress,
No,
Patoski.
let me finish with him.
Yes.
And they will send it to market the same day. What
Yeah.
kind of logic
Are they
is
not?
that?
Are they not guarding
What kind of
all these
logic is that now? What kind of
these
logic is that?
Yahoo boys 24/7? You're telling me they
No,
can't look at the
no. See,
file
you're
24/7?
already going off again. What's Yahoo and
No, that's
They
fine. That's
can
fine.
do
Question.
it.
You
Stop
know
making
the voice.
excuse for nothing.
what's Yahoo and what we are talking about now? I'm saying that
But let us hear from Patoski now. Let him land. He's trying to explain something. Let
production
him land.
is possible. I'm saying we can produce food. Let me tell you, Baba Yaga, you remember, I've been the one on this platform since last year. I said, look, they need to start making effort in agriculture now, because by the following year, we'll start seeing the effect. If they don't, then it will be tough. Everybody was saying, give them time, give them time. Even Emeka that I was talking yesterday was one that said, it's too early. Fine. I'm saying that for immediate measure, the quickest is monetary policy, because you can say, okay, you are reducing mortgage rate because you want to improve the real estate business market in your economy. That can happen within short time. But if you are going to start looking at food production, you are going to start looking at maybe some other real sector of the economy, you start making those efforts, but it takes some time. Food, for example, it takes time for food to grow. It takes time for all those things. But you
The
want
food
immediate
that
measure.
started to be.
So
Can I take?
they
Can you
have,
let
I
him
agree with you.
land?
They have to
Let him
take all
just
measure.
flesh out his
They
thoughts,
have to
please.
use everything. Use monetary policy, use fiscal policy, use other instruments, and then try and look at the real sector and begin to take measure. But what I'm saying is that for immediate this thing, you first, when you take a patient to the hospital, for example, maybe there's an emergency, somebody is in an emergency, you have to start taking some things now. You have to stop bleeding, you have to stop That's what they have done with floating of naira, removal of subsidy. Now, what they need to start doing is security and other stuff too. That takes time before confidence start getting restored into the economy, before people start feeling comfortable that things are going to improve, and then starts in the Fed. But immediate, we must use the right monetary policy, and then we must start working on. I got you another very soon now. Another farming season will come and go, and nothing will happen. That's my concern.
Cyrus, are you from South Africa?
Okay, so
let me interject quick.
You are saying that after all these things, nothing will happen during this administration, these 4 years. Man, you guys are just deceiving Nigerians.
Yeah,
He's saying would just amount to nothing after 4 years of this administration. We are very happy to.
Let me respond to him. Let me respond to him. You said that there's nothing he can do to make things go immediately, and he said that the monetary policy is
measure.
That's not true. That's not true.
Instrument is to monitor.
It's not true.
Let's get South African guy explain. You say you're from South Africa, Cyrus. Are you really
South
from
Africa? Or you think we don't have that? Don't you know we have?
These the guys in Nigeria. Forget about the South Africa we're talking about.
Let me debunk some stuff now. Before I tell you how South Africa is the #1 country in the whole of Africa.
Wait, are you from there?
I'm from today I'm from South Africa. That's what I'm telling you.
Which ethnic group?
We'll talk about that after I teach you
tell us which ethnic group you come from in South Africa, and I can't just say simple answer.
Zulu Kingdom.
Well, you know, we have many tribes there. You have the Xhosa, the Zulus are the main ones.
Which one are you from now?
Oh, we'll talk about that next. Let me
just give us a simple answer. Now you're saying we'll talk about that. We don't want to talk about it. We just ask you. Just give a simple answer.
We'll answer that.
Okay, are you from one of those tribes at least?
South Africa.
Okay, we don't want to tell us.
That's not I'm from South Africa. That's not I'm from South Africa. That's not I'm South
Are you from one of the ethnic groups in South Africa?
Of course not.
Okay, you're from one of the tribes in South Africa.
Yes.
Really? Okay, all right, no problem. Continue.
I'm telling. But now let me teach you guys some things, okay? Now, in your country, Nigeria, the #1 thing you have with food, other than the food insecurity, is the lack of food preservation. You go to a lot of the markets, you see a lot of rotten. They sell a lot of rotten food from days and weeks of just spoilage. You look at one of the food baskets of your nation, Benue State. Majority of the food there goes to waste. The farmers don't know they don't know how to preserve it. But if you look at different countries, they have various ways of preserving food. Canning is not something. It's like something that can be introduced immediately into Nigeria in less than you said nothing immediate. You can introduce canning. Those foods can be preserved for 3 to 6 months, even more. From tomato to meat to various goods can be preserved. Additionally, there could be a fridge. Maybe get some massive fridge where the marketers can put their food so to reduce the spoilage. These are immediate things that can be done. So you cannot say a monetary policy is so that people should just be dying because they can't eat. Majority of your country, they live on less than.
What happened?
It's better for him. He's just talking that
abuse us.
Okay, let me.
It's not even everything that he's even talking about is what he heard from us. His guy does not know anything.
From that, 100% farmers in his country, they're all whites.
Okay, let me talk now.
The guy is probably a white South African.
He's not a white South African.
No, he's black.
That accent is not.
How did he know about that?
The guy is in Nigeria. He's not a South African. He's in Nigeria.
The guy is from one of the tribes in South Africa. That's what he told us.
It's not true. Don't mind him. He's just fooling himself.
He's a Nigerian.
He's an Igbo guy. He's an Igbo guy.
South Africa.
The guy just says.
Can I come in now? Maybe visit South Africa. Like some of us.
Nigeria will visit the place. Nigeria, man. Just like Willie came here to tell us that he's a black American.
You're asking him the right question. He said, leave that one till later. So nobody is saying that they cannot produce, because you know that since for some time
Patoski, hold on. Mike, is Mike moderating or what? Okay, can I talk now? I mean,
Okay,
everybody keeps
go ahead,
talking.
Prince.
Can I talk?
talk. So sorry, Terry Prince Daddy.
Well, you're still on the hot seat, Patoski, about the mopping up the currency in the country, right? So if they try to mop up the currency, the naira in the market, we can assume that a lot of naira is chasing a few goods or whatever in the market. So I'm trying to see where where is the money? Where is the money in Nigeria that they try to mop up? Can you tell us exactly where the money is and who has the money? Unlike during the COVID, right, in America and the West, they pump a bunch of money. They give us free money, pretty much, a lot of money. So money became plenty in the market. But in Nigeria, the common people, where did they get the money from? I mean, are they getting free money that there's so much money in the country that they have to increase the interest rate to mop up the funds out there?
Permit me, if you guys will let me answer this question, because I've been waiting to. Here's the problem we have in Nigeria. There's excess liquidity, but there's also low liquidity. If you're in Nigeria, because I was in Nigeria a few weeks ago, it's hard to get cash. It's extremely difficult to get cash. It means that the liquidity is amongst few people. At this point in time, no matter what monetary tools, it's not going to be able to control that excess liquidity, because it's in the hands of a few privileged people. That the problem we have, in my opinion, is more like a law enforcement problem, because the liquidity, excess liquidity does exist, but it's not flowing all over. Actually, the reverse is the case when you look at the masses. Because I know how you can't even get cash from ATM machines right now.
So
in most Nigerian ATMs, you can't get cash from it.
So Kalata, and then your position, I accept the position because it sounds like it's more in tune to what may be going on in the country. That's why I said Patoski.
No, I think you
proposal
people
was more textbook.
You people are looking at money as, when we say there's money too much money in circulation, you are looking at it as the cash that is in people's pocket.
It's not the cash. Define the M, whatever you want to define.
No, wait now. You see, you are looking at the cash you see in people's pocket. No, we are saying the amount of money in the economy, just like you said, different kind of money in the economy. I agree with you that there might be concentration, you understand, issue. But the fact is that if you have that kind of money, you cannot just fold your hand and just say, okay, since we can't, let's just hold on and let's allow the bank to continue to create more money. If the bank creates more money, they are going to create more money for these same people that we are talking about. So you still have more concentration. So now if you increase NPR, you increase maybe like we have in treasury bills. Some of these people that have money, they will put all their money in those instruments too.
Yes.
So
see,
that's what we are looking for.
Patoski, one of the main problems in Nigeria is that the money that's plenty in circulation is not operational money, meaning that it's not money that's been invested in sectors that they're trying to mop up. No, these are just you can say almost free money for the most part, stolen money, hijacked money. Those are the plenty money out there. It was real money out there creating jobs and moving the economy, creating economic activities, right?
I'm saying,
that'd be much different.
Type of money, they need to mop them. They need to bring them back into this.
But the approach is wrong. See, the approach is that if you mopping up the money, increasing the inflation, you're punishing the common people.
What the
Patoski, the tools, the CBN tools, the only thing it gives us right now is to take advantage of the interest rate differential between the US lowering their own and Nigeria increasing their own, so we can get more portfolio investors. To get more dollars into the economy. Thinking is controlling. The what's it called, money supply in Nigeria.
That's part of the benefit.
That's part of the benefit for now.
It's worth it. It's worth
Sorry,
it.
you guys. Good morning. If you allow me, I have questions I want to ask you.
They're doing the policy for the elites, right? Because this is the problem we're talking
policy
about.
is not
You talk
affecting
about
the
the
people.
M1 money or M0 money, but all the policy, I know again, it's ideal. I mean, it works in the West, but again, when we're talking about the concentration of money in the hands floor.
It will work anywhere, but the point is that
It will work anywhere if the money was flowing like a normal economy, not concentrated amongst the hands of
let
a
me
few.
explain something that we are not addressing. You see, if you are looking at an economy like a monopoly kind of stuff, it is not like that. Fine, we are taking this measure. What I expect them to do is also taking some other measure. There are some measure running, like the exchange rate, like subsidy, like managing subsidy and all those stuff. There should be other real thing going on in the agricultural sector, in power, in all those kind of stuff.
Patosi, let's separate the things. Let's separate it. The cost push, inflation, that is food. That's in a separate basket.
So agriculture.
So that's agriculture. The excess liquidity that exists, that's a separate issue. The liquidity issue is what the CBN tools are supposed to address. It's not going to be able to address the agriculture one because
of course that's not their scope now.
That's not their scope.
Okay, but you're bringing it into the equation.
No, what I'm saying, we are looking at Nigeria economy because everything is going to have effect on the economy. We say, okay, monetary policy. If you put in this monetary policy, you are looking at something. You want to better the life of people. That's the bottom line. And when you are taking measures as a central bank, you must not counteract, you must not work against what other teams in your economy or in your system, what they are trying to do. What I'm saying is that this measure is what any sensible person will do. When you say
we understand it, but what we're talking about is the efficacy is going to be limited because you are not addressing you're not addressing the root cause, which is outside of monetary. At this point in time, it is more fiscal and more law enforcement. Because number one, let me say some things quickly. Look, since Tinubu, we've cleared backlog, we've had positive balance of trade. Our dollars is still going up because the people that are buying it, the demand is inelastic to the fundamentals because the people that are buying the dollars have this excess naira that is with them and they don't respond to any sort of economy, whatever. The money is just concentrated with them. Until you can stifle those people, we are just going to be in this circuitous loop, just going round and round. Because how do you explain that we have positive balance of trade and we have favorable interest rate, and the dollar still keeps going up, and that will pass through to the inflation again and again and again?
They have a bunch of money. They have a bunch of money that's not responding to supply and demand. I mean, what kind of policy talk? They have a bunch of money stacked away that they can engage the economy at any time. The money is.
One thing we say that he's making difficult decisions and all that. I think that is what he will do when he begins to chase the people that he knows. He knows the people. When you talk about people that is holding excess cash in Nigeria, you know where that money is coming from.
You know the people, but you can't do nothing about it.
But you cannot do something about it. And you are not making decisions that affect the life of common man, and you are saying you are making difficult decisions.
People that
For me, just like what Sheyi Kuti said last time, he's not making any tough decision. He's making how did he put it? Bad decision against the people. So when you want to tell me you are making tough decision, you should be able to go against these individuals that is really dealing with our economy. They are both in oil sector.
It sounds.
Yeah, it's not as if it is. You go to they are in the oil sector, they are in the exchange rate. Most governors are involved. A lot of them are involved.
No, so okay, this is what I'm saying. Sorry, Chris Daddy. This is what I'm saying. See, you agree with me in the last few months. I've been the one speaking against Tinubu and his policy. But I'm simply saying that for this one, I'm not saying is okay. I just think for this one, the way we just tackled him yesterday, I said no. I think this is about the only option that they have for now in this side of
It's the only option, and it's a terrible option. See, you can't fight.
in
You
this
can't
side of
fight
play.
and win all. You can't fight and win all
Okay,
battles.
then could you say
But when it,
do
but a
you
lot
think
of
they could
people
have
have agreed
reduced
on
the
this. One
MPR?
second.
Do you think
A
they
lot of
could have
people on this
reduced the
platform, we've
MPR?
agreed that agriculture, like using, using all the government resources to tackle agriculture, at the end of the day, okay, may turn things around in a different sectors in the country, in the
I
country,
agree
right?
with you on that. I agree
Uh-huh.
with you on that.
Okay, so we know Tinubu can't fight these people, and no matter what monetary policy that they put forth, jacking up the interest rate and all this other gymnastics they bring up from the textbooks. See, this is the difference between an African policymakers and the West. See, as much as the damn West that writes these economic books and all this damn stuff, when things go haywire, guess what they do? They defenestrate all this damn textbook and they go to work. They understand the economy and they introduce measures that bring about real change. All this nonsense policy they put in place that's not affecting the life of a common person. I'm not sure what the benefit is.
I agree with
So
you.
at the end of the day, those whoever is there, I don't think they know what the heck is going on. These people with their PhD.
I don't.
This is the problem.
Prince Daddy, no, I cannot agree with you on that, man. I think it's high time we start thinking outside the box because it looks like we just do things according to textbook or just. Sometimes we have to just in philosophy. Even Einstein said he said when something is not working, just break the rule. Meaning, maybe the rule is not working. You have to create new rules. Just create something new. It seems like we just do everything according to what was
I agree
created from
with you.
outside.
Mike, the textbook is okay, but the textbook is not enough. Tinubu needs to
Exactly.
go
So we have to
after his
include something
political
new.
friends.
We
He
just
needs to go
don't.
after his
We are
friends.
dwelling 100% on the textbook without looking at the practical side of it. So
No, the
we should move
textbook
a
is
little
And this
bit from the
textbook is
textbook.
everything in it came from outside. Somehow we have to
okay.
maybe
Let me give you another
start
thing.
introducing
Here,
something.
the
You
textbook
guys,
is
let me
okay,
talk. It's
but
like if you don't measure yourself this morning, you will not be able to talk. I've been pleading since that. Let me ask my question. If you could
Oh, that's
just,
true.
and
Go
I
ahead,
want to
go
remain a
ahead,
gentleman today,
Simba.
and you are not allowed. You don't want to allow that gentility in me.
But Simba, is it cold in Saudi Arabia? Is it cold in Saudi Arabia that you want to
that he
talk?
wants to be a gentleman. Is it because of coldness?
Okay, sorry. The question I wanted to ask, we said that we have excess liquidity in Nigeria. Okay, how much is that money that we are talking about? That's the question I want to ask first. Second, I think inflation in Nigeria is actually not following the law of economy. Say maybe when you have too much money chasing fewer goods. That is not what is happening in Nigeria. Because if you go to Nigeria, if you have been to Nigeria, you will see that the goods are there and nobody is even patronizing it. It's not as if people are buying and they cannot find things and then the sellers are just inflating the price because there are a lot of buyers. That is not the situation. So we have to look at what Kulata and every other person are saying is not following the normal economic law or rule. That is not what is happening.
What do you think we should do?
Then you people have been talking about agriculture. Please, I want you to explain to me how that agriculture that we are even talking about will actually bring the price of food down in Nigeria. I want you people to explain to me because it will keep on saying the same thing every day, and it's not as if we are providing any solution.
Simba, let me tell you. Let me be quick to just say this before I lose my thought. You see, we are not going to sit down here and say this is what government should do for our culture. The government should embark on a stakeholder-driven approach to agriculture. For example, and those stakeholder-driven approach.
Do you think that let me ask you this. Sorry for cutting you short. Are you people saying that because we have less production of food, that's why we have food inflation?
No. What I'm saying is this: if
that is no, Then why do you not
let him answer you now?
Let me give you.
Let's get his answer.
Let me give you the answer that I think. Now you ask the way you and Talutuma sort of family and Ogbeni, you have your own unique knowledge based on your experience, considering that your practice is even far from farming. But from what I've learned from you guys, it means that if they sit down, maybe let's go to Kwara, let's bring out the farmers in Kwara, let's go to Oshun. You won't use the same tool for this for every location. Let the stakeholders come up and say, okay, how can we even bring down the price of food such that you as farmer you will enjoy, and then people will be able to afford what you are selling. You'll be able to look at from what you have told me now, the prices of seedling, because they are saying fertilizer, kiniko. From what you've mentioned one time, the prices of seedlings. I can't imagine you buy tomato seedling. That's one sachet like that for like how many thousand or something. Or buy maybe
9K, and it's not up to even one teaspoonful. It's not up to one teaspoonful.
So how do you plant tomato that will feed everybody with that? Not up to one teaspoonful. Teaspoon, not even tablespoon, no. Teaspoonful, and it's 9,000. So you understand? So those are the areas that they should be looking at. One of my friends said, to even buy a day old chick now that is whether 1,000 or something, and you are not sure whether the chick will die. You understand? So they should sit down and look at, okay, stakeholder driven approach per location. Okay, bring ideas, see what we can do. Then government plug in and work with you guys. If they do that for 1 year, you bring down the price of these things and you will not hurt yourself. You still make money. That to me, that's the best approach. Instead of saying, oh, we're going to do fertilizer, you just assume that everybody needs fertilizer and everybody needs
Patrick, are you aware that this government is already finishing their first term?
Yes, now that's why I'm saying if you are again you did here since last year where they talk say let them start working on this farming thing. Let them start working on this. People say
If by May next year and we are not able to see any result, I don't think I have any other hope in this government again.
Another farming season will pass now. By May next year, another farming season, planting season will don't pass.
The worst is that the last statistic that they released about this inflation stuff, I don't know, but you know the price of bread today, what it is last month is not what it is today. Last month is about 1,800. Today is about 2,000 naira. Everything just increased on a ram, just anyhow, every day by day. And I'm hearing that the price of petrol will still go up, and I don't know the reason because
I don't think the team
Dangote
understands how to. I don't think they
and
understand
NLC
how
still
to solve the
having
problem.
a lot of
I don't think they
problem in that oil sector. That oil sector still has a lot of things to unbundle. Dangote is tackling NNPC is tackling Dangote on price issue. So
In
the
the oil
price we are
sector,
expecting
I
the
think they
price of
lack
petrol.
sincerity.
They lack sincerity.
That's the only thing I see there.
The transparency is very. We are not seeing any transparency in our government. So people are saying, well, if they explain Nigeria to you and you understand it, then they didn't explain it very well, which means Nigeria is not understandable. You cannot understand Nigeria at all. Nigeria has no explanation. So for me, I think the best thing to do is regional government. Regional. Let everyone go and sort themselves out, build their economy. Because I think Nigeria is too big for one man to just sit in Abuja and be giving directive that you know that a lot of corrupt ministers, corrupt private sectors will stifle that policy, and you're not going to do anything about it. So the best thing
Again,
is
the
to
regional.
make.
Well, can you describe the regional system you want? I want to see if it's different from the one some people always. How would it look
No,
like?
we can still the regional is that we can still have the office of the federal maybe there in Abuja, but we have regional maybe by the 6th geopolitical zone, just like we had it before. We have the government of the east, we have the government of the west, north,
So each
north
region will have their
central.
own central bank, their own currency, or
Yeah,
what? Their own what?
yeah,
But now each state
yeah.
But
even has
if
its
each region have their own central bank, which currency would they be using? Different currency or Same
No, not
currency.
different currency, the same currency.
How would that
But
work?
The
Kulapa,
same
is that
state
possible?
house central bank in US now be Mike, no be so.
Yeah.
Don't states in US have central banks.
They
No,
have
there's only one central bank.
there's only one. They have Federal Reserve offices in different states, but
Just like you have
it's
in
still,
Nigeria.
but you still it's one central bank. But I mean, we can't all have independent currency now. At that point in time, we're individual
We're
country
already
with that.
different countries.
Honestly, I think that would be the solution because I think we're not understanding each other at all. Our policies are not effective.
Let me put it this way, right? If Tinubu, I don't think Tinubu is sincere because if Tinubu is sincere, all these people creating all this distortion that is making fundamental economies turn on his head. Tinubu can arrest, can seize governor's money. Governor that collects allocation to buy dollar, he can seize it. The people that got heavy money under Buhari when they printed money, because I have nothing to prove it, but I feel that when they printed other ways and means, a lot of Buhari's palace cornered a lot of cash in
They
Naira.
should have seized all that money now.
Kulata, I remember during the scarcity of currency when Emefiele I think a lot of things happened in between that era, man. They were printing and some people were taking that new currency, they were stacking them somewhere. This is what I suspect happened during that time. Because people could not, there were banks, no money, and when they were shipping the money, so people were taking the money. So I think they printed a lot of money and went to stack them somewhere. Made some people very rich.
We printed
every corruption happened in between.
We created at some 20 trillion. The money was cornered. Because look, if you go to Nigeria now, Mike, wallahi, to see ATM machine, you no get any cash to collect. And then they talk about excess liquidity.
Kulata, we that live in Nigeria, we no longer talk about ATM machine. You cannot go in any ATM machine.
You know the ATM now.
Another thing I'm thinking could be some fake money being printed. Because America almost suffered the same thing like some years ago, like 10 years ago, where some people were printing fake dollar from, I think, and they were pouring into America. So a lot of Nigerians were involved in that thing. So people were said you take the real dollar and go and buy it with that fake dollar. You take like maybe $10, one guy will say $100 fake, and guys were all over the place just spending it until US government realized it. And that fake dollar, you couldn't tell the difference unless they have put it on that one machine, on that light. That light will now show that, okay, this one is real, this one is fake. Or if you go to the bank, they wait. But when they are spending it around, no one could tell, man. Consumers couldn't tell. They were just collecting it. That's when the US had to change that dollar. Remember, they changed the US dollar now. Remember, it used to look different. They had to change the dollar, print new one. So something like that may be happening in Nigeria right now. And Nigeria guys were heavily involved in that thing. So I don't know. The one Nigeria guy told me say they got it from India, but I'm like, dude, almost everywhere in Nigeria they do that.
Mike, it takes a lot to print fake money now. So another man cannot just go and print fake money.
I'm not saying maybe it's single ordinary man. It's a gang of people now, gang of criminals. And the guys that were heavily into that thing were Nigerian gangs like that, man. I know about it. I know about that stuff. And when I questioned some guys that were deep into it, they say, man, he's from India, that the guy that were printing it. I'm like, dude, it could be some Nigerian guys. So maybe they don't figure out to do the same thing with the Naira now. They may be doing it. So Nigeria needs to look into it, man.
It's very difficult. Now, my point is, my only problem is that this administration is almost finishing. Next year now, I don't think there is anything to hold on to again. So we are just going to remain like this till the next election.
This administration has been a disappointment. There's going to be nothing. Well, they said the problem is you are going through tough reforms, right? But your reforms are being stifled by your friends. I mean, let me not say your friends, your political acolytes. Because I truly believe that people that have cornered trillions of naira, and they're gradually converting it to dollars. And
I don't believe that Tinubu will just fail like that in economy. Even if he doesn't get any other thing right, I think at least he would have tried a little bit to manage our exchange rate and some stuff in our economy. But
the exchange rate is supposed to go lower. We have a positive balance of trade. We have, I mean, our interest rate we've been increasing
So
it.
how
We're getting
low,
dollar supply.
Coletta, how low? Okay, based on what you're saying,
Okay, big to finish.
what should the value be right now? 1,200,
Who the fuck knows? Like, who knows? At some point in time, they said we're undervalued, right?
No, you said because you said it's supposed to be lower. Right
It's
now,
supposed to be low. Okay, see, when they first floated, they said our fair value was 800, right? And the time they said our fair value was 800, we had a $7 billion backlog. We had there was no dollar supply coming in, and we've unleashed supply. Supply is not, we can't say supply. Dollar supply is the biggest of our problem. Like, it could be better if we sell more crude, of course, but at least we're getting supply from all these bonds they're raising, and from all these investors. I mean, bringing temporary money, I mean, hot money in. So why is the trend going worse and worse and worse?
Kulata, you know why I feel disappointed?
Our Federal Reserve is now $39 billion. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
You know why I get disappointed every day by day? When this Dangote started producing, I was even very happy that at least we'll have more dollar. At least that sector will.
They will save dollar. That's what's supposed to
happen.
Save
dollar a little bit. At least some say 40%, some say 60%, some say 30%. I thought that was going to affect our exchange rate, only to find out that it even started going up more than what it used to be. So who is now using the
Kulata, you know what I think really happened with mistakes in the women. You know, there's a saying that they say if you're going to spend 1 hour to cut down a tree, you should spend 8 hours sharpening your knife, right? What I think Tinubu had this idea of reform these things in mind, but the thing is, he spent maybe 1 hour to sharpen it before coming to cut down. You know, he didn't like really plan or prepare this thing for a long time. Have all the plans and
Mike, that
and put plan A, plan B, plan C. Because that's you want to have we want to do something. Trust me, I did something I want to do today. They've been planning for so long, already do some access and look at, okay, if this goes wrong, what can we put right away? What can we eject? All those things. They planned it for a long time. So I think probably the mistake he made, he had the idea in mind, but he didn't take his time to sharpen his tools.
Thank you, Mike. That's exactly
I think that's where his mistake was. He didn't sharpen his tool very well.
The argument of Cardoso resigning a few weeks ago, I think there is something behind it. And the government don't want to say anything about. You know, they just try to shield it and make the guy to remain there. But I think what I feel is that Cardoso is tired and is not ready to carry on.
Did you hear what Cardoso said? Was it yesterday? Of course he's tired. He had to say point blank that people are using FAC allocation to buy dollar. He said it.
So, he's not, and what the guy needs is a free hand maybe to fight the corruption in that system. But
and that's what I'm saying. If they are prepared, like really prepared for all these things, the reform, look at the possible loophole, possible obstacles, all those things. Yes, they would have planned for all these corruption part of it would just be easily nipping the bud because they would have seen all those areas. And so to me, they didn't really plan for a long enough period before coming in. They have the idea, what they want to do in their mind, but the preparation was not
Mike,
there. And that's the biggest mistake, I think.
I think they know what to do, but the system is not allowing them to do it. Cardoso know what to do.
No, but don't tell me the system. The lack of political will. Please, nobody should tell me system. It's the political will.
Kolata, do you know, like in America, for example, they have the mistake we make in Africa is this. We'll wait for one government come in, right? Hold on, give me a second. When one government comes in and they bring a new economic team and people like that, new expert to start looking at the system, looking at what to do. But in America, for example, they have some like team of experts, right? Well, that's their only job, irrespective of which regime or government is coming in. They already been planning the next 10 years, next 20 years. That's their only job. I think what we need to do in that Nigeria is this idea of let's wait for this new government to come in and start bringing new idea, new reform. It's a killing. It's just a waste of time. What we need to do is that continue to create a agency of experts where their only job is to focus on this area and plan the next 10 years and the next, what it is and study and You know, so that way, when the new government comes in, it just goes straight to them and say, okay, what have we been planning for the last 10 years? Where are we? This and that, and take from there. So we have to have, that's what we have to have in our country. This idea of, a whole new central governor of CBN just left, a new guy come, we have to start afresh, look at the old system again, look at the old review, and trying to do auditing of what we, oh man, that's just where we got it wrong in Nigeria,
Mike,
maybe in Africa.
I 100% agree with you. You know, they say one of our biggest problem, especially Africa, is organization. We are not well organized.
You can see in everything now. The moment you enter the country from the airport, you can see the disorganization there. Right there.
Exactly.
You don't, they can't even tell you where to go, where to move. Even Nigerian embassy, I land there, they can't even tell me where to go and where do I start. You have to figure it out yourself. You that come there.
Sort yourself out. You will be confused.
You'll be confused.
Exactly.
Well, in America, when I go to the agency anywhere, they already have the person even sign. I will direct you where to sit now, where to take your number, everything's organized. So you don't need to think. You just go there and the direction, instruction is already set up. But the moment you enter Nigerian agency like this, you have to start asking people, okay, I beg you, Sabi, you don't even know what the heck to do. You have to start thinking yourself.
Mike,
I have a question I have a question for Kolata. Kolata, I noticed this, what Cardoso is doing, this quantitative tightening, quantitative easing, is what is this tool. America use it a lot and it works for them. You see, right now there's quantitative easing, but before now it was quantitative tightening and inflation started going down. But when it comes to Nigeria, I did a quick Google to see why is it that this same tool is not working for Nigeria. And some of the result I got are stuff like structural economic issues when it has to do with insecurity, high cost of production, poor infrastructure, dependent on import for essentials like food and fuel. All these things contribute to inflation. So all these QT and QE will not just work. So why is Tinubu government not
Let's not say
focusing
it will not work. Those things work. Those things work. But
No,
the
that's what I
reason,
said. It works in other places. I've seen it work. But
yeah,
they said in Nigeria there are more fundamental things than just QT and QE.
yeah, the reasons is working. In America, you don't have governors or politicians holding on to majority of your money supply and just using it to buy dollar. People love their country. They won't do. I mean, they won't do that. That's for one. The other one is we have policy, floating naira and all whatnot. We don't have the reserves to back up the float. So we're trying to build reserves, but that one wasn't his fault. I think it's the desperation that Buhari pushed the economy to that unleashed that. So if you don't have anything to back anything up, it's just going to free float. But then before they decided to free float, they could have done more planning, which alludes to what Mike was talking about. They could have done more planning. It's not just do something willy-nilly like that and then start dealing with the consequence.
Yeah.
If they had planned a bit, it maybe would have been better because you could see the excessive amount of memos and changes that they've done since they floated. Maybe they could have thought some of those things through earlier on. Maybe it could have been better. I mean, this is Monday morning quarterbacking.
Yes, Simba, hold on a second, because this is where I'm having a hard time here, though, understanding, because the very notion that Tinubu, like Klata was saying, that the lack of political will. I mean, putting Tinubu is a very bitter pill to swallow for me, because him lacking the political will to do the right thing, I just don't understand why. Because you would think that like based on, you would think, I mean, let's just say we believe that he knows what to do. That's the general belief. Now, lacking the political will to then do that thing, I'm having a hard time with that.
I agree with you. It is not political will. It is not political will, and Kenneth said it is the system.
Yeah, but Kate saying it's political. So
I think it's political will.
No, it's not. The system is bigger than Tinubu. Let's not confuse ourselves. The system
No,
itself, the
it's
way it's
not
organized.
that. Can you tell? Okay, can you explain to me why EFCC cannot deal with Yahya Bello?
Good
Is
question.
that not part of the system? Is that not part of the system we're
It's
talking
not.
about?
This is not a system thing. You could go handle Yahya Bello, and
Bello is part of the system now, and that the
Kulata,
system that
Prince
was.
Daddy just said it. It's a part of the system. Tinubu
It's part
cannot
of the
manage
when
every
you
That's
say
part
the
of the
agency.
system we're
system,
talking
look,
Hold on
about.
now.
Guys,
One man cannot. Tinubu cannot manage every agency. Like
it's
just
not.
Of course
It's
I
not.
not.
know, but guys, hold on. Yeah, what I want to understand is like why? Because he said he lacks political will. You saying it's the system, but why is Tinubu as a leader? Why does he lack the political will? Because I'm trying to understand. Because
Okay, Babati, let me throw this at you.
Say, no, sorry, what do you people want you to do? Confiscate their money or what?
Exactly. I don't understand that. I think that's what they're suggesting.
Simba,
I don't know if that is possible.
Simba, please hold on, please. Clara, can you respond to that question? Because that is
See, okay, let me give you an example.
the heart of the
If
problem.
let me give you an example. Why did Tinubu surround himself with useless ministers if it wasn't kind of like trying to accede to every political demand? Why will a normal-headed Tinubu
Kolata,
surround
I beg to
himself
differ.
with the scourge of Nigeria?
I beg to differ because all this minister and the people around him, they themselves, they're handicapped. You just said it earlier that Cardoso was complaining that the governors are using the money to buy dollars.
Because Cardoso is frustrated. Nobody's acting.
Of course, it's frustrating. That's because the system.
These guys are brilliant guys that I know
Oh,
that would have done something different for
that's the
him.
problem.
But
When we talk about the system,
these guys today lose. These guys today, because of the system, you make them look so dull. You make them look as if they don't know what they are doing.
Okay, guys.
Exactly.
What is the
Exactly.
problem?
Kulata, you said
That's why I disagree that they don't know
sometimes
what to do.
it's not the minister that make himself useless. If you are a minister running a weak system, the system itself make you look useless. Like I gave one example before. I said, listen, if you want to build a structure, you can have the best architect, the best engineer, the best designer, everything. Once we have a weak guy that's going to lay the block, at the end of the day, when that structure collapse, they will say it's a useless engineer. He's a useless architect.
If I hire you,
So
Mike,
when you have a system, Nigerian system, most of the people, the whole system is weak because first of all, the manner and the process of which we employ people, first of all, the whole agency, most of the people that work there got there through connection. And you as a minister, if everybody working within your ministry are useless, you're going to be a useless minister.
Mike, if I hire you as a minister, are you just going to go there and just go resume office and not shake things up? Won't you take your own guys there?
Mike.
Kulata, look at the perfect example.
On how many levels?
On all levels, Mike.
You have to fire. That Nigeria, you have to fire a lot of people. Is this
Hold on, guys. Let me chime in real quick. BT, to answer your question. 1 second. BT, to answer your question.
Should Matala be in office by now? Should Matala
I don't think.
Hold on. One voice. That brings out the came for. Let him go.
Yeah, I don't think Tinubu the problem has to do with Tinubu's political will. He has the will and is willing to do what is right. To try different things to get things to work. But again, the system is so corrupt and debased and it's so powerful. And I think Tinubu knows that. And that's why things are not working. We're talking about people that have a bunch of money stacked up somewhere. And the money is not engaged in any supply and demand in the economy. And they have the money to do transactions, to buy dollars or do whatever they do. See, it's not going to work. See, according to the definition of fascism, right? The strict regimentation of resources for war. We're not going to go back. If you want to go back to the military rule, that's one thing. But to have a civilian like Tinubu come to power and begin to give command to whom? Who is he giving commands to? Before he came, there are people that have straddled the system to the core. They know how the system works. Immediately, and they printed a bunch of money. We can account for that money. And they came, and Patoski is talking about it is a good idea that they increase the interest rate to mop up the money. Money from where? Where are they going to mop up the money from? For the poor
How
people.
do we go about fixing the system? We all agree the system is faulty. How do we go about
No,
fixing the
I
system?
actually
You know the
disagree.
challenge
Prince
is that
Daddy, if there was a
Tinubu is
political
also guilty
will,
of
how
the same
many
thing.
people has Tinubu's government made
Abdul, I
example
will give you a
of?
perfect solution.
How
I'll
many
give you a
people
perfect
what?
solution.
How many people
Let me give
see
you a
the
good solution.
Emefiele that they persecuted or prosecuted? They let him go on so many levels. So when you look at the weak ass movement is done, of course you know that, man, because exposing Emefiele will have exposed a bunch of Tinubu
Of course.
acolytes. And so if he has the political will,
In a
he
serious
will
country, Buhari,
let me
in a
land the
serious
point.
country, Buhari should be arrested by now.
Let me land the point. If he has the political will,
Exactly.
he will have damned that. It will have damned his acolyte and show people as an example, and people will not be using illegit money just to be doing anyhow.
Kulata is guilty of the same thing now. How do you expect him to say, "We are going to bring all the cash"?
It's part of his political will now. Say he can't repent. He can
Kulanta,
repent now.
Abdul asked a question. He say this. We all agree that the system is weak, and of course, the system is weak. We are talking about so many massive corruption within the system and everything like
Then
that.
Mike, clean
So
house.
now, hold on.
Then
I'm trying
clean
to.
house now.
You said
that's my point.
Nobody's
like
talking,
was saying, when you get there and the system is bad and people are getting
Mike.
then clean house as Tinubu.
That's what I'm saying now. But you think hold on now, and of course no one will tell me they're not trying to clean house. The cleaning the house process is where the problem is, because first of all you have to employ another Nigeria to go clean the house. So when you have a Nigerian that's going to investigate, so once he gets there, just like we saw Bobrisky, where somebody's supposed to put him in jail, already took money to put him in hotel, right? So now you have other Nigerians to go there and investigate other Nigerians. Once they get there, the person that knows that is about to catch him will say, "Guy, come. We must speak your language, and this money will steal. I will give you this amount, just cover it up." So the person you are sending to go and investigate, they already corrupt themselves. So to me, this is my solution. If I enter that place and I want to clean house up, I'll first go and import foreigners, right? Hold on now, bros, I'm telling you the truth. I'll first go and import China. I'll go to China, I'll go and find experts in that area, whatever I bring. I'll go India. I'm not going to bring them from one country or different country, put them in a room and show them, okay, this is what I want you guys to do. This auditing, this and this and this, go do all the auditing. So by the time those things, and I'll let them know, guy, I'm importing this country, come and do a job for me, and I'm paying you a contract. So when those guys get to those Nigerians, it'll be difficult for them Nigeria to call that Chinese man and say, come. This money you are still there. Come, share. I will give you. First of all, they gotta understand you. You understand? So that's the first thing you have to do. That's your solution. The idea of hiring another Nigerian when everybody had the same mindset, you are wasting your time.
Mike,
you have to go and hire foreigners. Immigration is not a bad thing. There's the reason America is progressing.
Let me give you a question.
All these countries, even Europe, they make immigration something good because they know the profit of foreigners coming into their country. This idea of thinking Nigerians are the one that will solve all those, where everybody thinks the same thing. The way I used to think when I was in Nigeria, hold on, their land. It has changed after moving out because in that country, everybody we all have the same mentality. We chop. Yeah, Lord, man.
But Mike, let me ask you. When you bring foreigner to come and audit and they bring out the corruption, will you bring foreigner to come and judge? It's not bringing out of corruption that's our problem. We've had Nigerians head panel of inquiry, probe, and they brought out corruption. Look at that man that Buhari appointed that brought out so many things that could even have implicated Malami, that brought out stamp duty, that brought out so many things. So it's not foreigner bringing it out. When you bring those things out, those people go to court and then you hit a road there. Now, there was a man, I'm sure most of you have forgotten that guy. That guy in pension that ran to Niger Republic that Interpol brought back.
You are talking about prosecution. Even prosecution is the last step we need. Number one is who will fire. The people you have to fire. That's number. I'm talking about cleaning the system. Is what we're even talking about. Step 2 is prosecution. And this we those hold on. Do you know a lot of people are still in the system because when they got caught, it was covered up and they still remain there. They are vultures. They are there. Like literally, you can't clean the house because the people are supposed to catch them already left them alone. Turn the other eye. You understand? There's so many. I'm talking about every. Bros, when I'm talking about, Mike, and you guys, when you guys are talking about going after people, we too focus on the top people. The real vultures are the people even working in every department. I'm telling you, man, if you want to clean all this department, clean everything, you have to
And
first
replace
of
them with
to
foreigners.
clean the house, and you really have to. If I begin to tell
Honestly,
you,
Mike, you have a good point. Honestly, I don't think anyone can argue with that. There's a serious need for cleanup. But this guy, somebody I don't know his name, he's trying to talk about the issues with prosecution. So let him tell us how he thinks we can go about that.
And what I'm saying is that if we have not had the problem we had is not the problem of identifying the criminals or where our problem is the willpower to put these people on trial and then prosecute them, recover our money and put them in jail. That's the point. We've had instances where they say they set up panel inquiry, proofs and everything. They discover a huge sum from this person, discover a huge sum from that person. The only ones that are prosecuted are the only ones that have a political cross road or double cross or in different political camp. Those are the ones that even get tightened up a little bit. But once you get them, once their own ally that is in your party comes and they can throw some weight, they have some political value they can bring to the table. They cut them some slack, and that's the challenge that we have in India. It's a systemic problem. So let's just make sure that we have a government that provides basic things for the people and let people breathe and survive. If you are going to transform or clean anything, nothing's going to happen in that area. Just look for government that will create reasonably and living environment and allow people to be able to creatively solve their problem. That's what we are even looking.
but to create the environment, don't you think? Well, you need workers now to do the job. If the workers are corrupt, how can you create it?
No, the people are the ones that are going to.
Are you the one that will do all the work? You have to employ. It's all the agencies that have to do the work now. But if they are all corrupt, everything is so corrupt in Nigeria. And you're saying the government will create an enabling environment.
The one that
I
are
have
going to
a
hire
quick
is still
question to you.
corrupt too, so forget that one.
My question to you is this: I overheard you guys talking about some of these governors are changing the FAC allocation to dollar, and that is a huge amount of money. Is it not through the banking system they are changing this money to dollar, or do they have
Not
another
necessarily
way
so.
to change it to dollar?
They can change over I have seen from when I was in the system.
The check can
I've
change
seen
it for them.
governors.
No,
I've seen
but they
governors
have
change
already checked.
money.
They've already changed a lot.
They change
Continue.
money in Sabo, even governors. They use I've seen instances of where government needs money and they call Mala. It's not as if government need money. Government need dollar.
Patoski, those malam doesn't have the kind of money that
They always go
can
to
cause
the
serious
bank.
problem.
Those
They
malam.
don't have that number of dollar. Even you see the individual going to them, you need $10,000. They say, okay, come back tomorrow, come back next week.
No,
They
okay,
don't
let
have
me
that.
get you.
They don't have that kind
Okay.
of money.
Why I asked you
There are
that
some
question?
mala out there. There are some mala
Which is
who
the
are
banking industry.
mala.
The
There are
banking
mala who
industry
have
in
the money
Nigeria,
out there.
the
There are
banking
malam.
industry in Nigeria, there is a lot of their CEO, they're supposed to send them to jail.
No be
They are
CEO.
the
Wait
ones.
first now. Shebi, you
No,
ask
the
the
reason why I
question.
asked
Let
you
me
that
tell
question
you.
because if they continue to change FAC allocation through them, I know it's through them.
They will
Because
not change it through some of them. Let me tell you how this thing happen. You see, some of those mala that you see, the money they have is not their money.
I know.
The money belongs to some big political stalwart that have millions of dollars in different states in the hands of different mala. That man is coming for a political meeting, maybe in a place like Ilorin. They've changed naira. They've changed money. The man is not worried. He lands Ilorin. Call this, call this, call this. He don't call them before now. I'll be in Ilorin tomorrow. I need $10 million. That $10 million go arrive. They no go bank. Those who have those
Before
money.
you go ahead, is it only the Malam from the north that are doing that? What about their southern counterpart? Are they also doing that?
No, they're also doing that now.
All of
If they
them.
have political backing.
What of central bank?
Like central bank, you see, the incentive for central bank is if central bank has a rate that is relatively that gives them some margin that incentivize round tripping. Of course, they will go through the bank. They will change some through the bank, but because they know that in the bank it is easily monitored and you can easily track it, they will use those malam. Those
So,
Malam, you'll be surprised how
for
much they have.
you to know that those big money bags, you know that you don't know them physically.
Those Malams, where are they getting their dollars?
That's
You see,
another
some
question.
of them.
How do they get those dollars?
Oh, how to get dollars? So many ways now. So many ways. I'll give you examples. Before now, those Bureau de change, they sell their money to Malam. You understand? They don't even sell their money to people that want to travel, that present passport and present documents. No. Once they get the money from central bank, they take the money to Malam, they sell. You understand? And the Malam has the dollar. That's one way. Two, some of these people that have export proceeds, you understand, like I'm a produce exporter, they get their dollar as export proceed. Those people withdraw their dollar because it's their money. They sell to Malam. And that's a very huge side of things. Money launderers take their money to Malam because anything that you don't want government to keep a track of it, because once the money gets into the banking sector, you can get an audit trail. So all the dirty money that is going to have some dollar dimension goes into Malam. All this kidnapping that they are, they some of them, they pay them foreign currency. The money go to Malam. That's the way it is.
So there's a network.
Patoski, there's no network. No, Patoski. Let me tell you, I think the major problem is our banking system. There is no money that doesn't pass through our banking system. Even if you have proceeds from your export or whatever, it still pass through the bank. There is no money that doesn't pass.
The proceeds of crime don't necessarily go.
Let me tell you, even if you want to pay kidnappers, you have to go and withdraw that money from the bank. Everything is through the bank. But our banking sector is working. If they can sanitize that banking sector, if they can trace all the money in that country, there's no money that doesn't pass through bank in that. Even the kidnappers, when they get the money, some of them will still go and save the money in the bank.
Thank you.
Forget about it. The banking sector is the major problem. That the one doing the round tripping, selling all this dollar, getting even the people that are laundering the money is the bank that is there to launder it. Forget it.
You know what I've learned? Like here in this country, they have.
They are the only organization making profit today, even when Nigerians are complaining.
Let me quickly chip in this point. Here in this country, they have fewer banks. The fewer banks they have, totally, they cannot be more than 3 or 4. In China, population of 1.4 billion, they only have 4 major banks, and the government keep a good grip on them, a fine grip. When I was new in that country, we used to go and change renminbi to dollar, just like this Malam they are doing. But when their speculative situation is too much, immediately, one day, they just wipe all of them off. Some of them sent to jail. Any amount of money you want to change in that country, for foreigner, you cannot change more than $500 in a day. A tight grip on it. So in Nigeria, I don't know, because of our democracy and sometimes of a human right, follow the constitution, so many stuff like this, these things are not working in that country. That is why I said that country needs an iron hand, whether you like it or not. I'm not calling for military government, but if that country really wants to turn around, it's not a child play. Some people are just there in that country to mess up that country.
If I'm permitted, see, the problem we have is data. When you don't have data of your citizens,
Need rest and data. Need rest and data.
But now we have the NIN number. It's about 150 million.
I wanted to quickly round up something.
But we are on the way about that data because we have about 115 people.
No, they will not allow it to work. That we are deceiving ourselves. The truth of the matter is this. Look, when you have data, you will back it with law, how things are going to function. You just use where you are as an example. A society where everybody knows, government knows everybody income. Businesses and transactions are not in black market. They are formal. There are formality you must follow. So that enables the government to see things. Like Nigeria, your money is just your money. No government don't even have.
Midwest. Let me tell you this, and that was why Patoski, maybe because Patoski was a former banker, and that was why he was not ready to talk about this shenanigans going on in the banking sector. Let me tell you, in Nigeria, you see this. Let me tell you what people. Another thing that they used to do. You have a company. You register your company. You open an account on the name of the company. Then you have one personal account. Instead of people pay into the company account so that government can know how much your company is making so that you can pay tax. People, they will now be giving their personal accounts to people for their buyers to pay into their own personal account. Bank will not help government to trace that money and say, okay, the money that is getting to your personal account, where is it coming from? Your more money is getting to your corporate account. You are getting more money to your personal, and they will just shield it.
Simba,
they will shield it.
Simba, in addition to what you just said now,
the reason is
people also have company. You have a right to use your personal account for people, but the government have right to go through your account and see the income you are making. And then secondly, no business here, I repeat, even if you want to say Atarudu, you must register a company as an entrepreneur.
That what look at me, see the way
nobody can escape that tax. Nobody can escape. Not that somebody that has 50 million worth of
see the problem. Let me ask something to you. You know, Nigeria, we need overhaul. Some of the things we don't understand. In Nigeria, they don't know how those things function. How can somebody have a business when normal circumstance, a limited company is mandated on monthly basis to send out all the entire account movement to the Ministry of Finance? So in Nigeria, we don't know the importance of these things. Ministry of Finance work for only president and governor. The entire citizens is out of it. So in Nigeria, the taxation system is for the governor. So they give people to go and be collecting the money. So until we go back to that formality, it is against the law, asking anywhere.
And do you know that
guys, let's not get too esoteric here. We're talking about corrupt politicians from past administration and from current administration cornering naira and using it to buy dollar, and the excess liquidity is in their hands. Whether you have data from now till tomorrow, if there's no law enforcement to enforce them not doing those things, or to seize the money, or to prosecute them, or to freeze the account, all this data you're talking about means shit, because those people are corrupt. They will not, they just won't follow the law.
I want to ask you a question.
See, my brother, if we go allow their own, Oyibo will be worse than those people.
No, I want to ask a question. If there's one big man that has an excess liquidity in his house, does EFCC and every one of them, can they just, go to his house without no warrant or whatever, and just go there and collect the money?
You can get a warrant because that's unexplained wealth.
And when they get the warrant, and then they will now call people like Ozekeme, they will now start to do technicality to also give them the money back.
Once upon a time in that country, I remember that time now, that even if you want to withdraw 1 million or save 1 million naira, they say the bank has to alert EFCC. There was a time like that. But now, or even this money that we are claiming that the politicians stash in their home and everything.
The FCC goes send their boys to go wait for gate for the. My brother, we get problem. EFCC go send boys.
The question I want to ask is that even the money that we are claiming these politicians stash in their home, maybe in terms of, because if the money is in cash, that means we just put the money there. It's not even circulating the economy. It's not doing anything for the economy. Now, how did they get this money? It's not from the bank that they withdraw this money from.
No, the bank is involved, but you have to look. You have to set examples. I'm saying since Tinubu has been there, even Better Edu or whatever, what has been done to her? Nothing. Immediately, what has been done to him? Nothing. Nothing. That's why I call out BS on his political will. Because once he finds out one person politician that is his friend,
the kind of democratic yes, it will die because our entire democratic system, that is what is based on. You see, even Nigerians, look at what the people, when he sacked Beta Edu, the people from Calabar and all those people, all those, they came out and demonstrated now. When they remove Emefiele and they wanted to prosecute him. Look at all the way the Igbos and the Deltas are behaving.
That is in this platform also support Emefiele.
Two Nigerians now Emefiele 1,000 man now. They're from the same place.
You understand?
So
let me tell you,
you cry about corruption.
Exactly.
I will need to get it right. How we are Nigerians.
But you should okay, because you are from the same town, should not, I mean, cloud your sense of judgment.
That's BT. That is all we have. We have problem as people generally. If you are a politician in that country,
import immigrants to come and fix these problems.
I agree with you. Nigerians cannot solve any problem. Nigerians see any position they give them not to serve is an opportunity for them to make money.
Mike, there is no foreigners you are going to bring that is going to fix your country. Nobody.
No, we are not telling them to come and fix our country. We are employing them to come and do certain job where we know that. Wait. We are not coming here to come and fix our country for us. That's not what we are saying. I'm not saying I'm coming here. I want to bring a foreigner to come and be my president. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there are some key jobs where if you put a Nigerian there, he will struggle to prosecute his brother, or his mentality is just like every other. That mentality that's killing us. That mentality part that's killing us. We have to bring something from outside to come that doesn't have that mentality to come and do that job. That's the point I'm making.
It's not. I'm
just being creative.
Let me tell you why I did not agree with you.
Okay.
Those foreigners you are going to bring in, as we speak today, foreign companies and powers that you are looking, they have already established their own network up top of that.
We are not inviting company. Company are there to make profit. We are employing workers.
Not company. They talk of corruption here. If those companies are corrupt and they are bringing their money to advanced country successfully enter, you understand that the government of that country is aware of what is going on. So please, those people you want to call in, they will always create problem for you, will spy on you and take advantage of everything. That's the way the world is designed.
Midwest, we are not inviting companies to come and work in. We are inviting workers. I'm inviting workers, not companies. I'm inviting someone to come and work for me, not to come and run a company to invest and run out, to come and serve his company. That's two different things. Of course, foreign companies, if a foreign company goes somewhere, wants to go and read the country off now and run away. I'm talking about I want to go and recruit workers. Listen to me, listen. This will keep clear to you. Calm down. If I recruit a competent Benin man to come and investigate a company, as far as me, I don't use Benin man, that's how you attack. If I am a competent Yoruba man to come and investigate a ministry, he sees fellow Yoruba man that are stolen, and the guy called and started saying, "Hi Joe," he started kneeling and begging him, say, "Okay, we'll share, start speaking language," and he will figure.
They will send his people, his father, yes, now they will send his parents to him to go and talk to your son.
He know how to use his parable to talk to him, to at the end of the day convince him that to spare him. Or if I even know when they way to talk corruption language, they know how to do that with each other. You understand? He may spare those Yoruba people there. And then he may still prosecute maybe people or other thing. But I'm telling you, a Chinese man as equally competent as that Yoruba man, I bring him to go and do that. I want to come out to the start and speak Joe. He don't understand your language. I hire him to come and do a job. I didn't bring his company here. And when I go to recruit, I'm not just recruiting people I don't know. Some people I know I've met, we put into orientation where it's foreign workers, you understand? And when foreign workers come into, they just come in to do their job. And you put into education what you are expecting. You train them on what to do.
Mike.
There's no argument there. Why? Let's not create unnecessary argument.
This Bobrisky Expo, let me tell you this expo that this black man, really was very dark man, exposed at Bobrisky. That was what the EFCC guy used to do, and that's how they used to frustrate any kind of prosecution. They will withdraw all those big allegations in the case, and that's why you see that they say at the end of the day that they have no, because they will go and present a very weak case in the court because they have collected money. That's what they do to all these politicians and other big individuals. That's what they do.
Mike, I agree with Mike. Let me tell you, if you are employing people so that you know the rotten people in our system, those guys you appointed, they know them already. Now, how do you now enforce the law? upon them because we're in democracy. So that means you will replace
But at least let's get that first step right
Wait,
now.
you will not replace our judges with Chinese judges or what?
No, that's not the step I'm talking about. We have several steps. The first step is to clean the system. The second step is prosecution. That first step, we are already
Mike.
The first step is what we are crying about today. That second step is a whole different case.
How you going to clean a system when the president's hand is not clean, the deputy hand is not clean?
No, just wait, Midwest. There's nobody in a year that his hand is clean. Don't let us even focus on those big. Even those people who are the people in our security, immigration, custom, all those our institutions. Everybody is corrupt. Everybody. Nigerians cannot correct the wrong in Nigeria. Believe me, we are not ready. Everybody just come here and just be making noise. All of us, we are just too bad. We are too bad. And the way we have, that's what we are getting. We can't be better than the way we have if we don't change our ways generally.
Everywhere you go in Nigeria, you go to schools, you go to hospitals, you go to any institution, everybody wants something to line his pocket. I remember when my late mother was sick, we took her to the UCH. Some of those guys were asking us for bribe just to give her bed. We have to pay about 50,000 just for them to give us a bed. Every institution is corrupt. Even I went as far as to meet the overall head at UCH that time, because I have a proposal I want to introduce to him. When I lay my proposal on the table, the first thing he's talking to me is that I know where it's going. It's all about he first stole me, then later he now called his secretary to meet me. The secretary now said, how can we do this thing together? What do you mean do this together? I brought something for you that is going to benefit your hospital. And you are telling me, how are we going to do it? Do you have the money to join together? You don't have the money, but you are looking at what you are going to get from it. So let's call a spade a spade. When I said the orientation is in a total mess, you guys are talking, no, and there's one thing that people should know. Even the so-called big America and the rest of them, look at their history, generation back, 100 years. They were tough on their people. Those people at that time, they did not enjoy that country. If they have been laissez-faire like Nigerians is doing now, that America and UK or wherever we are finding ourselves, they will not be exactly where they are today. Even today, that the Gen Z, they find a way to manage them. Talk less of a country that does not plan. Talk less of a country that everybody can do whatever they want. Everybody just steal money left and right. The cookie has come to crumble, or what do you say? We have been stealing money for more than 60 years, and you expect your country to turn around just like that? No. Jezani alone stole billions. And when some people want to try, some people really have good intention for that country, but some people are already lying down, want to destabilize it at any available opportunity. I've seen a lot. When they give them contract, they will come. The one thing they were asking for is their own bribe, even they come to foreign land. And what is the bribe? It's not even 10,000. In the $1 million, a civil servant, level 14, level 12, come to
you know, Remy.
That country is
Remy, even America.
Sorry, I don't want to go into overall corruption, but this inflation problem, this excessive cash in people is what I want to be specific about.
Okay,
it's not going away. It's not going to go away until we stifle these people.
Yes, so. And I do. So it must. Okay, there's no way.
Remy. Don't we all miss OBJ now? Because OBJ, at least, I know he kind of bypassed some laws, but at least he did something. He made.
What did he do? What did he do? Don't bring that man this thing here.
Hold
Don't
on.
bring OBJ here. What did he do? Tell us now.
Simba, can you hold on? Can you?
Is here. So easy on OBJ.
Hold on. I'm saying in regards to what Kay was talking about, at least you are going after some people just to show that at least the system can actually fight back a little bit. Tinubu is not showing any effort at all.
Who did OBJ got fought? I'm holding. Just give us examples. Don't just talk. Just like that.
Maybe if you let me speak, and I can actually tell you the answer. If you let me speak for 5 seconds. Okay, thank you very much. What I'm saying is this. I know you're going to say political vendetta. He went against his political enemies. I get that. But at least he did something. Okay? This guy from Kogi, if that guy, Tinubu cannot allow that guy go. You have to do something. Show strength. You have to do something. You cannot allow him to go scot-free. If that happens, then I'm out.
But Tinubu went after Emefiele now. The same thing OBJ went after his enemy too. But OBJ didn't go after his friends.
No.
So they are not different. They are not different.
What Babati is trying to say is that he must ruffle some feathers, whether he like it
yes,
or not.
Yes, now
Show
some ball.
But how can you be giving us OBJ example as a good example for God's sake? What are you to tell us now? No, I said you should give us example. You didn't even mention one person. Just mention example of what OBJ did. Just give us examples.
At least
the military Buhari would have been a good example. The military one or not this civilian one that came. The soldier Buhari. In fact, it was Idiagbon that was really doing war against indiscipline. It wasn't Buhari. It was Idiagbon.
Mike, I want to ask you this question. You know that Ibori that ran all the way to UK. Do you know that if they have sentenced that guy to like 40 years imprisonment, that data would have known peace? It's still there. Is their godfather today?
He's still the godfather now.
Is there one appointing governor, appointing commissioner? That state, I was talking to someone. So
we do things backward.
Where the guy was still in prison, he was still controlling. He was still. Let me tell you, Nigerian prison is not a prison for. Let me tell you, our prison is not prison for big. I will not see politicians that won the election while still in prison in Nigeria. There are somebody won senatorial election while he was in prison in Nigeria. So what are we talking about? They still control the political apparatus even when they were in prison.
Simba, we have been talking about problem. We are trying to look for solution. I'm not an economist, and it's not only about economics. This inflation is getting out of hand, and you continue to increase the interest rate, which is not good for local investors.
The major thing that's causing inflation in Nigeria is the valuation of Naira. That's just it. Is the continued devaluation.
Simba, devaluation of Naira, the excess Naira that made us devalue is with people that are buying dollars. And if we can't control that, forget it.
The dollar that they are buying, what are they using the dollar for?
I don't even know now.
There is a store of value now. When your Naira is getting devalued, it's a store of value.
Store of value now. People are buying. Who is selling it to themselves? Is it the bank or what? Where did they get it from?
So how can it go? Okay, so how can it go after the governors that like you said, are the ones buying, because they have.
It's not just governors, carry over from Buhari administration. A shitload of them is from Buhari's administration.
Yeah, but I'm saying that they have apparently that means that they have access to these dollars in the CBN. Somebody in that government is giving them access to the dollars.
But just wait. Is it today that our Naira has been spiraling like that? Why are we now attaching Buhari administration or maybe the money they stole during Buhari administration?
No, Simba, this is different. This is different.
I don't know what he's talking about.
This is different. You can draw a straight line. There are two things. First of all, let's forget the farming one. No, let's forget the food one. But the ways and means, the excessive printing of Naira, 20 to the tune of 20 or 21 trillion.
23 trillion.
23 trillion. That was straight line under Buhari. First of all, using Naira to keep, refusing to do the right thing, supporting dollar on reasonable rates, supporting this, supporting that. There was deficit now, and then you fund deficit from ways and means illegally because it went over the threshold of ways and means. Why would we blame Buhari's government? That was all Buhari now.
That Buhari did not, the Buhari did not address any issue. He's just doing patch for that.
Put bandage. But look at where he got us now.
Yeah, so that is one part.
So Kolata, what you are trying to say?
Remy, hold on, please. That is the governors. But what about the private sector too? Because they also get away with so what,
that's where I agree with Simba. Like, go after the bankers that are enabling this thing.
Right.
Colata, what about
where? Okay, where is the will
No,
and why is he not doing anything? Is it for second term? Is it worried about second term?
Koyemi, honestly,
It's about second time. Let me tell you. Let us see it.
Hold on now. Hold on.
It's about second time.
Hold on, guys. Remy needs to now. Remy needs to do. Okay, this is my thing. I'm trying to find every reason not to agree with Case. My thing. I know what you're saying, but I'm trying to find every reason because I only believe a whole Jagabad is struggling with cleaning house. Oh, I'm struggling with that. Is what I'm saying because I don't get it. Koyemi, I don't know what it is.
Because this guy does not
I don't understand.
Anything. It does not owe anybody. It's not that somebody pushed him.
So who is he working? No, so who is he really working for then? Has he been compromised? Did he have some foreign influence over this guy? What is really going on?
I don't get it. Sometimes I don't understand. Is it because of
it makes sense now? Like, dude, like
you just destroy your government for you. No legacy, nothing. And if this guy miss it, forget that country.
We can barely get 4 or 5 functioning ministers. For God's sake, 4 or 5 barely in the whole administration. 4 or 5.
And Babati, you know why I'm fully convinced? Because of the, they want to fire ministers now. He ran away from Nigeria to avoid the lobbying because they have started lobbying him. He couldn't handle the pressure of the lobbying. That's why he stayed extra days in Jan to start planning reshuffling of the ministers. So someone that's open, look, Tinubu is a dealer, like all milling and dealing. So all these political favors is what you are seeing represented in his cabinet. And now that he wants to reshuffle, those people are coming back with different names again. That's why he ran away for a long time.
But okay, evidence-based practice. You can lobby all you want, but we can all see that you don't know what the hell you're doing as ministers. So kill on lobby for. I got to get rid of you, man. I'm sorry. I don't care if I'm in London or UK. Oh, okay. Minister of Health or Minister of, let's say, whatever. Oh, she said now. Kill on lobby me for. You got to go.
Koyemi, man.
I don't understand. Like, what is all this? Why is it running to UK for? I am right here in Abuja. I'm not going anywhere. You failed. You got to go. That's it.
You guys, it's not as easy as you guys are looking at it. It's not as easy as that.
Go ahead and tell us.
Simba, if you really, really want to make mark, if all you care for is real legacy, man, F it. You'll do what you have to do.
It depends on what you look at as legacy now. Some people will look at having money as legacy. Some people will look at having power as legacy.
Money now. He has money.
We look at
the next generations.
Having positive impact on people as legacy. So it depends on what you think is legacy. But to me, the problem of our democratic system cannot actually give us any good governance. Because in as much as you are still looking at Nigerians, corrupt Nigerians, to give you vote, you just have to do whatever they like. That's just it.
Àwọn aṣọ ìbára wọn jà. Àwọn
Can do.
Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? Kí ló ó ti bẹ orin ọ̀tẹ̀ ló fi wọlé láàárọ̀ yìí.
Can do start telling about himself now, you know.
Àwọn
mọ̀ pé ọ̀tá Tinubu kan ló dé yìí, so gbogbo tá à ń sọ láàárọ̀ yìí ó ti ń sàb sí lọ́wọ́.
No, there's nothing to be gained if Nigeria is not progressing. I mean, what joy can there be? There is no joy that can be attained from anybody's failures. And as I've said many times here, this did not start from Tinubu. It didn't start from Buhari. We've been in this mess for a long time. I just believe the handwriting was on the wall. In my own assessment, I came here before the election that these people have nothing for you. They have nothing. I understand what they did in Lagos. I get it. But like I said, when they open the book of Lagos in the future, people will weep. So I would have been gladdened if I had been proven wrong. Obviously, they're not even 2 years into it. Or for the sake of the Nigerian child, for the sake of Nigeria, for the sake of tomorrow, I hope they can pull this off. Because like a lot of people have said here, if they miss this, uh, we're gonna be in trouble for a long, long time. So I will never be one of those people that wishes Nigeria any ill in order to gain what? Even to say, I told you so, okay, you told us so, so then what? What does that do for anyone? I just hope they don't miss it because there's too much on the line.
Stop gloating.
No. Olorun Maje, I'm not
No,
that type of a
he's saying
person.
the truth, man. There's too much on the line. There's too much.
There's too much on the line. I mean, if we miss this, I don't even want to think about the implications alone. Seriously, if we miss this, even the things that have happened over the last 10 years will be child's play. If we miss this, it's going to be horrible.
Like, explain if you miss what? I don't get it.
No, if this,
We miss not doing it right.
yeah, if we miss not getting it right, whatever those rights are.
So you don't even know what the rights are.
No, there are so many. There's so many.
There's no evidence. No, they need content. You can't.
You know when Nigerians talk, they won't even tell you what they're talking about. You just be like, okay.
No. I've said this here before. I have said Mr. Mike, number one, I am never that type of a person. Even if you're an enemy, there's nothing for me to derive from your fall. Even if you're my enemy, which I don't know if I have one. But what I'm saying is, we have said this thing, even the very first week that they came in. We said, let them embark on agriculture.
Who's that echoing?
I'll mute myself. It's me. I'll mute myself.
It's a Midwest.
Okay, where is it coming from? Yeah, Midwest. Okay. Can do. Everybody's paying me. That can do. Maybe let's see if it's coming from Can do. Can do. Go ahead.
Yes. So, like
let's see if it's coming from you.
The very
it's not
first
coming
week
from you. Then I didn't get myself. It's not coming from you. Continue. Yeah.
Yeah, the very first week that they came in, I mean, we're all here. Mr. Kulata was here, BT was here, a bunch of people were here. And back on this agricultural sector, yeah, we know it's not the job of the government, but we needed to tackle that day one. Yeah, they've done some good things at the CBN, but the way we are going, I don't see the direction. And like a lot of people have said, this man needs to grab the bull by the horn and do whatever he has to do. If there's no legacy, he had money before he became president, so there's no money legacy to be had. He already had the money. So whoever is going to go and hang themselves, let them go and hang themselves. But do whatever you believe is the needful, because things are bad. But if we miss this opportunity to correct some of those wrongs, I don't even want to. I can't, my brain cannot even go there.
I know somebody said it because of second time. I said, you know what happened to good luck? They said, oh, let me wait a second time to fix the constitution. If you wait too long, you might not get that opportunity again. The same way
Jonathan, did Jonathan tell you? Jonathan is just an assumption. Did he tell you that I'm waiting for second time?
At least that was.
Yeah, it's just an assumption.
Well, I mean, Tinubu is no Jonathan. He's much more sophisticated and smarter than Jonathan. You know, it's much more.
I don't see any sign so far. Can do. It's not behaving that way.
I'm talking about his ability to get the second term. Is what I'm saying. His ability, but like you rightly said, if some of these wrongs are not corrected, it's going to be to the point that even his wife would not vote for him.
Not like I want to sound like a broken record, though. this political will. Okay, look at when Tinubu fired this DSS, the Buhari carryover, the DSS. I mean, is it the DSS guy and the other security guy? And then you see how the soldiers went to the northwest and started slaughtering the terrorists like they were Christmas goat and New Year chicken, just slaughtering. Before that, the terrorists had the upper hand. When he decided to act, he acted, and we saw result. That's why I'm insisting that this is up to this guy. He needs to grow some balls and do what he needs to do. Otherwise, those folks that are sitting on hordes of cash where the country doesn't have anything, and then you're telling me there's excess liquidity. If you don't address that, this inflation, we're not going anywhere.
So people like his cousin, Oyetola, that one needs to go. I don't care if it's your blood brother. You have a cousin, you have.
Is Oyetola part of his ministry?
No, blue economy or yellow economy.
Oyetola na blood brother.
But he has to go now. It's a political will. That is where it starts. Abi, it starts from home. It starts from your own family that is in government. So if you are really
talking about the former state governor,
that is the blue chip economy. We don't even know what that guy does.
Yes, now
we don't even
their
know.
family.
He has to go to be serious. If it's really sincere, the guy has to go. Oh, now. That's the problem. I don't.
Yeah. They have to think outside the box, man.
But those of you that knows, what do you think that they can do in the next 9 months? What are actionable things?
To me, my advice to Tinubu is to focus on maybe one significant project. Maybe focus on power. Like just take that power out of the way. So people can still kill. At least finally, this power thing we've been crying about all our life. We solved it, Just one particular significant,
Mike, that power. Let me tell you something about that power. The people that are getting 24/7 power right now in Nigeria, they're complaining bitterly. Nigerians are useless. They got 24/7 power, and then they are complaining that it's too expensive. That don't give me 24/7, give me 12, give me 15.
I read this yesterday. All of them said we don't want.
See, when I came from Nigeria, I was saying it, and then they brought it in the paper yesterday.
Don't they have the card area? Don't they have the card system where you can turn it on and off? Like so.
They want free. They want free power. As if in America we get free power or anywhere in the world.
They give them 24 hours. They are telling you we don't want again. What do you mean? You want electricity, but you don't want.
They want fuel, but they don't want to pay more. They don't want it's expensive. If you want it to be constant, and if you want it premium, it's going to be expensive. That's just the way it is. But Nigeria.
If you can hear me, sorry, BT. What percentage of Nigeria's economy is formal and informal?
Yeah, most of it is underground economy, man. Most of
it. I think possibly 65% is informal. Probably 65%.
65%, 60% they are entrepreneur without no registration of company, no tax something, nothing to follow them.
Okay, so the reason I'm asking the question is because let's keep it real. Of course, we want Tinubu to succeed, and if he doesn't succeed, Nigeria is not going to fail. It's not. Because, you know why? Because Nigeria as a country, its success is not heavily dependent on the government, really. If they have, decent amount of pricing for fuel, interest rate is okay. Agriculture is working okay. Nigerians don't need much from the damn government. They don't. So let's not exaggerate that if Tinubu fails tomorrow, that's the end of Nigeria. It's not. Because the economy is so informal in a lot of ways. Nigerians are industrious. They are innovative by themselves, especially the private sector or the informal sector. They survive without the government. It's not like America the West. They depend a lot on the welfare program. That's not the case in Nigeria.
Prince Daddy.
Of population and
Go ahead.
Not paying taxes. How would the government get money for infrastructure development? When an average Nigerian does not want to pay for, even if you have good electricity, they don't want to pay. They don't want to pay toll fee on the highway. Look at the system you are in America. Like here, we pay road fee per year annually. You can split the money into like 4 installments, but everybody pay. So this way, there's no toll plaza. You already paid the money ahead. So Nigeria does not want to pay all that kind of money. Everything is being
But
subsidized.
Remy, they're already collecting the money one way or the or another
No,
right
no,
now.
Prince Daddy, they are not. Let me tell you what happened. Let me tell you what happened to me on Monday. Okay, somebody has a store in Lagos, and they said council people came, and they said they needed to pay them 12,000. I said, how much is it for you to actually go to the council itself and pay the money? They said if they go to the council, they will pay 30,000. I said, I beg you in the name of God, go close down your shop for one day. Go and pay that 30,000 and collect your receipt. Because if you give these people the 12,000, that 12,000 goes into their pocket. That's why you will never have good roads. You will never have the things that you're supposed to have. And in the way that you're looking at it, that okay, if 65% of the sector is underground, the things that are necessary for local government, for state government to perform and do their duties will never get done. So individually, from an individual standpoint, you might have people that are quote unquote okay, but the entire system itself would not function as it's supposed to. So that's why
Well, let's see, if you break down, if you did, go local government, route, the tax collection or revenue collection will be more fragmented and easier to collect. So each local government can devise a way they can approach their citizens to collect the money. It's still you're not really answering my question. At the end of the day, unless you tell him that if Tinubu does not have the perfect infrastructure by the time he leaves office, Nigeria is going to collapse. If that's what you're saying, then I hear you. But if you're saying the way if the status quo remains, because Tinubu hasn't really done anything extraordinary at this point in time, if the status quo remains, okay, and we just get marginal improvements in the price of fuel, the currency becomes a little bit better. Nigeria will
no,
move on fine.
Prince Daddy, in the last 30 years, this is not a Tinubu issue, regardless of who has been in place. All you have really seen is a system that has been collapsing over time. You've gone from 1 naira to $1. You go to 10 naira to 1, you go to on and on and on. So the economic sector, the center will never hold. You might have individuals that are able to do well by themselves, but the system, the structure is not in place. So this is not a Tinubu issue. It's a question of where do we want to go? Where do you see yourself 30 years from now? Where do you see yourself 50 years from now? That has
Yeah,
to be the
but the
thought process.
resilience, the resilience also has been built over 30 years,
Yeah, but
ago,
you're
gradually.
resilient. You hold on. You're resilient. You've been resiliently poorer over time.
Okay, okay. I know the government subsidizes, a lot of things or some things. I don't know about electricity right now. They got rid of quote unquote a few subsidy. As you continue to what you call decouple Nigerians from welfare or subsidy regime, they become more so independent. And the easier it will be if Tinubu fails or any other government for that matter, Nigeria will continue. I don't. Maybe you guys see it differently. Obviously, I don't see it that way. Unlike the West, that a lot of even corporate America, for example, depend a lot on the damn government and the common people in the welfare program. Hold on, and if you want to talk about Social Security and the healthcare system, it's highly concentrated, believe it or not, in the hands of the government. So if American government, for example, does not respond accordingly with the QE we're talking about earlier, or could it be TARP? America will collapse overnight. That's why in 2008, they were running up and down, shaking. They didn't want Wall Street to fail. All these big companies came up with the term too big to fail. Because truly, if those companies fail, and America will go down the drain, because a lot of Americans' retirement investment is stuck in the hands of these corrupt, great American companies. But the government has to go print money and give it to them. And at the end of the day, after 3 or 6 months, these damn companies that essentially went bankrupt were reporting profit. It shows the the intertwine of Americans' corporate world of business with the government. But not so in Nigeria. It's not the same. If you ask me personally, I don't have the data, but I'll probably tell you like 70% of Nigeria's true economy is informal. It's informal,
Well,
and Nigeria is highly dependent on remittances
in the
from
formal,
overseas.
yeah, but you see, I will agree with you. The difference in what you just narrated now is that in the US, there is a system in place. If there was no system in place, people will be out on the street. You remember, these people they have guns they have the right to own guns in their constitution for a reason. So the difference is 2008. It was the over leveraging and packaging of all this. What did they even call them? All these loans that they were reselling. So that was just
Yeah,
a
the
technical,
subprime mortgage, the
yeah,
subprime you're talking
subprime
about,
that
right?
they were packaging. So that was not it wasn't the base of the economy. The base of the economy, as you very well know, is small businesses, individuals that hire 3, 5 people. That's the thing. You see, your I mean, I understand your thought process, which will actually work if things over the last 30 years or 40 years, whichever duration of time you want to look at it, if the average person in Nigeria is just doing okay and things are going up, I mean, the price of things are going up, but people are okay. The issue is that you have too many people, your teachers, your accountants, that are not able to sustain. That's the problem, and the problem will get worse and worse as time goes on. Yeah, the country is not going to go anywhere. I mean, in Zimbabwe, they were using wheelbarrow to to carry cash to go and buy bread. They're not dead. They're still here. But in terms of an outlook, the question is looking forward. This is not even about today or tomorrow. You have to now start thinking 30 years, 50 years down the line. And whether it's Tinubu or whoever comes next, and just say, you know what, this is where we're at. It's going to be painful. This is not going to be easy. If anyone thinks this is going to be a cakewalk, they're in La La Land. They need to stop watching Disney. Yeah, this is going to be rough. I mean, and I mean, I thought that the CBN, they were doing some. I mean, even Mr. Kulata was here talking about some of the good things they were doing, but it cannot be just the financial sector alone. You have to take in other sectors, from the mining sector to the oil and gas. I mean, all hands got to be on deck. All hands got to be on deck at this point.
And
We're
again,
wasted.
and that is called the strict regimentation of the economy for war. I keep saying that, but we don't have a grasp of what it is. It's like so far it looks like business as usual in Nigeria. Really, if we what Tinubu is doing, Tinubu hasn't really done anything extraordinary. I mean, we all know that for Nigeria to move on, truly move on, you have to go after some really powerful people. People need to be brought to justice. People need to be punished. All these things have to happen to free the grip, the chain on that country. Those are real stuff. All this thing that Tinubu is doing just child's play, playing economic games, doing some interest rate up and down, trying to save the damn, to save the naira. We are all jubilating one man up and down. Oh, the
No,
naira is coming down. Look at what.
I
See,
wasn't
Prince
jubilating
Danny, if you
when
want me
they
to be
did
honest
that.
with you,
When
people always think the corruption in Nigeria is just one top guy, one minister guy, or one this thing. Most of the corruption is within just the parastatals. Like it is thousands of people. I'm telling you, employed. Almost everyone in that within every agency. That's where the corruption is. I'm telling you. Like the whole thing is just corrupt. So if they think solution is, of course, you have to jail people. You think jailing this one or two, the top minister, that's what they want. Do it's you gotta clean it. The system itself is what's weak. The system itself. You gotta change the system where it's has to be to just for corruption to just flourish. You gotta figure that out. That's what you gotta
Mr.
figure out,
Mi-
man.
Mr. Mike, you see, I mean, I've said this here many times. You see, it's not just the politicians and the bankers.
From the
I
lowest
mean,
ranking civil servants
yeah,
all the way to the top, all of them.
that's why I said the Nigeria will be a great country. It's just going to be 50 years from now when some of these people are being gone, when they're gone, because even your average teenager in Nigeria today just wants to make money. They don't care where it comes from.
Yeah, they
They
don't care.
don't
They're
care if
even
they have,
worse than the old generation, the past. I
yeah.
mean, when I was growing up,
So
we still have some values,
yeah,
If
it's
you
so
hide it, you remember when
embedded.
you're a kid now, when you hide it, you be there. This small boy, actually, you're going to be thinking like that. Give me that. But now,
Yeah. It's so embedded.
Can't do. I don't think I truly believe in the passive way to approach the matter. Of course, all this we're talking about, they've been gone, but they have descendants. They have children. If you're waiting for things to just die off, so things can improve, to me, it's not a good strategy.
No,
I don't think so.
I'm not advocating to wait. I'm just saying from where I stand, that's what I think is going to happen. Not that I want to wait, because who are you going to bring? Like like people have said here, if you bring Obi, people will say he has his own thing. If you bring Jack Onde, they will say he too was not just Babake Kere. So what is it going to take? My remedy has been a Rollins route, but some people don't like that. But that's my own preference. But me, I'm not.
That is not good for that country. That rolling something is not good. After rolling, what happened? Where is Ghana today?
You can do rolling all you want. We are replacing it's the same thing. It's not the same system now. The same weak system. To me, if you ask me, I think we just need to design new system, man. We can't.
Yeah, design new system, break all the central something. Break it
Yeah,
down.
you just got to design new system because
Whatever they want, okay? Don't let them rely on all this. Go to Abuja to share the cake anymore. No more sharing of cake.
But you cannot pour new wine into old vessels. Who is going to design it? Who is going to be who are the people that will design this new system that you want to design?
Well, whoever is interested in solving the problem, you have to sit down and get the figure new design. I mean, the first of all, the people that have to take charge are the people that really have vision. Because without a vision, you really don't have a direction. You understand? So one thing I can say, hold on. See, yeah. One thing about I think where we got it wrong was the beginning. When people that create nations or even empires, they usually have a vision, right? Like, whoa, they had a reason why they wanted to create an empire, right? They wanted to create a country, right? They will have a vision, right? And they will start thinking how to. They will be designing that empire according to the vision that they have, right? So from there, they will design it and they will know what and what can hinder, can mess up, what, and they put this in play, Oh, this will work, this won't work. So they design the system based on that vision they have. But unfortunately, with us, when we were designing our country, it wasn't based on vision. It was just British designing a country for their own vision. You understand? They had a vision. They want to have a colony extension of the British Empire, all those things. So they designed that system. But for some reason, they had to leave that place and they had to put some people. So they just left that system, right? They left that those space for some lucky people to just occupy it and just running along with it and just moving with it. So we're moving with a system that we didn't even design. It wasn't like a vision that we had. We just inherit a system from the British. So that system that we're not practicing is not based on any vision. So
Okay,
what we are doing in Nigeria, our country is not based on any vision.
Okay, Mr. Mike, we hear you. We hear you. But the baby is here. The baby is here. You can't kill the baby. The baby is here. I mean, you look at where China was in 1960. Look at where Nigeria was in 1960.
But in the case of China, it was new guys that took over. Now it was a revolution. Those guys started to set up a vision and create new system.
What I'm trying to say is that even if you have people that designed a system and had vision, it's not everybody that did that. People found themselves wherever they found themselves and decided to take a direction.
Can do. They want to do constitutional review in Nigeria. Instead of us protesting, Why can't most Nigerians say we want a new system of government? Why we don't share national cake anymore? The cake you get in your state, go and share it among the people of your state. Enough of this, everybody go to the central. And then make the legislator part-time. No money there. We don't need so many people. What are they doing there? Some people never talk for 8 years. They just sat down sleeping. We don't need a lot of people.
I hear what you're saying, but do you truly believe that those things will be implemented? But hold on, do you think what you're saying will be implemented? That's the issue.
Let me. These are things that is one of the best solutions that country will ever have. Because I don't want to call for regional government. Because if I call for regional government, it's just a way we want the country to split. But if you call for total state resource control, then if you are from Zamfara, you are not getting Sisi or from any Abuja or any president anymore. It's what you generate in your state. You will see development. People will
we get that development part, but the argument today is based on the problem you are having with the currencies and all this. You're still going to have federal the policy that covers everyone. You understand? Which is like central bank policy, all those things. Even if states control, do whatever. If the national system is still bad, I mean, we're all going to suffer now.
You
understand? If the monetary policy is bad, it's the whole country that will suffer it now.
No, but if you have those states,
the money is not going to the pool like before. All the money they get from resources.
No, that one we get that. Yeah, even the state, for example, Lagos State is performing now, but they are still suffering the economic hardship of the whole country now. You understand? So with the state one, that's one problem we can solve of each state control and do their development. But we are talking about national policies. Everybody is still suffering, so you still have to get the center right, because even Lagos is performing, we're doing everything, but guess what? The issue that's affecting the whole country is still affecting the Lagosians too. The prices of inflation, all those things.
I agree with you, Mark. But when we get to that point, because the resources no more in the pool, the people of the state will do something that is good for their own state first, because you make most of the money. The federal government will only deal on foreign policy and economy. And most of the economy, before you even say, okay, every state must do this. No, there will be something that the state have the power to do by themselves. With all of this, everybody still go to this Abuja for this, for that. Nobody is interested in helping the country. Everybody is just interested in lining their pocket. And if the government turn out policy, a lot of people, they don't want it implemented. Because from
that's my issue. I agree. You've said this many times. I've heard you say this many times here. My only question is, do you see a path to implementation? That's my issue. Where is the path to implementing this great thing that we can all see?
That is where my fear lies in all those poor states from the north and some poor states from the south. People like Oshun might not like that kind of thing. Even Ekiti might not like it. And in the north, a lot of states might not like it. Even in
but Remy, that is where political will comes in.
Yes.
As a leader.
He has to do something.
To tell people, listen, this is the best thing for you guys. Get in line. And force you have, as a leader, you have to convince the other people in that space that this is what is best for Nigeria in the long term. It is your duty as Tinubu. Akpabio, I know it's useless, but that is what they should be doing.
Absolutely.
Galvanizing the truth. This is the agenda. Get in line. Push the bills in the House. Push the bill in the Senate. That's what they should be doing. If you want to change the system, then somebody has to spearhead that, and that has to be.
Imagine now that they have everything. All the powers is in their hand. If you can't implement these things now, what if you really have a strong opposition? What if you have a strong and formidable opposition? I mean, you tell Akpabio to go and do something, you'll go and do it. You'll go and get it done. So this is what they call ayetodare.
Where is the opposition, sir? Opposition that already
exactly.
They showed their hands and they were a bunch of clowns of the Labour. Labour was supposed to be that opposition, but you know what they become, the joke.
No, I'm just saying that now that the president has the Senate, he has the House, he can get them to do anything. I mean,
It's no
like
excuse.
you've all,
They're pretty much a rubber
yeah,
stamp. Like
yeah,
they want to
exactly.
so what's the excuse?
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I will have to think that these people they have sense. If people like you, people on here can see these things and can point them out. So I mean, who is holding them? Do they have a picture of somebody sleeping with
And
somebody
so
or what?
they can see it. They can see it clearly. But because of that greediness and that lining their pocket, they won't do the right thing most time. And the reason is not only them, because when they go back to their community, every weekend, a lot of people already line up with different wala. I have my sixth child. I want to have a naming ceremony. My daughter is getting married. I don't have this for my farm. So they have to also patronize all these their local people. The local people too, they don't want to even opportunity to go and do something. They don't want to do nothing. Our people are becoming so, I don't want to, they are cherry picking. I don't want to do this hard job. And there's no more, what do you call it, Thai white collar job like before. Where is the work? Even in abroad, where is that suit up and everything? Where is the work?
Yeah. A lot of people are going back to basics, you know. You got to go back to basics. Yeah. So I don't know the way forward, though. I mean, I'm not saying the country is going to fall over the cliff. And
economic meltdown affected developed nation. Even developed country are crying. This is
absolutely
land.
Absolutely.
Everything is and they're still crying. Even here, that they increased our VAT from 24% to about 25.5% already. Everything is being jacked up. Although it might be maybe €1, €2, €3, €4 to increase. But do you think their people are happy? They're also pushing their people out to go and find work. People that depend on benefit. They are pushing them out to go and find work. They are throwing a lot of work to them. If you say you don't want this, they'll find another one for you. Because the benefit they're paying is overstretching them too. And they are reducing it. So talk less of it. That is economic that is well planned. Talk less of the one that is in a mess for how many years. So, but Tinubu too, like Babati said, he had just to have that political will to do a lot of stuff. If he wants his name to be written in gold, one way or the other. No matter what happened, whether 27 come, you are going to do whatever you are going to do. Whether to rig or not, you are still going to rig it. So why not that book where you want to measure better?
I hope they are listening. No, I hope they are listening because this is crunch time. This is serious crunch time. How are you?
I think we will need a president like Prince Adewale, Showore, that kind of people to, because those guys will not shy away from doing this thing. Say this radical thing. They're not going to look face to fire the whole entire, fire everybody in that system.
Ìyẹn tí Amẹ́ríkà yín bá àṣetọ̀ ọ̀bà tó pàdánù abẹ́ ìjàre tó bá ṣe jù
Did you hear Abdul Salami before the election saying to Showore that if people like you get into power, people like us will be put in jail or something like that? He said it was open mic. He actually said it. Nínú eré náà láti mú tọrọ.
But Kando, Nigerians will not even vote for Adewale. They will not vote for him. So even if
that's why I don't feel sorry. I don't cry for Nigeria because the people are just as good at. They get the leader that they deserve. You understand? So people are going to vote for what they deserve. So our people are going to always vote for governors, presidents, senators. They are people we deserve. So that's why I don't cry about Nigerian problem. I just say, when you guys evolve to the level where you deserve something great, and then you deserve it.
Mike, in America, a politician that is even like a big man tries to be relatable to the people. Nigerians don't like you when you're too relatable as a politician. You have to be a big
Yeah,
man.
they want they have, we have this mentality. You have to have a king figure or bad
Right.
figure.
If you're too common, if you're too relatable,
Yeah, they say, "Who are you? Who are you?"
In America, they choose to be relatable to the people. They want to be like, yeah, I struggle too. I was one of you. They like to be hard, but in Nigeria, they hate that.
Because we have mentality. We still have the class system mentality. Like you're a member of the underclass. You're not a member of a ruling house. We have the kingship. The whole kingship mentality. We are not from the. We had for generation we have class caste system where it's like you're a slave caste, you're a slave class, or you're ruler royalty class and that kind of thing. So that's the same way we look at politicians and people like this guy, you are part of the people up there. So you, when you be grassroots person, you're among the slave class. Now, who the hell are you trying to aspire to become president? So they'll look down on you. Say if you want to run, and they will look down on you like, who's this guy? Oh, but boy, last one. That's the way they look at you. They don't care about your competence or anything.
Sorry, to bat join the local politics Nigeria. To bat ban you sorry. You show on the American. One rubbish
I remember when Show first came out, the guy started talking. And the guy was speaking a lot of intelligence to those people. And the most question of that guy is like, why don't you start from the guy was looking at Show like, why you see this guy? After the guy spill out a bunch of grammar there, he said a lot of stuff, break things down.
Mike, Showore has MS from Colombia.
From Colombia, can you imagine?
But he appears like a commoner, so they don't value that. They don't want.
They were looking at the guy was on the street talking to them, and those group of guys were talking to them.
Being big man, they will kind of respect him more if he was a big man.
They will respect him more, exactly. And those guys, I thought they were listening to him. They were listening. Next thing I thought the first question they were asking is something about policy or something like that. And the first question the guy asking was, you, why don't you start? Why are you trying to be president? Why don't you start from local chairman or something? Right? I'm like, dude, is that what we are here? The guy here to talk about? Because they look at the guy like, who are you? Look at the way you dress there. You're not wearing agbada, you're not wearing expensive clothes, and you're here talking to us like you want to be president of Nigeria.
You can't blame the people. The people they used to certain kind of image or perception by their leaders, and it's not just unique to Nigeria or Africa. That big man thing, But BT, in American politicians, they try hard. And many of them lie to relate to the people, like Kamala Harris, that lied about working at McDonald's.
Even Obama will tell you, the guy that went to Harvard, I am a community organizer. He wants to be part of the poor. He wants to be, but in Nigeria, we don't think that way. We're just different. We're different people. So
there's nothing wrong with that, really.
We worship levels is what we worship in Nigeria. Levels. Like even when I go to Nigeria, some people trying to worship me, and that thing annoys me. Like, come, dude, don't try to worship me, man. Because I come from America or something. You don't even know if I'm a good person, if I'm intelligent or anything. You're already trying to do stuff. You don't know me. Like, don't put me above what you don't know me. Get to know me before you start treating me as something I may not be.
Like Fiele. What are you talking about? Because you have money.
I just don't lie. I want people patronize me, trying to pander. I don't. That thing always irritates me in Nigeria. And sometimes when I was talking
to money and the resources, forget you. Nigeria.
Even some people that I understand the one that's trying to get money out of you and start pandering, trying to work for his money. You understand? Trying to pander you to shake money out of you. I get that. But I'm talking about some people where it's not even that. It's not like he's trying to interact, but it's already trying to put me above some people that, maybe even above me in terms of, logic, intelligence, or anything else. But get to know me first. I'm not saying people around me were already automatically intelligent, but don't just assume that because this person here is from these or from these status, automatically is the best person among, he's better than everybody here. And people always look at me like with some kind of high when I'm in Nigeria, because when I pick people I want to interact with, I usually want to pick somebody that has brain, that's very intelligent. So sometimes when one guy that's probably the poorest guy or the guy from that's everybody they don't see as anybody, when he can open his mind, starts saying some very intelligent thing, I tend to sit down with that guy more. And everybody look at me like, why are you sitting down with that guy? You Koto best or now? Like they look at me like, why am I sitting down with this kind of guy? And they don't see what I see in him. Me, I see a guy that's very gifted. You understand? Because when I listen to the guy talk, I'm like, this guy's a very gifted person. To me, it's more important to me than everybody else. Because everybody else is just okay. I have a Toyota. I don't make money. I don't do this. But that guy is just a ordinary guy that's still trying to find his way. He's poor. He's broke. But it's not because he's broke. It's because when the guy talk and you talk, you that you're driving Toyota, you're talking rubbish. You're talking to him about celebrities and rubbish. Oh, this guy here is breaking out some freaking, because you don't really want book like that. He's breaking out some science stuff that I don't know nothing about. And I'm like, if I spend time with this guy, I can learn something from him, even though he doesn't have anything. He's broke, but he's got some brain. But you that have a little bit of something, maybe inherit from your father or through corruption, that you have nice car, whatever. I think you are. When you open your mouth, you're not saying anything that makes sense to me. But you assume they should hang out with you before I hang out with that guy. No, dude, I don't care about what you possess. I don't care about that levels. Level to me is based on what your capacity intellectually, what's in your brain, your gift, your talent, what you are what. To me, that's levels to me. That's how I measure levels, Don't consider my father is the minister, my uncle is in. I don't give a shit about none of that shit, man. Go ahead.
By the way, Prince Daddy, yesterday I was going to talk to you about Kamala before. Imagine you had three mods on the platform and we couldn't even come in. It was kind of annoying yesterday. But did you see the Oprah interview? Even Oprah is like, man, what the even Oprah gave up on her, like, Jesus Christ, who is this girl? For God's sake, like this guy. Oprah, about people like, man, this guy is go and he open neck, just a dumb. I don't know. It is like, and I told you, even black women are starting to lose faith in Kamala. They're like, nah.
Yeah, you were texting that yesterday. I didn't know that. But
78% right now. She's coming down a little bit.
And I was asking, is it because Janet Jackson said she's not black? Is that why? You heard what Janet said, right?
I mean, like it's like Obama. Obama would not have won the black vote if he was married to a white girl now. It was Michelle that gave him that legitimacy in the black.
That's true. He still would have won, man. Trust me. Get it, man. I know those people that go vote for him. Maybe now, but back then,
Baba T, you have to remember where we were during Obama's time. We were losing 1.2 million jobs a month.
No, but no,
we were losing.
Forget
and what's his name?
Hold on. I'm just discussing the black community. I'm not discussing the overall economy. I'm just saying that because that's the focus now.
No, I'm saying that.
And the black community don't care about economy, man. They just care about
They did. Everybody cared.
No, I'm not even.
People don't get job.
No, I will on the job.
All they care about I was a black man. Trust me. You want economy or no economy? All this black residents.
Like say people don't get job.
Can you hold on? That's what I'm saying. If you look at Obama's ancestry, it's not FBA. It's an African guy that has white mom. Technically, it's not really the slavery bloodline. It's the same thing with Kamala. The point, I know she's Jamaican that, but what I'm saying is that what helped. Remember when Obama was running against Clinton? It wasn't really a black guy.
He was running. He was running against McLean.
No. In the primaries, before in the primaries,
right, against
even the black people, they were like, this half white guy. He wasn't really like a black like that. He wasn't, because he was like well spoken. He was like he was raised by his white grandma. They didn't really see him as a black guy like that.
No, it wasn't because of that. It was because go ahead. Sorry, finish.
I'm saying that Michelle Obama from Chicago helped them in with the black vote. The issue Kamala is having with that black things because the husband is white, so you can't be saying you're pro-black, you're blackity black, and a black woman, then your husband is white. You're like, what the hell? The angle she's playing is not working because the person she's married to is not helping. So you can't go with that route. You can't be saying you're a black woman running for president when you're married to a white guy. It just doesn't make any sense.
Okay, let me tell you, whether it's Nigeria, whether it's America, if you're voting for somebody because they're your same race, same color, you're a useless human being. If you're not going to vote for Kamala because she's not black, you deserve whatever comes to you.
But that is the way they vote in the black community.
Then I don't care. Whatever community, go to hell.
No. It's
And
not.
you're not paying attention to his arguments.
No, I
No,
got
no.
the, I got the argument.
No,
But
no, you did
I
not.
got your
No,
argument.
hold on now. Identity politics is what Kamala is playing with the black community. I'm saying that it is more effective. It would be more effective if she was married to a black person. You can't be playing identity politics and you're married to a white guy.
Because that's the politics.
Now.
Basically, what he's saying, that's the politics. Black America has always played. Their number one political view is that.
I understood what he said.
Yeah, that's why.
All I'm saying is, whoever you are on whatever planet, if you're going to vote for somebody, if you vote for a Yoruba man because it's a Yoruba man, or you vote for an Hausa person, then you get whatever happens to you. I don't care.
It's like Kando. It's like, do you know Don Lemon, the guy that used to be?
Yes.
You know the guy will say, why the most dangerous people on earth are white men. Then the guy gets married to a white guy.
You see, any human being that opens their mouth and says such nonsense, is a useless person to me. Whether you marry a white person or you marry from Kenya, who says such a thing? What type of a human being are you? I don't.
Can do. Normal people say such things. Why are you pretending like you don't
No, you're getting me wrong. I don't do normal.
You always
What am I going to gain by pretending? Am I getting paid by you? What do I want to gain? I don't do foolish stuff. I don't follow the crowd.
And you can't say because you don't do foolish stuff means other people don't do foolish stuff.
And I said whatever they get from doing their foolish stuff, congratulations to them. That's all I said. That's all I said. If you for somebody because they're Yoruba, congratulations to you. That's why we've been talking about who is the best person that can come and change the system, whether it's Tinubu or whoever else.
But the reality of the fact is most people are not educated, so that's gonna happen. It's always gonna happen. People are gonna vote.
And that's why
it's gonna happen. So there's
I congratulate them. Whatever you gain from whatever you do, be ready to live with the result and the consequence of your actions.
So can do when the other time you are leaning towards Obi, but from that election, the 5 Southeast states they voted for their tribesman. So what are you talking here? What are you saying?
Hold on. Look, I don't care. Are you saying that those people only voted for him because he's a tribesman?
Yes.
They don't think so.
No, that's your belief.
So your own belief too now is your belief that
if I was from the east, I would have voted for Obi.
Really? Why? Based on what?
I wasn't in Nigeria to vote, but if I was in Nigeria, there is no way I'm going to vote for anybody of the people on the ticket. Showore was not going to win, so that would be a wasted vote. If Showore was, if he had a chance, then I would have voted for Showore. But outside of that, there is no. I will never vote for Tinubu, knowing the things that I knew then, not now. Then.
So you would have voted for Obi, even though Showore was better.
No, because Showore was not going to win. That's a waste of time. It's like
okay. So you rather vote for incompetent person than vote for the right person because
in my opinion, Obi was more competent than Tinubu or the other guy. What's his name?
Based on nothing. Based on the fact that he stole money.
Okay, stole money or not. That's why when
I came in. But the fact that the matter is
that's why when I came in, I said I want
Remy's question. Those people that voted for Obi in the Southeast, a lot of them voted for him because of his tribe, because he was Igbo.
How am I supposed to know?
It's the fact that, but you know the people that voted for Tinubu, for a fact that it was because it's Yoruba.
No, I didn't say that.
But that's what you said now.
No, you are misrepresenting what I said. I said me as a Yoruba man will never. If I came back a million years from now, I will never vote for Tinubu because I saw the handwriting on the wall. I said it here. These people had nothing for you beforehand. Not
It was
afterwards.
clear Obi had nothing for us. In fact, Obi had worst. Because
If he had worse,
what he was presenting to us was doing your coupe. The guy
okay,
had no.
let him comment. Let him comment.
He instead was going to remove subsidy too. So I don't know where you are going with that.
Nobody is again. I don't know why you want to unbury this dead body. Everybody said nobody said anyone should not remove subsidy. Is the way you go about doing it. Not
he said he will remove it
subsidy.
immediately.
Day one,
Yeah,
day one was on now.
is the other things that went with it. You remove subsidy. You remove subsidy. Obviously, the currency was where it was. Some of the other things that you did at the same time that you did, we've had this conversation many times over here. So don't unbury this thing. My thing is, this was beforehand. These people have nothing to offer you, nothing, zero, and this is where we all are.
So can you tell us what Obi offered us?
You know what? I don't. There's no point me wasting my saliva on.
Okay, nothing.
Yeah. Sure. Let him be there. Let him pretend. But at least pretend.
Here's the question though: do you see Tinubu cleaning house, or does it change strategy? Because at this point, it's just like it's going to drag on to the next election cycle, and it's not going to be anything new. I don't see any. At least there should be signs. But if Otin change now, that is about to pivot.
Well,
I'm not seeing any sign at all.
I'm surprised because I don't really listen to whatever these people do, but a few times that I've seen videos of him talking to some of the ministers that are you performing? If you don't perform, you cannot be here. I would have expected that he would follow up the way it sounded to me when I saw him saying those things to some of the ministers. I would have really expected him to follow up with those things. But we are where we are. I mean, whatever his reasoning for not doing some of the things that you guys have pointed out, I don't know. If he's the one that can save Nigeria, please save Nigeria. If it's somebody else, somebody else. I just know we don't have too much time. That's all I know. We don't have too much time to affect this change at this present time.
The fact of the matter is, we all know that a president cannot save Nigeria. That's just a fact.
But a leader, you see, leadership is important. I've said this here many times. Whether you're a Boy Scout leader, whether you're a coach in any sports, leadership. When you have a leader that has a vision, that leads by example, people tend to follow. You're not going to carry everybody along. Nobody does.
But Tinubu has a vision. He has a vision. I'm showing us. The only thing is, it's just the problem we have is the corruption in the system, and that system, it's not something someone can fix in 1 year or anything like that.
Well, if you have a vision, you have to have a way to actualize that vision. Just you saying you have a vision doesn't mean anything.
Well, he showed what he's trying to do. He's reforming. He had a reform idea, but the corruption, the system. I mean, of course, it's not like he came in with a whole different people to come and run every facet of the agencies and everything. It's the same civil servants, same people that have been there. So he just came with his own minister. It's not like he had to come in with his own Senate and everybody else. So, hey, that's why we say president cannot come in and change it. Even if Obi would have came in, there's nothing Obi couldn't have done, perform any kind of magic.
Forget about Obi. I'm not comparing anybody. Some people have said here that out of the whole ministers, maybe barely 4 of them are performing. Those are things that he has power over. He appointed.
I don't think so. When the constitution says you have to pick minister from every state,
does he have to be that
guy?
Does he have to be that guy or that girl? He can pick somebody else from that state.
How easy is that? Well, do you know you yourself today? Let me ask you this: do you know person from every state?
And we're not talking about me.
Exactly. If you grew up in Lagos, how do you know somebody? Do you know anybody from Kebbi? Do you know anybody from? So you have to grant. Exactly.
But he said out of the number, whatever the number, he said barely 4 of them are performing. Search for other people. You are in control of that. You are in control.
You can't have absolute control. You have control, but it's limited. You can't be there with them every day.
Okay,
You can't see.
Mr.
You can't be with the minister every day.
Mr. Mike, should we just fold our hands and continue to go like this? Me, I'm
That's
about
not what I'm
solution.
saying. I'm just saying be fair. Yeah, we can criticize and talk about
They said
the issues and the solutions.
four. Only four alone barely performing out of how many?
But you can't tell me that if Obi was the minister.
Why are you bringing Obi? Forget about Obi.
Well, you're the one that said it now.
No,
that you have voted for him because it was better. You said it was better, so that's what I'm responding to.
This is not about Obi. This is not about Obasanjo. This is about Ento Wambensi.
Yeah, but no, my argument is you say Obi would have done better.
No.
I'm telling you to give me a reason why he would have done better.
The reason for me for Obi was, even if you're lying, pretend to be doing something. You see, if you're a coach, you know your team is not good enough. But in training, the way you talk to them, the way
so
you
try to pretend like they are doing good.
Okay, you see this. I guess you're a Nigerian. Me, I don't have time for foolishness. This Obi will abandon better. Obi will have. Who cares? Who cares?
You present an argument that the guy would have, it was better.
I told you it way before the election. I saw these people that they have nothing for you. I said it here. They have nothing.
I see some things. So I see some things. Okay. So at least it's building. We see some things that it's doing, but of course,
you're a Nigerian. You are a Nigerian. You like mediocrity. You
no, it's not mediocre.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
Yes,
I saw the fact of the matter is to me, if I would have voted, I would have voted for Prince Adewale or Shewore, one of those two. That's me. But if you tell me among those to come and tell me that Obi was better or something like that, things like that, no, I don't believe it. I just don't. And to say Tinubu is worse than Obi, that's a lie. In every way, he's way more competent than Obi. That's just the fact. He's way more confident than Obi.
I only deal with results. That's all I deal with. Results.
Well, we'll wait till the end of this tenure, then we'll judge the performance.
Okay. We'll all be here.
Who's going to give you a result in a year or two?
You see, it's
even
not about.
When Buhari came in, I think in the beginning I'm like, okay, I'm not seeing anything. But by later, I started seeing. I saw by the time it was done, we saw Lagos Ibadan Express Road built. We saw second Niger built.
And you saw 23 trillion naira printed as well.
Well, we saw good and bad. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm also showing you the good. So at least I can say when I go to Nigeria, when I say, I look at good and bad. So I just don't look at one. I don't look at one bad. For example, people before him, I didn't even see anything good. There was no road, the road, everything was just rubbish. Every time I go to Nigeria, I got to drive through pothole. Lagos Ibadan Express was just shitty. I'm like, oh my God. But the guy fixed the road. He did some few infrastructure projects. I saw it. I'm like, okay, at least I'm seeing something being built in Nigeria for the first time in my life.
That is why I said you are a Nigerian. You as an average Nigerian, you praise mediocre.
But Obi and PDP, they rule for 16 years now. We didn't see anything built.
I don't go through life like that. Who didn't do whatever? I talk about who is doing something. You talked about Buhari did this. People build flyover over here. Local commissioner go and commissions flyover. You build one flyover, you start talking about.
Why did they build flyover? I'm talking about Lagos Ibadan Expressway. Go and look at it.
You build
Niger Bridge. Go and look at it. It's something.
You build a gather lesson that local government commissioner go and commission all over the world. You start praising them.
I'm not praising. I'm just pointing at what the other leaders didn't do.
It doesn't matter what the other people did.
Obi was a PDP party now. PDP didn't build anything for 16 years.
What did you say?
PDP didn't build anything for 16 years.
Wait, what did you say? Who did you say was a PDP?
Obi was a PDP man.
God is going to help you with this Obi. You have a problem, sir. You have a problem. You can't talk with
you guys are the obedience now. You always come on.
Me, I don't follow nobody. And
you said it now.
And I don't deal with foolish human beings. I don't deal with foolish people. If you're a foolish person, get away from me.
But can do the world doesn't reason that way, which I respect the way you reason. Obviously, that's a smart move to me. But the majority of voters don't reason that way. So
I agree. I
you have
agree,
to factor
and I
you have to
understand
factor
that.
that in, like because you cannot win the vote by yourself. Your own vote does not matter per se.
Yeah, I
It's the collective,
agree.
right?
I
So
agree.
but then you have to then understand why they do what they do. Why do they vote that way? What is the so that is what that like left to me. I would not even bother about Nigerian politics, but it's been trying to decipher the way the average Nigerian reasons. What how do they deduce like what is why would you vote for Buhari twice? Like, what did you see in Obi? Why is the article still relevant? Those kind of questions. I'm very inquisitive. I want to know why they would vote that way. But left to me, I agree with you. It doesn't make any sense. But unfortunately, the majority of people are not reasonable enough to make. I mean, they pretty much vote against themselves.
Yeah, and that is the reality. This is not a Nigerian issue. Most human beings are foolish people. They will do things that is even against their own best interest. That's just how human beings are anywhere in the world. Because most people are follow. They're just like goats. You lead them to wherever you want to lead them. There's nothing new here. But me personally, and I know I'm not saying that I'm not the center of the universe. I just me. If other people decide to do whatever they do, congratulations to them. I will never vote for you because you're a black person. I wanted Hillary Clinton during the Obama Clinton situation because Obama, anybody that really understood what happened then, he was just a local senator, just a local senator. He had never done anything that anyone could point to. Hillary, all the way from Hope, Arkansas, Lutin Shishe, in different places. So between those two, there was no way I was going to support Obama. But when you look at what was going on at that time, we're losing by the time of the election, it was against McCain. McCain had nothing for nobody. He didn't even know what was going on. So yeah, Obama built up. Even the white people started supporting Obama before the black people did because they believed in what he was talking about. The white people were the first people that were supporting, in mass, in mass. So if people, whether you're an American or you're Saudi or wherever, if you decide to vote for things that are not in your best interest, good luck to you. There's nothing I can do about it, obviously. If you decide to vote for somebody just because they're the son of Mr. Lagbaja, and they come and if somebody comes and share rice or roro for you to vote, and you go and vote, you are more useless than a useless.
And but they said it's poverty. So like a
Come
reasonable
about,
individual would
alo.
say, okay, so that 500 naira that you used to buy a car, how does it? Okay, you fed yourself for that day, but the long term, to me, poverty. Someone saying, "Oh, my environment is dirty because I'm poor." No, go to Japan. They have poor areas that are still clean. It's not an excuse. But we want to attach everything to poverty. No, you can be poor and still do the right thing.
Absolutely, it's a
You can be
mindset.
poor and still do the right thing. So
It's a
the idea that
mindset.
because somebody gave you 1K, you can turn it down.
Yeah,
Hungry for that day for the future of your own kids. How about that?
exactly. So those who are not willing, look,
Well, BT, but that's a reality. Poverty is
I'm
weaponized. So
saying
people are
for
poor.
me, like if you're smart enough, you will see the bigger picture. But
No,
unfortunately,
no, 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 no. I
no,
disagree. I mean,
hold on now.
okay,
The
speak from
majority
your own
don't
level.
see it that way. No, like you said, the reality is the majority don't see it that way. But they should, is my point, is my pushback to your point. Like ideally, look at the bigger picture. That 1,000 does not serve the future of your future or the future of your
You
kids.
see, one
But
one
majority
thing I
of people don't
discovered
vote that
that
way.
like
Huh?
sometimes we naturally ascribe certain abilities and skills onto certain people. You may see it that way. Can see it the way he sees it and analyze that situation, but don't expect other people to do so.
I
That's
don't
not the way
expect
the
them
world
to.
works.
That's what I'm saying. I don't expect, but they should if they want that content to change. Is what I'm saying. The average human is not smart enough to decipher. Like
there was a video. There was a video a few years ago, maybe 3 years ago or something. There was a local council person. I think it was Ghana. He brought a truck with bags of rice for people to vote for him. These people were poor. They loaded those bags of rice back into the pickup. Carry your rice, go. We don't want you here. They were poor. At some point, you have to grow some balls and decide that, okay, yes, I'm poor. If you drink Gary, every day for 2 years, you will not die. You wouldn't die. Me, I eat basically some of the same things every day by choice. I haven't died. So all this mentality of you're poor is a mindset. I understand if you're in a certain situation, your environment can dictate a lot of things. But if you have 3 children with kwachoko, you see their bloated stomachs. Why you think having a fourth and a fifth one, whether you never saw the inside of a school, doesn't make sense to me. Whoever told you that Olorun Tomo, I don't know. Just common sense. You have 3 children, you can't feed them, and you think it's okay to have a fourth and a fifth. Who is going to feed them? Me, I just don't understand.
Do you understand the psychology, the psyche, or the makeup of these people? Why, as she said, a woman with 3 children would decide to have a fourth one when she knows she can adequately feed the children? That way of thinking, I mean, you're making the whole thing sound very simplistic, quite frankly.
No, I'm making it sound commonsensically.
Well, that's a challenge. What is common sense? What is commonsensical?
I cannot feed 3. Who tells me that I'll be able to feed 4 or 5? I mean, I'm missing something.
Why do you think such a person can think in such a pattern as you do? Why do you think that is?
I honestly don't. No. Trust me. This is not about going to school. This is common sense.
Where does revolution come from? Like, look at the course of history. It's from the same poor people that will revolt. So that thing has always been in there. Somebody has to push them to the point where they say enough is enough. So poverty as an excuse for not revolting for the betterment of all, I don't put much emphasis. Like, people want to make excuses for people. Like, oh, using that something. No, you can change the system. You have the numbers. You have the people. You just have to summon up the courage.
Even in our own country,
change the system. So the idea of, okay, we are all poor, so that's the way they want to treat us, then that means there will never be a change. But during the course of history, the change has always come from that same poor people.
Even in Nigeria, there have been a lot of riots that have happened in time past. Warri riots, Guinea corn riots, the ransom Kuti people, and all this. It gets to a point where you just say, you know what? If we're gonna die, we're gonna die. And if you have to wait until that time comes, then maybe that's just what it's going to take.
That is what I don't know anymore. Because I keep asking. It's been 3 years on this program. I keep asking the question: when is the rock bottom for Nigerians? Because there's like an alcoholic, right? There's always a rock bottom that you have to hit, right, to say enough is enough.
But Babati, you acting as if Nigerians believe that changing a president, or maybe the solution to all their poverty and problem is a president. You understand? It's changing a president. You understand what I'm saying? Like, as if they're convinced that, or they know, or they know for a fact that oh, if we go out there and we chase this person out of office, all our problems will solved. That's not where they are now. So when they get to that point, they will do it. If the thing is, everybody, we've changed president over and over and over. None of them have changed their life. So what makes you think they will now know that, they will now be convinced that, okay, if you're going to chase this guy away and we put this guy there, we'll solve all the problems.
No, it's not even that. I'm not even discussing that. What I'm saying is that, you know, America, like,
so that's not rock bottom now. Rock bottom, you know. So.
The bit of democracy here is that politics, you know, just voting and going home is not enough in America. People hold you accountable. The people hold you accountable for the most part. They follow up. They ask questions. They vote. Nigeria, we think, oh, I will just vote and that's it, and that person has to do the right thing. No, it does not end at the polling booth. Is what I'm saying.
Wait, are you saying average Americans really know what politicians are doing and they ask questions?
No.
Most of them don't even know who their senators are.
There are enough of them.
Forget the majority. I'm saying
the only people that ask are the opposition
but
ones.
there are enough of those people.
Average Americans don't know what the heck.
But I'm saying as the collective, as a people.
Yeah, there are enough of those people.
Don't think about the whole number. The politician is scared enough to know that. You remember when this guy from mainland about 10 years ago said there was a bill, I've forgotten the bill, about, you know, they were trying to cut Medicaid, Medicare. He said, I can't go home to my concert this December. He said, I can't go home. Because what am I going to tell them? Because they had a town hall waiting for him. It's like, I'm not supporting this bill. Let everybody know, because I can't go home and they know that I support. It's like, it was making it open. Nigeria, nobody does that.
Prince Daddy.
Well, Nigerians complain all the time now. All these things we do online every day. Is that not what we are doing?
Your own constituents. What I'm saying about your own.
Prince Daddy will tell you it's because of their poor mentality, so you don't understand them.
It's not a poverty. It's not a poverty. No, it's about the system itself is beyond just voting. That's what people they not evolve that point to understand how it works.
And it's not about the president. It's from your local chairman. Local.
Well, I tell you guys, just like Mike is saying, I think an average American is no better than an average Nigerian in terms of the political awareness.
No,
I tell you that.
I
disagree.
No, trust me.
No,
they're not.
Most of them can even name their senators.
Let me tell you why. No, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Do you know the bit of this account? Most Americans care more about their local politics than the national. That's the difference. They care more about the school board elections.
Well, okay, hold on. If Nigerians get the same level of benefit from the local government or state, and they intertwine in a lot of ways, they will care too. They will know all they need to know. But we don't have that relationship. It's non-existent for the most part. So why the heck should they care? And even Americans that are more connected to the senators and the local government, they don't know who the damn chairman or the councilmen are. They don't know. I'm telling you. And the average American is not that.
Do you know who forced? Hold on. Do you know who forced the so-called local elected officials to go and be doing town hall? The oppositions. The opposition, because the opposition are constantly trying to demonize it and things like that. But in Nigeria, which opposition do you have? The opposition that. So it's the opposition that forced them to do those things. If opposition is not there doing it, because hold on. In America, first of all, you have the Democrat and Republican, they're always on each other's neck. You understand? So if the Democratic person that wins that election there, if it's not communicating with the people or doing this town hall, the Republican guys will be doing the town hall. He'll be snatching all his voters. You understand? So it's the actual politicians that are working hard to connect with the people. Like today, I received so many texts from local guys seeking election on my phone from both Kamala Harris people and the for national election, even the local election. I received sheriff election for the sheriff. I received texts. They are all hunting for their voters. You understand? So that's what makes voters be aware of them. Like, this guy exists. But in Nigeria, which opposition is out there hunting for everybody? They all wait for election day. Which opposition of a senator in the district is going out to talk to the local people? He himself, he think he's better than them. Don't go to them. Come on.
You know, here, beyond the opposition, there are bills, there are laws that they need to get the approval of the people to pass. Let's say they want to move like a new Walmart wants to come into an area, people have to vote. You know, there are things people that you have to participate in as local council. They will have open sessions where people come in. That is done regardless of what the opposition is saying. It makes it a better debate, a more robust debate with a very strong opposition. I get that, but the idea, the system itself, is more participatory for people to even like school board meetings. Now, I've been to a couple of school board meetings for
Absolutely.
for because of the community. Don't let me bring up community tonight, but I have been there. We had this black pastor that you know on YouTube that he came to our area. Then I showed up because of what he had to say. So I was I asked questions myself. It wasn't because of the opposition, no, because the system.
Wait, that school board meeting. Did they invite you? Did they send let you make aware of it?
No. It's an open meeting to everyone.
Did they make you aware of it, or you just knew on your own?
No. It's scheduled now. They always have it. It's there, but they will let you know what they are talking about, what is the topic, what the issue is.
Did they tell you about the dates, the time?
Yes. No,
okay, so in Nigeria, who is out there telling people that this day, this time, we're doing this?
That's my point. Like
exactly. So it's not okay. Just like the Nigerian people, if no one is telling you that we're having a school board meeting, you won't be there. So now, if somebody now say that, oh, you're not involving yourself. If they didn't tell you about the school board meeting or invite you, you would go on your home and be asking that, hey, are we doing school board meeting? You wouldn't have done that.
I'm saying that is, remember on this platform, I've always said it's all local. Start from local. That's always been my point on this platform. People are too focused on Abuja. The revolution is supposed to start from your local government council. I've always said that. So I'm not trying to, no, that's always been my point. So I'm saying if you want change, start from that local government area. Let's sit down with let's be having meetings with you. Let's talk about this. Let's schedule it. That's where the fight should start from. It's always been that in short of poverty now. Forget money sharing. That is your legitimate right as a member of that community to hold people accountable, and they have to show up. That's always been my point. In short of poverty delay now. Show up and let's talk to you.
Yeah.
I think it's the opposition that should be.
No, it's
making
not.
That happen.
Mr. Mike, it's not the opposition. It's just unfortunately, to read the way our system is set up from inception. Even the person running has to go and pay somebody. Somebody is always paying somebody. So the people that you have to go and pay money to, or to go and double or whatever, how are they going to hold you accountable? I think that's part of the problem, because of all the money involvement, and this belief that some people are better than other people. You go and maybe part of it is the poverty as well. You have to go and
if the local elected official show up in community in Nigeria, they will start doubling to him.
Exactly.
They will start worshiping him, so
exactly.
So it's the mentality of our society too, so
that's what
people are not educated about. The thing is, we practice monarch system for hundreds of thousands of years. All of a sudden introduce this democracy thing within short time, and we expect people to just consciously just evolve and understanding, have a fully understanding of it, and adopt it mentally. So it's going to take time for people to begin to realize that, listen, these elected officials are not kings. They are servants. And that's why we fight over this which tribe the president will come from. Because people see it as, the next president, the next king of the country is from my tribe. You don't understand that he's the next servant of the country, not the next king of the country. You understand? Someone like me, I would not give a shit if Tinubu won or not. The only reason why I went against all these Southeasterners with this, because they took a competition, they were attacking me. I don't want to feel bad that my tribe might win it because the way they were behaving. But to me, I never give a shit. I didn't want Yoruba to be president. Why? Because when it does bad, they're going to insult. They say Yoruba people that screw things up. You understand? So I never see a Yoruba being there as something for Yoruba people, because he's not a king of Nigeria. He's just a servant of the country.
Exactly. Whoever it is just a servant. Yeah.
So why do I care if the servant of the country comes from my tribe? But people see it as, oh, the president is the king.
Is the ruler.
You see how the exile is the ruler. So my tribe is the one ruling. Your tribe is not ruling shit, man. You still have to follow the constitution. You have to, it's coming to serve. It's not there to rule. And people don't get it. So democracy is still very young in the mind. People don't get it.
Do you know why they don't want the politics to change at the local level? Because when it changes at the local level, it's like a virus. It will spread to the state, then it spread to the federal. So that change starts from local. That's why they've killed the local government system, because that is where you can spark the change, and they don't want that. Because when people have the power and freedom to do whatever they want, and they can elect people, like even in like a school board now, I can vote you out. I can get people to vote you out. We have 6 in my area. I can vote you out if I want. I can move people to vote you out if you piss me off. Yeah, it is possible. So if you embolden people at the local level enough to vote people out at the school board, then you move to the local government council level, then it becomes a state assembly issue. Before you know it becomes a federal thing. They don't want that in Nigeria. So they will kill that system off from the beginning on. Then they go grow now. That's what they're doing.
That's true. I won't lie, our current politicians, they don't want it. The last thing they want is for people to be educated about this democracy thing. Because they know when people really fully understand it, that in democracy, government of the people, for the people, by the people actually make the leaders. The day they know the people will get it, because a lot of them know they are not the best. Most of them, those senators, all of them in those seats, they know they don't belong there. They are not close to the best people from their community. They all know that. Most of them know in that community they have highly educated people, more sophisticated, more brilliant than them, more competent than them. They know it. It's a hustle. When politicians get to all these things, they figure it out. Like James Ibori, he was in London and figured a way to go and run for election in Nigeria and win. He quickly ran there to do it. He's not complete. He has nothing to offer. Many of them. So when they get there and they want to remain there, they don't want the people to be educated about democracy. Like, listen, it's up to you to go and make your leader. Don't let the leader make themselves for you. Because the day Nigerians will realize that they are the one to make leaders for themselves, not leader making themselves, or no leader. They are the one to decide who's going to rule them, not people deciding to rule them. So the day Nigerians will get that, that's the day they will begin to talk to each other, right, and not be talking to politicians. They will be having meeting. Okay, who in our community do we want to be the senator here? And they will start digging resumes, thinking of the best, someone has advanced the most on team. In fact, community will begin to organize people called recruiters or searchers or something like that. They will go and recruit who will be the best person to go and represent them. In fact, Nigerians themselves will begin to, the day Nigerians will wake up, that's the day we ourselves organize a group of people that will send out there to go into the world and search for the best Nigerians to be the next president.
Oh my God, Mike, the thing is like, but you can't start. The issue with Nigeria, they want to start big. You must start from, like in my own area now. We can vote if you don't want a textbook to be read in the school. We can vote it down because they have to put you can say Article 747.42. What do you think about this? We can say we don't want that. We don't want it in the school. We can change it. We can say your salary is too high. We want to reduce it. We have the power as people in our locality to change things at a local level.
But they're not there. We haven't evolved. Nigerians haven't evolved to that level. So,
but they need to. That's why
they need to. But what can we do? We can only preach to them now. What we are doing now, preach to them until they get it. I will only preach, but the day they get it, they I'll join them. But until then, they keep acting like useless people. I just okay. We'll stay on that level now. I don't feel sorry.
So once you have that power at that local level, my emboldened now. You now have the sense to now say, yeah, governor, what's up? This it starts local. That is where I want the emphasis to be.
How can we even evolve to that level when we are full of propaganda? When Nigerian conversation, propaganda, hatred, tribalism, look at the agenda, look at Nigeria when they talk. Some people have Biafra in their minds, some people have I'm like, these kind of people, man, forget it, man. This is not the time I will even be feeling sorry for them for not having the best leaders, because the people themselves are jacked up. In 2024, somebody's still online calling for the buying of people for that ethnic group poisoning. I'm like, oh, dude, and then people of their same ethnic will defend the person, they're playing politics. So when we want to have conversation, even the reason why I always irritate me when I even get on platform Nigerians is when we want to have conversation. Why do we do this trying to outsmart each other in the conversation rather than actually trying to get something out of that conversation?
And we have this.
You understand? Instead of trying to achieve something
eh,
from the conversation, we want to outsmart each other. Oh, we start dancing around issues and trying to play trick each other to believe this and believe that. Okay, so at the end of the day, if I trick you to believe something wrong, what have I done? Will I get paid? So if I trick you tonight to believe that blue is red, will I go home and money will appear in my room? That's what Nigerians do when they are talking. They will just be trying to trick each other to believe. They do propaganda. I'm like, you guys are not serious with conversation, because at the end of the day, you do all this propaganda to convince us that this blue is red. Okay, then what? You will change the problem of the country, right?
I don't know what it's gonna take.
So,
honestly.
there's this thing about Nigerians. Ethnic superiority is always at the backdrop of their arguments. A, B, C, E, D.
As if at the end of the night, if you convince me that your tribe is better, that will change the problem. That will solve your life problem.
It's like, without me, you can't survive. I am the moon sun star of the thing. I am without that kind of rhetoric. Now somebody will come and say, "Well, let's pay for." Don't put his name out there. You know his name. It's like, oh, let's fix Nigeria. We are all one Nigeria. By the way, we're supposed to control the whole country, and he's yet telling you he's pushing about one.
I am so happy, thankful, and blessed that the people that raised me did not raise me with such anything remotely close to that.
Unfortunately, they're that way. It's ethnic superiority. That's what they want. That's the whole point. Like, they know what to do. Like, they'll say, we want change. We want a good leader, but that person must come from my area. That's the only way I can put. But if you want a good leader, we don't care where you should come
Where
from.
that person comes
but
from.
they want that person to be from their own area. That's the only way they can buy into it, into this so-called revolution. So it's about, it has to be from my own side of the country for me to buy into it, even though I agree with what you're saying. That's the problem.
So do you just leave them to their own? I mean,
Babati, if you ask me, like, most regions in Nigeria don't really think like that anymore. Like, if I say, like, typical South person or even typical Southwest person really don't think like that anymore. It's typically maybe a Southeasterner and some Northerner that really reason like that. I'm sorry.
What they do now?
No, I'm sorry. Like, average Yoruba person evolve past that shit, man. Even to the point where they are all supporting Obi over Tinubu. You understand? Where will you find Ohaneze try anything like that? These people that even when Obi was running as a vice president with Atiku, Ohaneze was saying, because of our son, we will vote for Atiku. And what kind of statement is that? No. You know, like, I mean, literally, I didn't give a shit about Tinubu like that. These people, literally, the way they were playing that politics of, they just turned this whole thing to my people, my region. Like, dude, what do? At this thing, we just move beyond this now. You know, even the Northerners are moving on from that. They are the one that were known for that behavior too before. Like, oh, it must be a Northerner that will rule, that will be president. Average Yoruba person don't really give a shit about whether the president is a Yoruba man. You understand? They really, the Tinubu support, it was out of the way they were abusing the man. People like kind of just sympathize with him, like, come on. Because when the whole campaign started, if the Southeastern didn't play that tribal shit, most Yoruba that went behind Tinubu would not have done it. You understand? They would not, especially not me.
Well, the Yoruba people that I knew never supported Tinubu, not because they're not Yoruba. They just looked at what was on the ground. The Yoruba people that I know, I'm sure there are untold tens of millions of Yoruba people that supported him, and I guess all the people that voted for him in total 8 point something million or whatever. But I will never support anybody because you're my brother, you're my tribe, you're my sister. If you're in the wrong, you're in the wrong. And those people that don't think like that, I can't change anybody. All I can do is do me. I mean, what am I going to do? Try and convince you to do the right thing? If you don't want to do the right thing, like somebody that I know always says, there are 10 commandments. And then there are the two additional ones. Do whatever you like. That's number 11. Number 12, be willing to live with the consequences of whatever you do. So as long as you're willing to live with whatever the outcome of whatever you do is, hey, go right ahead. You know, I mean, nobody can, for the most part, discern pata pata. Even the man or the woman you marry, you know, you're looking at certain factors, you're judging certain things. There are no guarantees that that person is going to be the same person 5 years from now or even a year from now. So you make the best judgment based on what you see, what you can perceive, and you move ahead. That's just how life is. But me, I will never lie vote for you because you're from wherever you come from. I don't care. So I know that's not the way most people reason, and I'm not fighting with them. Do whatever pleases you. Just be willing
But
to
they
live with the
complaining
consequence.
about the choices that they made is what is funny now. It will look well to be complain. It will look to do votes for. So you want complain for. The government is back. What did you do about it? You want to run for office? Why is it now? And then stop
Yeah,
complaining.
yeah. I
So
mean, there are no easy solutions anywhere. I mean, that's just life in general. There are no easy solutions. When it's too hot, people will complain it's too hot. When it's getting cold, this altitude is too much. The humans are never satisfied. That's what we humans are. You know, there's n- enough is never enough with most people. Just being thankful that you're not sitting down somewhere with six tubes running through you. Just being grateful, gratitude, and having a spirit of of just being grateful. Yeah, it's good to be a billionaire and a trillionaire and all that, but just thank God. Thank God for life. Thank God that you can eat what you want when you want, for the most part. Just having that center of gravity of just being grateful. Like me, I tell people every day, "Omolokwe ni mi." You know, I wake up, put on the merciful God or whatever, just being grateful, not just for myself, for the people around you, you know, for family, for close people, people are doing okay. Just having that alone, and you're not going to take any of these things with you anyway. So you want to do or die. What is the do or die about?
Sorry, Kando, what annoys me the most is our Nigerian politicians or elite, still with sense. Like, if you still to benefit people, nobody will come. I've always said this. Like,
You've said it here many times now. Make it bigger. Make it bigger. Can everybody benefit?
like,
You will even have more to steal.
we stole money, but we don't use the money.
Well, I tell you, a thief or a criminal, usually you need something on the mind of a criminal. Usually doesn't give a shit about anything. It just his entire focus is just going to steal.
Narcissist of the first order.
Exactly.
And
So when you're expecting that they will now you start saying, "Oh, let me."
That's different for that one is different now. You can be a criminal. Like, for instance, now, like, I can say, okay, we stole money, be this time, blah blah blah. We signed a CMS deal. We are giving you. It's the same thing OBJ did.
It's not possible. You need to. The reason why you are thinking like this is because you are not a criminal. That's why.
No, it's actually
you're not in the mind of a criminal.
No.
Look at what OBJ did with MTN. OBJ has shares in MTN now. He has shares in MTN, but he still brought them in.
Absolutely.
They sold the Nitel for Banjo peanuts. Undervalued it. But in extent they got shares in M10, Airtel, back then. Econet. Even Tinubu bought Econet from Lagos money. They bought Econet
back then. Yeah.
But we still got the service. It's what I'm saying. Everybody can win.
Mm-hmm. There's this one guy in France. I mean, he's not a criminal as far as I know. This guy is unbelievable. He's a multi-billionaire guy, right? He built all these complexes, right? So he just read that documentary. Maybe that was like 10 years ago or something. I was like, oh Jesus. So some of the complexes to build our offices and manufacturing kiniwambe need the same area. Our houses wambe. So àwọn tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ fún àwọn ló tún gbowó lé lọ́wọ́ wọn. So the money is just supermarket. So they have a place to work, they have a place to live, they have a place to shop. So the money is just revolving. They work at his places, they live in his apartments, and they shop at his place.
3 in 1.
Babala money laundry.
That and you can wash your money clean through that route, make it legit.
Yeah.
But we have your money soak away in one building
So
somewhere.
It's providing jobs, it's providing housing, and it's providing you a place to shop. Metaloko.
So I mean more our Nigerian thieves. So I mean Dangote is a criminal now, but at least he's doing something.
Yeah, at least
that's the only,
You see what I'm saying?
If
Like
somebody
the guy,
comes to me and says Dangote stole money, I won't even care that much. I'm like,
but you see what he's doing now.
I would say your priority is misplaced.
But you see what he's doing with the money that he's doing. Still that way, do that way.
Remember when people came here and started talking about defending why they don't want to give the guy oil and things? I'm like, I think you guys' priority is misplaced. When people are saying government is giving in too much, I'm like, guy, your priority is really misplaced because there are so many people government is giving things.
About how we got the money.
You understand? They're not doing nothing. They're just taking. They take, they don't give back, nothing. But you're saying government is giving Dangote favor. But the guys are employing thousands. If you're a refinery, they help the country, they will employ tens of thousands, even millions. And you're telling me government is favoring him. I'm like, guy, you got your priority misplaced. Because there are so many other people government are favoring, they're not doing anything for anybody.
You remember all these guys that they will get loan from government at 0 interest, but he will not do anything.
Yeah.
But at least he's doing something.
Yeah.
The guy said,
I see Dangote, I say, this guy is doing something. This guy will create this.
Do you know if at least a few years ago, I don't know what the interest rate is. If you deposit a certain amount of money, First Bank will give you 11%.
They had a high yield. I think it was the best in the world at the time.
Yeah. So if you can borrow money, then you can borrow any over at 0%.
Don't fell lawful. And do you know what Apple can do? Do you know what Apple can do? The guy now said, okay, multi-party refinery, and I have interest in the steel industry. If you see the amount of foreign interest waiting for him to even dabble into, because they've seen what he's done with the refinery. Okay, this guy is actually serious.
Some Nigerians want that guy to fail.
Don't give him the steel company. Give it to him.
I want on the vision. I like Nirono, Aragalatia anymore. They can't think and to fetch on my far way that impede.
And when they said they should give
some people will say, I want to see Ibeto cement. Ibeto cement. I'm going to Ibeto cement. God punish your Ibeto cement. Those people, man, you see the way rubbish Dangote. I'm like, you waiting because it's not from your tribe. Now Nigerians, man. God,
do you know what they say? Government they should hand over the steel plant in Kogi to Kogi State. I said with that Yaya Bello and friend, that's the one you want to hand over steel company to. They're not serious. I said give it to Dangote for free. It doesn't matter. It will make money for me. Then they benefit the country. Don't give it to him. Just do whatever you want with Tijari. That's it. Where you should go.
Yeah.
All this.
Babati, if you go and assist Dangote top staffs, They are not Nigerians, man. They can't employ a lot of foreigners.
She will go on. Okay, Mike. If you spend 20
You
billion,
can't employ Indians.
Mike, let me ask you now. If you
You
spend
can't hire Nigeria to manage you, man. They just manage
Eh,
the company. They manage the federal
they'll be
government.
stealing pipe now. They'll be stealing stuff every day. Oga just spoil you. Oga just spoil. We need to apply that
àbúrò ẹ̀ ń kọ́lé òǹjíṣò.
Oga part don't spoil you. See, now
There
brand
was
new.
a time they were complaining that they can't hire a lot of foreigners, Indians, and
I
things.
can't
I said,
blame
well,
him.
my head no correct. Now Nigerians will go hire.
They will have sold everything.
They would have burned the company down, man. You would have ended up like Beto Cement.
They will say, don't worry. You go buy
another one.
You go buy new part. No worry, you go buy new part.
Shebi get money.
Even if you Nigerians are hired, the drivers, they will tell me, I'm hearing story how the Beto drivers, they will, and in the middle of the day, they start selling the guys cement.
I say, Mike, mid-level jobs in that Ikoyi, whatever, they are hiring people from SA and Kenyans. They're bringing them in. Bring them in. You see them in all those areas. Kenyans, a lot of them are in Nigeria working all those mid-level jobs. It's all Kenyans. They don't even hire Nigerians that much. Even your hotels, you will see them now. They're all foreigners. They're hiring Kenya, Ghanaians, South Africans, Zimbabweans. You see them in Nigeria. They're not hiring Nigerians.
Unless he hire àwọn èèyàn wa do. Unless he hire. I mean, I don't need.
No, but you can't blame them.
I'm not blaming them. I'm not blaming them.
Even America, people understand. Immigrants, when they are in another country, they are way more productive than they were back in their own country.
Oh yeah,
that's natural.
Yeah, it's natural.
They're way more productive because they have to prove themselves. They know they are not in a comfort zone. They can't just misbehave. They want to package themselves well. They want to, So that's why America tend to succeed a lot.
àwọn èèyàn ló máa ṣe overtime to bá wà.
So they hire Nigerians for like the low service, but when it comes to the mid-level, upper level, you will see it's not for all, or the one that I have dealt with that I've kind of I'm like, wait a minute, is this Lagos or is this Mombasa? Say, you've been there for 3 years, and they recruit them. They will recruit them from the company.
This is when the government comes in and put a demand on the employers on how to hire.
They did actually during Buhari towards the
end. China does that. China does that.
Towards the end of Buhari's, if you remember, towards the end of Buhari's government, they were like, we need to change the visa laws, but that thing kind of fell through. They never really followed up on because they were in Lagos in particular. They're like, oh, we are losing our jobs to foreigners, blah blah blah. We're going to create laws to make it difficult. They were like, oh, in other countries, yeah, but now they're like, man, just now, just make it do like you care about doing something and just forget about it. They never really followed up about that. But they were making a move during the Buhari government to change the laws, but I didn't hear it hasn't changed yet though. But all those service jobs, Kenyans, Zimbabweans, South Africans, some Ghanaians,
they will do a better job, trust me. They would, if you want something to be, if you want your company to, or a system or whatever to sustain, to be alive, to flourish, it's best to hire immigrant, man. And then the other areas, maybe low, where you don't really need.
And that's just a Wombe.
Then you can hire your people. I'm telling you, man.
If it is the cash register,
no, like that you have to report to somebody.
No, I know.
Just more like operations, like.
And that's what the federal government have to do too. I said it earlier. People look at me like I'm talking rubbish. I'm like, the areas in your ministries, go and import workers there. The key areas that will make a ministry function, go and import workers. Don't let these local Nigerians, they are lazy. Simba working in the civil servant, he will tell you now. He will tell you things like the way Nigerians will talk. If someone will do something wrong, if you correct, then they will say, hey, job and they don't care,
Mike, this one in particular, their procurement department is headed by somebody from South Africa in that Lagos, because they supplied them some paint and wood finishing and stuff. So
they got to come to Nigeria. I know this
procurement is like non-Nigeria.
Mike's proposal or suggestion, which other country do you think does or would do what you're suggesting, Mike?
The United States of America. I'm telling you, they know. That's why they import immigrants. I'm telling you, you just don't know these things. I'm telling you.
What about
America knows that they know that, and
what
that's why
about
they progress a lot.
but one of the ways that China became what they are was implementing policies that if you want to come here, you have to hire some of our own people. You have to even partner with them.
You must be established first now to do that.
Mike, America is not a good example, but it's not linear the way you make it sound. Anyway, America's not a good example. Apart from America, tell me of another country that
Middle
was
East, go to UAE, go to Middle East. Even most, I'm telling you, man, most advanced countries, trust me, they do import. Even European country, they will import their.
I mean, America is a good example.
Everyone does
Mike, America,
every country that's functioning do it. I'm telling you, advanced countries do it.
American imports skilled laborers, but they are not
Yeah, that's what we're saying now.
running the organization. They're not the one running the organization in charge. Okay. And so are other nations also. Yeah, there's a need for skilled laborers, or workers. So they get them. But normally countries don't. How many damn Western the Chinese model is great. Okay, you bring in the experts, the skilled laborers, partner them with your own workers so they can learn. And so doing,
that's what we're saying, though. But that's what I'm saying, though.
No, but you're saying.
Do we have
I didn't say that you come and rule your country. That's not what I said. Maybe if you think that's what I said. I didn't say you import them to come and rule your country or control everything. No. You don't do that. You are the one in control. But the key, position in those jobs where they will keep the company alive, or where you need, the area where you don't need corruption at all, everything will collapse. Those kind of areas. You're foreigner.
You know, Nigerians have this mentality of, they call it in Yoruba. That is the Nigerian mentality. So you need someone that will come in that doesn't have that mentality of.
He doesn't have that mentality, He's not going to do the fraternizing, discussing politics, all those kind of things. He just came in to do his job. The only business he has in your country is to come and work. He doesn't have an affiliation with political, or tribal, or being fraternizing on the job. Start talking, this area here. Our tribe brother, our brother, they don't know. They're not there. They know why they came to the country. They only came here to work, and that's what they will do.
They will. If you put them in like a top position, they would. If they want to hire, they will not say because somebody is your bar.
Exactly. They know why they are in that country. What brought them there, and for them to be willing to come there, to come all the way from their country to be there, then that means they are serious about what they're there to do.
Yeah.
And that's why immigrants, a lot of us, but Prince Daddy, when we were in Nigeria. When we come to America, we tend to be more serious when we got here. But back in Nigeria, we're focusing on political, we're not there because you're in a comfort zone, you're in your country. You grow up there, you don't know the value of what the hell you're doing.
But not only that, the environment that you come to also changes how you
exactly, because now you learn their own new system, and then first of all, you're not going to bring the bad habit from your place. You're trying to put it here because they won't tolerate it. First of all,
in the middle of winter, if you don't have a job, there's no cousin that's going to put you in their house for free. So you gotta go do whatever you have to do.
There's somebody got
fired. Mike's proposal is not going to work in Nigeria. It's not so much the workers' perspective.
Prince, hold on. There was this hostelist in where I used to work in down south. He got written up for. He's a Nigerian guy that finished in Nigeria. He moved to Nigeria. He's a doctor, right? He got written up for coming late, and he was pissed off. I said, "I gotta be Nigerian."
I don't hear you. What did you say?
The guy came late. It's a doctor now, but it's because it's not like a it's like a hostelist now, 7 to 7 doctor for night shift, and it was always coming late. A guy they wrote him up.
Oh, he came to America. He was coming late to work.
What is the big deal?
I'm a doctor now.
Maybe I'm here. Maybe I showed up. Let me tell you one story that somebody told me today. So this is a skit, I guess. So they said this little boy, um, the mother was complaining that he's getting too old to be, to be feeding on the mother's breast. So the child responded to the mom that, "What about daddy? Daddy is very old and he's still feeding on your breast. And when he does it, he say I love you."
Well, yeah, man. Like you know, my people will say, èmi àmútọ̀tún ìwà àmútòsí. Kóníkálukú fún tiẹ̀ wọ́n máa àmútọ̀tún kémi àmútòsí.
Mommy is complaining.
I
You're
get
getting
what
too old.
Mike is saying, but the
Yeah.
question is like, how would Nigerians be? Because I've always said that Lagos to me in the next 10 to 15 years will look different because you will see a lot of foreign faces in that country. Oh, we don't want this one. I'm telling you,
Babati, when I go to Lagos, right, when I'm trying to find restaurants where the customer service is good, trust me, the only place you find restaurants is like in those island. They are not owned by Nigerians, man. When you want to experience a customer, when I say customer service, the customer service you receive in restaurant in America, in those like they were not Nigerian owned restaurants. That's how the importance of the world will change, because by the time these foreigners they understand the concept of the people that come to a country where customer service is a big deal. By the time they come there and start doing it, it's a matter of time before Nigerians that are doing the same way will understand that the way they do this guy, they do things there is different though, and they're succeeding. You will learn from them. You will learn,
Or that disrespecting customer, but goes down, this customer is king now. But
Nigerian restaurant where in our culture they don't customer service, it doesn't exist. You see now you don't buy, they go. They don't get that. But foreigners, when they come in, they know they bring it out to the environment. And it's a matter of time before Nigerians do is see it and learn from them and say, you have to be nice to customer because that business there. Now we go my business or that foreign.
Hey, we don't have like
nice. Or it's a matter of time before customers will begin to tell you that, look, when we go to that business there, they are nice to us, but in your own place, you guys are just mean.
Hey, they have Google now. They have Google, the Yelp. If they have Yelp, where you can rate, rate. People are now reading reviews now online in Nigeria now for businesses.
Oh yeah.
So now they know if you misbehave, somebody will go online and say, "I went there. What happened?"
In fairness, so when I was in Nigeria, there's this little joint called Amoke. It seems like a lot of the people that worked there were, they were very, very, they acted very well. Hey, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, man. And then I remember when I went to go and look for some some AC systems. I went to some they're almost like department stores. They were all Nigerians there. All the ladies were just very pleasant, at least that was my experience. I'm just telling you. Then I went to this place to buy panels, solar panels, wherever that was. Yeah, they were very, very pleasant. So I don't know. I'm just telling you my little niche experience that I had. Even
but customer service is more than that. Like you do that.
Follow up.
Thank you for coming to our store.
Here's my card. Like the AC place, they gave me the business card. We can come and install it on this day, or you want. They just seem very pleasant and very polished. And they were just. I'm not saying that that's how it is all over the place. So I'm just saying those places.
By the way, kind of just to digress. I heard that they've the FBI, they have the federal whatever, they've got Mayor Eric Adams in Wala with the
I was passing the living room and I saw
so that thing goes deeper. So they have this guy on video too. All these New York politicians to doing freak offs and stuff.
New York has always been a cesspool of corruption and backdoor dealings. I think maybe when Bloomberg was there, even Jenkins or Jennings or whatever back in the day, even Mayor Koch, New York is Babala big town in
You guys remember this mayor? I think it was DC mayor. One of the mayor now.
Mayor Atomo crack.
Yeah, smoking crack. Oh, that one shocked me.
Yeah. Hey, Kitty lórúkọ ẹ̀ ń sìn yàn ó ti sápá mi lórí. Yeah. Mayor wa nìyẹn o. That was our mayor Tomo crack on video.
I was shocked, man. I heard that story.
No.
That DC other area, but I want drug. Hey,
I mean, but Kakandu, remember when they said even doing, I think the past 4 administration prior to this Biden, they always say that they always find cocaine in the White House all the time. I'm like, how did he get into the White House? Who is bringing cocaine into the White House? Like, so that even
those rich whites, those ones.
Yeah,
they are bringing even on Wall Street. They use cocaine.
Oh yeah. I mean, it was very common thing, very very common. Yeah. It's a stress level.
But our brother. Burna Boy, only we are off the Bamaki.
So, but I mean, yeah, some of these people, they don't have anything better to do. They start.
Burna Boy needs to be careful.
The guy now, once he made it, he started wearing high heels, wearing women. I'm like, hey,
they do too much because they go hang out with Akata. They always get to. I'm like, God, they go put you on. They go. Those ones even say, man, the way they always around drugs and those things. That's what happened to that's what happened to Majek Fashek.
Ah man, that was sad.
That's what happened to him. He comes to America. You hang with the New York.
Each time I see Burna Boy, it reminds me of a Majek Fashek. What he was
supposed they go just pass and give and you don't know what they pass give and you all taste now. You don't hook.
Yeah.
They go pass the thing, give you no good. They go just sit and they take use and they go just pass and give you. Even this thing. Igbo weed, they feel mix am with drug. That's how they got this guy into crack now. DMX. They mix crack with his weed now.
I remember back in 19.
You guys smoke crack one time, they don't hook on him with that.
I remember back in 1991. I was in going to school in DC back then, and this one guy, Tajawani Fimbas, Charles. I saw Charles after soccer practice. You got a lossy parking lot, Mori, Moto Charlie, Tongun, 740i. Only Charlie. Waiting they happen. So, long story short, he invited me to his house in Baltimore. I went to that party, and there was cocaine everywhere. Come and see some of these beautiful girls taking their clothes off. Tomati mukini, tomati fa. Ijo and would say anything that will make me feel like taking my clothes off. I actually went back a few times because looking at the beautiful girls. And so it's a crazy world, honestly.
But the one that I'm looking forward to is our Bishop. Bishop swallowed up.
Wait. I mean, you see my radar for looking at people. My antenna, the man lost okay gone. Àtijọ́ tí mo ti kọ́ gbọ́ anything from that man's mouth. Something just was not right.
He had his favorite person that he comes to every time, As of the Rock. So that one needs to be on watch too. So
there was just something about that guy.
Yeah, the guy is off there. He kind of off putting in a way.
Yeah, I mean, very first time I heard him, I'm like, is even like wait, what's this other white one? No, big church on the Atlanta or something like that. It's young looking. What's his name? Oh, he's a white guy.
Short like this. Or short Okuru.
He's a big church.
Always lifting weights at night.
No, he only lift weight. I forgot his name now. The first time I saw that guy, I said, this guy, is boy, no. This guy uh is a snake oil salesman. Kí lorúkọ ẹ̀ o? But anyway, Dungon, oh my God. It's just like Gandhi. The first time tí mo lọ sí DC, tí mo rí Gandhi tó ń preach. Only wow. This guy can sell water to a fish. You know, go there and brag pé òun tó ń bá lọ Nigeria first class ticket lòun máa ń rà. Táwọn náà bá believe in God like him. Oh no, I'm a live like him. I was so offended by it. Because mo mọ̀ pé owó church ló fi ń ra first class ticket, not your own personal money. I was so ìjọ ẹ̀ mo sọ pé Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ n lọ sí anywhere tí ní bá ti ń sọ̀rọ̀. I mean, and if you see that church nígbà yẹn, I'm talking 30 years ago or something like that. I don't know, 28, whatever the years was. If you see the number of Nigerians, well-doing Nigerians, I'm talking about back then, people that were making over 100,000 that were in that church, it was ridiculous. Two services, no manche. That church was, I think it's still in Silver Spring, Maryland, up till today. Only wow. Boy, anyway, do. And boy, it don't you, Gandhi.
But gbogbo wọn involve nínú kìíní yẹn, pastor, politicians,
Yeah.
all this.
Yeah, but Babati, it's not easy. Can't we? I mean, if you see, I'm talking about people that I know with PhDs. Daddy Ekason to Gandhi. And obìnrin náà, mommy. It's like, what's wrong with these people? Why are you gonna be calling your pastor daddy? Odindibalele?
No, like they used to tell us back in the day. They said if your wife respects your pastor more than you, you're in trouble.
Yes, so
if he's calling her in daddy,
you know, once you get to the point where you have to call a man daddy, the man has taken control over you. Now you can take over. You literally can control your pockets.
Oh, no, and let me tell you how they were doing it. When you become a member, you have to fill out form, how much you make, and you're expected to pay. No, I'm serious. I'm dead serious.
Can you have tax service?
No, this is the membership. I'm talking 28 years ago or 20 whatever years ago this was, and you're expected to pay your 10% of your income. I mean, they're not going to put a gun to your head, but you fill out the form stating how much you make. So people in want to make it serious.
And they can find a place in the scripture to show you God said it.
Like
that Christian is a common religion. I'm telling you. I've seen this pastor one time will tell you need to, and he will find something in scripture. He will quote it and he will convince you. They can use that scripture. They will contradict another point in the scripture.
Oh yeah.
Oh man. Hey. That's a capitalist religion, man. The people that created that religion were con artists, man.
Until man feel bad for I want to see our man law because I'm telling you, let me be blunt.
Wow.
And they will use the scripture to show you why you have to forgive.
Your wife will be the one doing I want already leave the stress pastor. And they justify. I'm telling you,
they will justify it. They will find somewhere in the scripture to just read it to you.
People need help.
You
remember that guy?
You accept it and move on.
He's a very, very popular preacher. I remember his name, Ayonide. He's a very popular televangelist in Nigeria back in the days. One woman I exposed him, like how he was doing and using people for rituals and blah 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 blah. And he was sleeping with women. She's like blah 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 blah. He even slept with me, and I even did like 4 abortions for him. I'm like, time out. Even you don't they were going for it.
Exactly.
And you're married.
No, religion, this religion thing, that time we ever to nowhere, once they get into it, you know, and you become just follow, you know, you fall for just about anything. I mean, like this Gandhi's church back then. I mean, the who is who of DC, Maryland, Virginia, and the Nigeria community, even some Ghanaians and you know other peoples like that. It was like the place to be. It was almost like a you know, this is where you have to be kind of thing. And these were people that were making serious money, you know, back then. Yeah. So, but and to, let them be doing whatever they do. I mean, me, I don't know whether there's a heaven or there's no heaven or whatever. But I mean, if you're going to be deceiving people, go out there and do it. But please don't use the name of God or Venturi alone. Don't use the name of God. You don't need the name of God to be a conny man. You know. What?
What easiest way can they then con somebody?
And well, until alone, if you don't have
If they don't use God, how can they convince you that what they are saying is true? They don't use God.
but Mr. Mike, how much do you need? How much do you need? Because need alone. If you have it alone, you understand. All this
You know,
stuff is
you see, this governor, they said that is the Tinubu's defense minister. They said he was involved in terrorism, and he said, "I am the only governor and minister that I've sworn by the Quran that if I did like Walo Ogufibura, I don't go lare. People fi Quran le. That's what they do now. You just say I took my Quran.
Bible
Why to die? They won't do that one now.
Yeah.
But why are we not exploiting all these things? Why are we not? That's my question.
It's already now. If you're going to be a governor, one for a bomb move.
If the Nigerian people themselves are serious, won't they be demanding for these things? So that's why I keep telling you, people they get the leaders they deserve.
You deserve.
Because if you are that serious as a person, me for example, you can't say, come and make me leader, and I won't tell you come and use Ogun to swear. I'm not for Ogun and you are joking. I take back. Ogun Koko, I'm on Lurishabi 20.
I think better for any.
Ẹ̀jọ̀ tó bá yẹ pé nídìílé wa a máa ń kiri tá a fi yé oníkọ́.
You want to be in charge of billions of naira money?
Àwọn máa ń kiri tá a fi ń yé oní Christian làwa lọ́dọ̀ wa a máa ń kiri yé oní.
Put your hand on the Bible and swear.
And swear.
Before you let.
And okay, the question I have is this: you're doing something, it doesn't work. Why are you still doing it? Okay, so they've been using it, put the hand on the Bible, they've been swearing, and they've still been stealing, and they've been going. So why are you still doing it?
Malady, madness.
That's something different now. Why are we wasting? Say okay, let's put this put hand on the Bible thing aside. Let's not waste that time. You know, it's a waste of time now. The purpose of it is not working. Okay, they've been stealing and nothing. So some people say let's use something else to swear. Okay, let's try that now. Why don't we like trying new things? Why don't we like? I don't get it. What's our problem?
One day, I'm by the way, Mike. Every year, Emma move just to check you're still up to date.
It's true now. That's when you only see honest people coming to politics, because criminal will not go. It's only honest people that will start showing up now, applying to be run for politics, because you know that so the only people that will be coming to pick up form to run for office will be honest people. Nigerians, man, they are not serious. God will know us, man. He give us all those things now.
He about feel it that cause there. That doesn't intervention. So
free will me. Be ready to deal with the consequence of your free will.
Don't pray to God because we are helping bang now. What is he supposed to do? I'm aware of you. You serious?
Serious. Mo ti fún ẹ ní gbogbo ohun tó need ìwọ ló kọ́lẹ̀.
Don't complain pé kíní.
Kóró gbá lẹ́nu ẹ̀.
So left to me, if not for maybe one man show, I wouldn't even be discussing. My focus would be I would just be talking about my Ogun State and just leave you alone because I don't really want to even discuss Nigeria anymore.
Yeah, I never feel sorry that Nigerians are going through or whatever because I already know that. Yeah, I already know that they deserve it and it is what it is. You know, if we did tradition don't tell us long time ago. See me, I won't forget to. The people, it's not new. You know, you don't tell us, man, their problem is more than ordinary. So me, I know saying Nigeria problem is beyond ordinary, man. So I just join and say,
so not there was who was talking about it. This Baba that used to be that died a long time ago. But once he died, when you consider it, once he get some people have been. They need to do some cleansing for that country, spiritual cleansing.
Babati, the question has been posed here before. Name me one predominantly black-run nation that is doing well.
The best actually.
Otherwise,
the best actually in the world that is black is actually Nigeria. That's the best you have. Everybody else, you can't really call SA a black country because it's white run. It's a white run.
Right. So what I'm saying is, I don't think it's just a Nigerian issue. I mean, I'm not necessarily saying it. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with the black man or the black race, but think about all of the black, not just African, the ones that are not even African, that they're predominantly black.
Even in Yemen has a lot of, Yemen.
Yeah,
I was even surprised. Yemen is almost half black. I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Yemen is half black.
Yeah.
Indigenous, indigenous.
So in Yolati Berry, I think process of elimination. Why is it? I mean, yeah, so people I want to others non shadada. But why is it popular and all this? We can't really point to, 3-5 shadada. Is there something there? Is it the enslavement of a lot of those people?
They say it's white man's problem. It was the white man.
Yeah, but I believe at some point you have to wake up. I don't know if it's in the morning or in the afternoon or in the evening. But
because of the trauma that you've been traumatized for so long that
it's the same thing I tell Black American people, especially even the worst part, even some of our own African children that were born in this country, they'll be telling you, you don't understand.
That one I try as much as possible. That victim mentality thing, I try. No, not in this. I know.
Yeah, I'm like, wait a minute. Your people are from Africa. It wasn't slave mentality to what to answer. You went to some of the best schools the money can buy.
You're not quoting my comments.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I think go there. My comments.
I'm like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? What does that have to do with you? You're making some of the best money anybody can make. And
so that victim mentality, like, if anything happens to a black person, it's because of some white people that's traumatized 400 years ago. I'm like, I don't understand. I mean,
don't mind them now. Maybe go back to Africa now.
Oh, love you.
We are Indians. We are Native American.
The reason they are poor performing is because of trauma of slavery. Because they sold them, because they lost their identity.
No.
But when people tell them about their identity, show them what their identity. They will say no. They don't want to be part of that.
Mr. Mike, I'm talking about children of Nigerians, children of other African.
They want to be acting like they are part of some FBA.
Not American. Children of Nigerians, one sort of right.
Before
What are they saying? What did they say?
They be acting like they
oh, they will say
yeah, like they went to the struggle.
This guy come here to say it too now. Uriola.
Like they were part of some kind of struggle.
Uriola came and say we went to slavery. I'm like, Uriola, since when me and you went to slavery?
We look well.
Oriola's been living in the black. The way the guy talk, this guy been living in the black neighborhood for too long. We're not even on the excuse you. We were slaves.
And these are people that are doing very incredibly well. I mean, incredibly well. You know. I don't understand.
All right, I know. Can we do it at 11 p.m. tonight, your time? Please.
11 p.m. my time? Yeah.
Eastern time.
Yeah, Eastern time, yeah.
All right, Google, please. No, just send me the link first.
I don't have Google.
Okay. Send me the link to your Zoom.
Okay.
So I know. Maybe like an hour ahead. So I can test it very well.
Yeah, I use it every day.
So
11 p.m. Okay.
You can look at the forecast for towards the end of the year. Because on SPY and other things. And All right, Mike. Okay, Mike.
All right. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Me too. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. All right. See you all later.
All right. Let me end the show.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Mr. Mike.
Oh, you're welcome.
All right.